Council, just wanted to let you know we're waiting on a couple more members, and then we will get started in just a second.
Hey, Ash, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good, good. I don't know why it was giving me an international link.
Oh my goodness. We've been having some back and forth because Zoom has been doing some updates. So I am glad that it got corrected on the end that it sent to you.
Okay, great. Is everyone here? Are we good to go?
Yep, we are good to go. Just give me 1 second and we'll pull everybody over. All right, Madam Mayor, we are now live. If you would like to call your meeting to order, you may do so.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, do we have our new city manager? I'd like to welcome Doug Thornley. I don't see him on my screen, but mine only gives me about 9 panels. I know Naomi and I are probably on iPad, so there you are.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I think you've made it to day 3. We haven't scared you off too bad.
No. Happy to be here. Happy to be part of the team.
All right, great. Well, good morning. So I would love for you to lead us in the pledge.
Happily.
Mr. Thornley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States Republic for which it stands, God, with liberty. For all.
I don't know if we got audio. Okay.
All right,
I
Madam Mayor.
love Naomi's background. Okay, go right ahead.
Transitioning to roll call for the Reno City Council. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here.
Jordan,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Stevie.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Next item, Madam Clerk, is item A3, public comment.
Madam Mayor, pulling up our end right now, it should be noted for the record. General public comment is reserved for all items that are not specifically agendized today. This includes online public comment, emails sent into cityclerk@reno.gov, as well as voicemails received prior to 4 p.m. the day before our meeting. Should be noted for the record that we received public comment not related to agenda items from Dorothy Picards, Corey Zancanella, Cynthia O, R.C. Morgan, Ralph Stephen Coppola, Brian Thornton, and Mary Kulik. These have been submitted to council and are part of the record. Madam Mayor, it should be noted we did not receive any voicemails for general public comment for today, October 14th council meeting. And with that, Madam Mayor, we are now transitioning to the approval of the agenda. I will send it to your new city manager, Doug Thornley, to give you updates on any items to be pulled from the agenda prior to approval.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, item B5 from the consent agenda is going to be pulled from this agenda. And also item D5-1 and D5-2 will be pulled. My understanding is that there may be some additional items that the city council may wish to pull from the consent agenda for discussion. But in terms of agenda items that perhaps need a little more time to bake, B5 and D5.
Mr. Thornley,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure I heard was it D as in David?
Yes, B as in boy 5 and D as in David 5.
Oh, 5.
So with that, Madam Mayor, item B is in boy 5, item D is in dog 5 will be pulled from today's agenda and will not be heard. With that, Madam Mayor, I'll return to you looking for a motion for approval.
All right, thank you. At this time, council members, may I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Second, Reese.
And a second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, looking
Item
for
8. Go ahead.
approval of the minutes from August 12th.
All right, thank you. May I get a motion from council members?
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to your consent agenda, it should be noted for the record, we received public comment on various agenda items and consent from Amanda Burden, Janice Payne, and Dolores Schaefer on behalf of Soulful Seeds, as well as Erston Witten from Soulful Seeds, Sarah Coyle, Nathan Anderson, and Yesenia Morales. These are all on your consent agenda. These have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we have no voicemails for public comment for this item. So, Madam Mayor, I'll return to you for council items to be pulled for discussion.
All right, fantastic. So around the room, I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Reese. Do you have any items to be pulled?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Delgado.
D12, please.
Okay. Councilwoman Jordan.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Weber.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, item B1, B as in boy, 1, D as in David, the marijuana dispensaries, items 1 and 2. And item B2, B as in boy, 2, and B as in boy, 3.
All right. Perfect. Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
B10, please.
And Madam Mayor, I left.
Ed.
I need to pull item B11 to give a disclosure.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. With that being said, may I get a motion to approve all other items on the consent
So
agenda?
moved. Second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Reese, a second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm actually going to head to you, Councilwoman Dewar. Do you want to give us the disclosure now, or you want to give it right?
Yeah, that'd be great. On item B11, I am one of the founding board members of Soulful Seeds, and I'm still currently a board member. So that's going on several years. So I checked in with the attorneys, and they said I just need to disclose but not recuse, since there's no remuneration for the position. No money transpires with myself. So.
All right. Thank you very
And
much.
we're looking at giving them a grant. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, Councilman or Vice Mayor Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much, and I will be brief. I just want to simply say that this is an incredibly awesome agenda item, and it really is something that we can all be proud of. I know that we've had a lot of choices to make as to the CARES Act and coronavirus relief funds, and so here we are displaying showing, I think, where our heart lies, and that is with dealing with food insecurity. And so while it's not an item to be pulled for that purpose, I just think it's important to say thank you to the organizations that have made these applications. And I'm very honored that our body is considering the importance of food insecurity during this time. Soulful Seeds, it's a mouthful, is an incredible organization, as are each of the others, and I'm very honored to make a motion to approve this agenda item.
And I will
All right.
second.
All right. Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Now we are going to skip back. I'm going to head to you, I believe, Councilwoman Dewar, for items B1D. And I think that's your first item. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, to refresh my colleagues, a year ago, these two applications, Deep Roots Harvest and Thrive Cannabis Marketplace, came in front of us. And there was a lot of discussion. There was a lawsuit ongoing, and it was a very kind of uncertain environment. And so what we did was we approved the licenses, and we put a expiration of 1 year so that it would come back and we would have another review by City Council prior to continuing with the licenses. And in anticipation of this item, I've done a fair amount of research about where that litigation is and what issues have been resolved and what issues are still pending. And to that end, I contacted both applicants, and what I'm going to recommend, and they both agreed, was to again approve these, but to again only put a 1 year term on the license, and I'm going to explain why. And so that will be my motion, and here's why. The litigation has proceeded in Southern Nevada, and it involved a lot of marijuana companies of various stripes, I'll say. And in our staff report, it identifies several findings. And the findings primarily were about disclosure of the owners, the operators, the board members, and such, and whether all participants in each company had in fact disclosed appropriately. And the second issue identified in our staff report is that there was a question, and that's directly related to the ballot initiative, because the ballot initiative that we approved statewide said that all investors and owners would be disclosed on the record. And the judge found that she basically said that she was issuing an injunction against those who had not disclosed properly, but it was left up to the applicants to make that determination, and I suppose in conjunction with the state. And she also found that there was evidence that perhaps the state employees did not deal equally with all of the applicants. You know, maybe they had more contact with some, less contact with others. And so since we only had 4 spots in the city of Reno, there was concern, and we talked about this extensively last year, that some people may be in those spots that maybe shouldn't be in those spots. And so when we made, let me just pull up the item here. When we made the motion last year, we put in a few caveats, and I just wanted to continue those. And if you'll just give me a moment here. Well, we put in a condition, and we said if for any reason the state does not make the certificate permanent or reopens the application vetting process and performs a reevaluation of the ranking process, which results in Deep Roots Harvest or Thrive Cannabis falling out of their top 4 position, that their license would be rescinded. So we left it open so that if there was a finding by either through the lawsuit or through the state staff or through the cannabis board that there was an irregularity, that could be addressed here. And so I just wanted to continue the same condition that we had last year. And then further, right now, they're entering phase 3 of this trial. And I don't know all the particulars, but I just know it's still ongoing. I know there's still an opportunity for one or more of the appellants to appeal. And so that isn't all settled. And I know that the Cannabis Board is still in a process of making regulations. So all I want to make sure is that when we revisit this a year from now, that our staff have looked at the outcomes of the lawsuit, all 3 phases, and if there are any changes or directives from that lawsuit, that they properly evaluate the applications and ensure that those things have been incorporated. And if there are any regulations, new regulations that have been enacted in this next year, that those properly be applied and that they get their state license basically put to bed prior to coming to us. And so those are just the checks and balances. I've talked to many people over the last few days about this, including both applicants and their representatives and other people in this sort of marijuana space, I'll say. And they think that Reno has done a really good job generally in terms of the fact that we have good regulations, that we have the distance regulations now from the casinos. We have the distance regulations within. We've set a good number. And we're going very cautiously into this area. And I think by doing what I've suggested, and again, I believe there's applicants on the phone in the waiting room if you have any questions of them, but they've both agreed that that makes sense to reissue their license for 1 year and reevaluate it. And I'm going into this level of detail because what I'm really asking our city manager to ensure is that our staff actually, and that's all our staff, our attorneys or whoever, business licensing, whoever's involved, actually go and check the boxes in terms of following up on the lawsuit, following up on the outcomes, following up on the regulations, following up on the state process. So when we get the staff report next year, there's actually detail in the staff report saying yes, 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 it's all good to go. So that's my motion, is to approve these with a 1 year term, and I've given my rationale. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So first of all, I want to go back and remind everyone on the body that this license with Thrive was an issue with me, and one of the requirements was to make sure the application was complete. At the time that it came to council, it was not complete. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, even the address went to a P.O. box. So I want to ask staff, have they completed all required background checks required by the state of Nevada? Has legal reviewed this application?
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. For the record, Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, speaking as a disembodied voice at this point. We have representatives from the City Attorney's Office and from the applicant here on the line today. Briefly speaking, the application at the time it was submitted was complete according to the state at the time and according to Reno Municipal Code at the time. RMC has not changed. The state is in a new rulemaking process now, but our understanding of those rules is that that may change how and when the state issues their licenses, but it would not necessarily change anything in our procedures until we, of course, see them and can adopt our procedures accordingly. Said, I'll remind the council that should anybody fall out of compliance with the state and have their state license revoked under Reno Municipal Code, that operator would de facto lose their license here and we would shut them down.
Okay, but part of the requirement, Dylan, is that they are all vetted and have background checks. It's pretty simple. Is that a yes or no answer? If they're on the line or in the room, I'd like to know, have they all been vetted for background checks? That is a requirement.
So to that end, we have Mitch Britton and John Asagera from the operator in the waiting room who can answer directly. All I can say is that they satisfied the city's requirements at that time to issue a license.
So is the city not requiring background checks?
The city does require background checks, and they had submitted to the background checks that the city requires at the time of licensure.
What about now everyone that sits on that body? I'm sure maybe Mr. Osagara could, I want it on the record if they have all been vetted for background checks.
Hi, this is Mitch Britton for the record, the managing partner of Thrive. At the time of our application, we submitted every single one of our owners for background checks. That includes one of our minority partners at 1.41%. So the answer to your question is yes, we did every owner.
Have any of those members changed?
No, they have not since 2014.
So you're telling me everyone has been vetted on that license, correct?
That's correct. At the time of our application, we submitted the required fingerprints, everything that was required of a licensee at the time of the application. We're not a public entity. It's just 6, or I guess there's 7 of us that are all living here in Nevada.
And currently that litigation is still ongoing, correct?
The judge has issued her ruling, so there is no litigation going on at this time. There may be some appeals, but there's nothing going on currently.
And what was her finding?
I could go into detail if I had it in front of me. I'm sure that's something that we can provide you with, or her full findings of fact. I think it was about 35 pages long. But in summary, it wasn't, there weren't enough issues made for her to redo the process.
Okay, Councilman Brecker.
Yeah, thank you. I did not, in my review of the agenda, this did not raise any flags for me. I see that staff's recommending approval of the privilege licenses. And while I remember last year's considerations, I'm not comfortable extending their limbo status for another year. I see on one of the licenses that they're outgrading the site. And I think at some point we need to provide this body certainty of people to go forward with the property rights, of the land development that they're undergoing, and attach the business license to that. And in the 1-year interim, no flags have been raised to me in terms of judicial proceedings. Staff didn't flag anything. While I always appreciate my colleagues doing their own independent research, and I would never criticize anyone for that, I don't come to the same conclusion. I'm willing to, if others feel that they need to come up to speed on this, I'm willing to continue this for 2 weeks. But in lieu of that, if this motion, which I'm not going to support, goes forward, I'm ready to move forward and issue the licenses today. That's where I'm standing on this issue.
Motion on the floor.
No, well, it hasn't been seconded, so I thought we were still in discussion. And my discussion is what I just said. I'm not supportive of the motion. I won't be issuing a second. I'm prepared to issue the licenses today, but if the motion fails, I'm also prepared to continue it if other members of the body need a 2-week period to do some research and have some questions answered. Thank you.
My concern is that they are still under litigation, that there's a phase 3, I believe, under, is that what you understood, Councilman Dewar, that they still are?
That's correct. And also, I think that it would be good, we've gotten oral testimony that the background checks have been done, but what I would hope is that when it would come back in 1 year, that we would actually have an affidavit process that they would sign that would certify that, you know, they've done the background checks, the people could have changed. I think it's not just the owners, and I'm not clear on this, but I think it's the board members as well and other major, like, let's say a major actor who's in a management role. I think there's a number of those people that have to have background checks. So I am not trying to criticize anyone. I just know the environment is still changing. It is still still ongoing. The regulations are still under review. Rather than have to come back and reopen these, I would rather just issue it for 1 year. Everyone knows it's expiring. And then any new regulations that have been passed by either the state or the city would come into play in a 1 year time frame. And also I found out one more thing, that once they get and it would be good to ask this too, once they get a state license, and it said that the state was enjoined from conducting a final inspection, right in our staff report, of any conditional licenses issued from December 2018, if they didn't provide the identification of the officer, owner, or board member. But it sounds like in your case, we talked to Thrive just a moment ago. But I just think that the world will be settled and we will be in a good space to move forward in a more permanent way.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second? Okay, motion dies. Vice Mayor Reese.
I'll move to approve the licensures as recommended by by staff.
Second.
May I ask a question?
Go right ahead. Discussion. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess my question is this, as maybe if the motion failed, it's a non-issue. I'm not sure at this point. I guess my question is what sort of ongoing procedural precedent we might be setting for future folks coming in. That was only my question, is kind of how any action we did today of provisional licenses or sort of taking them out of the normal process. And I understand we're not in a normal, this is all new, and proceeding cautiously is in everybody's best interest. But that was kind of where I was going, was how it might affect future actions in something you did or did not do today, and what sort of quagmire that may or may not get us into. So that's what I was trying to clarify, is what
I think raised the question, right? So what's the liability moving forward? Because my understanding is they don't have a license under the state of Nevada currently granted. So let's say, am I correct, Dylan? And if they don't receive that, what liability does the city have moving forward if the judge should rule that it's not valid?
Thank you so much for the question. For the record, again, Dylan Shaver. So there's a couple of issues brought up, and I'll try and take them one at a time. There was a question of liability that I will just warn you now. I'm just going to punt to John Shipman at the end of what I have to say here. But on the front end, we do have 2 state licensed facilities, one with a provisional because it's not open yet. They can't get a final until they open. And then one that has been licensed by the state this whole time. There are general protections for municipalities like ours that I'm sure the attorneys would rather get into than I do it. For basically, if you're acting under the umbrella of state law, there's not, there's no there when you were to come after the city. Should the state revoke their licenses, I'll say again, or something of that effect, the Reno Municipal Code requires that we close that facility, regardless of whether or not they hold a City of Reno license. So if something goes on appeal, because I don't believe that that there is a pending trial at the moment. But let's say there's an appeal, and the folks from Thrive were to lose their license somehow in that process, we would have to send our personnel down to ensure that they were no longer operating.
Yeah, so the possibility could be that they could lose the license, therefore, then we would have to act on that. We would not be able to trump the state, correct? Correct.
Well, right, we could not issue a license if the state did not. That's correct.
But they're proceeding at their own risk as well. I mean, if they're going to do a bunch of property improvements and invest a bunch of money, I mean, they're putting their neck and resources out on the line too. So I think we're just looking for a no harm sort of statement from Jonathan to say,
No harm. Right.
yeah, hold
Yeah,
on.
and for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Yeah, this is not precedential. This is not opening up the doors to liability. This is pretty cabined, and to the extent that the state revisits it and revokes the license, we're obligated to do the same. So I wouldn't, to your question, Councilmember Jarden, I don't believe that there's any liability or precedential value in going forward. So.
Thank you. Thanks for putting it on record. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
I think what I want to say at this time is that I think that things are working very well in Reno. There's been no threats of suing Reno as there have, for example, in North Las Vegas, where things are much more confusing than the system we've laid out. And I am just trying to be, both of these are located in Ward 2. As you pointed out, one is under construction. Apparently they just pulled their building permit in the last few days, according to staff, and one is operating. However, to my knowledge, they all both, and please correct me, Dylan, if this is correct. My understanding is they both have conditional licenses, and that's correct. And so what I believe is that we should have permanent licenses or sign off from the state before we do our job, because our job is to ensure that all state and federal regulations are followed. And that's what that says right in our Reno Municipal Code. And I don't know how to ensure that until the state issues their permanent license. I mean, they don't have a permanent license today. So that's why I made the move.
I apologize for interrupting. It occurs to me, hearing you speak, that I nodded perhaps to only part of your question. They both have licenses.
Okay, what is that?
Thrive's license is a permanent license. Deep Roots is not, because nobody can get a permanent license until the state comes to see your facility and so forth. And of course, they're still constructing theirs.
Right. So it makes sense to me, at least in that case, where they're still constructing and the state hasn't approved. And I was just trying to treat everybody fairly and not call out one and treat them differently. I was trying to equally provide the same process to both, even though they're in a different place. And the reason is because there still is potential litigation. There still is a phase 3 to the litigation. There are still regulations underway. At the state, they have not. They just had a hearing this week on regulations. So I think we're premature to give them a full-on license. I've made my case. I'm trying to protect the city and do this very thoughtfully. And it's nothing against my colleagues. I didn't know they wouldn't support this idea. So, I'm not prepared for that. So I'm just telling you what I think and what I think is the best course of action.
And I would agree to remain cautious over this next year as it still is playing out at the state level. Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I mean absolutely no respect to my council member and the good woman from Ward 2. I think the problem I have with it is we have a legal entity, a business that has gone through the process. The idea that the litigation that's out there that has been the great boogeyman for the last year and a half would prevent us from moving forward is just not something I am not supportive of. I believe that these businesses have done the work. They've made investments in this community. They are employing folks. And right now, I don't want to be a barrier to anyone's success. And I understand that the entities were willing to give another year, but in my mind, they do so not as freely as they might otherwise do. It's very difficult to turn down a request to get a continuance when a member asks for it. And so I just think we have to honor the businesses and their commitment to this community. And I'm happy to move forward on the basis of my motion and just think we've done our best. We've waited a while. We were cautious. It's now time to let the process play out and move forward without worrying what some other far-flung jurisdiction may or may not say or how it might change. If things change, they change, and we'll adapt to them when they do. But until then, this business should just be allowed to move forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I didn't get a second.
Jonathan, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just, real quickly, and I think Mr. Saber touched upon this, but just to give people some comfort, under RMC section 22060, that section's entitled Immediate Revocation of Business License Without Hearing. There's a couple events which take place immediately that license is revoked. So I guess to Councilmember Doer's point, if the business fails to maintain a valid and current license issued by the state, that's an immediate revocation without a hearing. So we do have in our code the ability, in fact, it would happen automatically, that license would be revoked. So on a going forward basis, if the concern is that we're giving something permanent that's not going to, that if there's issues relative to the litigation that changes the status of the applicant, I would just say that if it means that they don't have a license, our code already contemplates that, and it would be revoked automatically. That gives it people some comfort.
And Jonathan, it's a privileged license, correct?
It is, correct.
Okay.
That end, maybe I addressed, sorry.
And I think, sorry, Councilwoman Doer, I was just saying, especially with privileged licenses, I don't think those should be shoved through, but that's just my opinion moving forward. Is I think things could still change within the next year. I think that that's incredibly possible. Councilwoman Doer.
Yeah, I was just going to, I don't know if I'm supporting this motion at this time, but for Mr. Reese's consideration, we had a condition. In addition to the expiration of 1 year, there was a second part, and this really puts people on notice to what our code says. It's an additional caution. It says if for any reason the state does not make the certificate permanent or reopens the application vetting process and performs a reevaluation of the ranking process, which results in the business dropping from the top 4 position, the license would be rescinded. So I wonder if, that's a current condition. It's separate and apart from the 1 year. At least it puts people on notice. So I don't know if you'll want to make that part of your motion too.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, who gave me the motion? Councilwoman Breckes.
No, I think, Madam Mayor, I did, and I'm happy with the motion as made.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
I guess I would just say, I agree the motion stands. I do not want to modify it either. Think about this. The overlapping jurisdictional authority of licensing operations in the city. Banks have to go to the federal government and get a charter. Security brokers, they have to go to the SEC and get approved. There are so many different, when you start thinking about it, tobacco and alcohol manufacture, everything. When you start thinking about it, there are so many business operation doctors that have overlapping approvals. This one's a little unique. I admit it's privileged. There were a cap that put us more in the role, but I think the idea of wanting to hold it again and again for some sort of secondary other government level licensing is just not a good precedent. So I'm ready for the vote, and thank you.
Those banks and doctors obviously were not in the middle of a heated litigation concerning the vetting of these applications either, Councilwoman Breckes. Anyway, I'm going to stay consistent based on the application, the vetting of this application. And then also, the other issue I had was the proximity right next door to a substance abuse rehab facility. So I will be voting no. But I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to go on the record that it hurts my heart to vote no on this motion, as I have been very supportive of the marijuana industry, and I think our city's done a very good job, and I just want to continue down that path. It's a no smear on them, and I welcome them, continue to welcome them to Ward 2. Hope they do extremely well, and I appreciate them continuing to work with us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor,
Okay,
with
go
that,
ahead.
transitioning to item B2 and B3, these
I
are,
believe that. Doer?
that is correct. Councilmember Dewar pulled these two items. They are separate, however, they will be questions answered by the internal auditor, Emily Kidd, and we are in the process of moving her. I believe she is not with us. She is not with us yet.
So we can come back to that item. I would like to just ask our city manager, Doug Thornley, in the future, and I know you're new, so you did not compile this agenda, but I would just ask that moving forward, when we have these audits, that they should not be on the consent agenda. I would like them to be as a full agenda item so that we can get a full staff report from Emily, because sometimes these are pretty complex and they can take some time to sort of reevaluate some of our processes and how we can improve upon those. So typically, if we can get those as separate agenda items so that council can review, that would be fantastic, instead of just putting it on consent agenda, where sometimes we might overlook some things that need to be changed, and pretty simple. So
Absolutely.
thank you. Okay, go ahead, take it away, Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, do you want me to, is Ms. Kidd available, or?
That's right. I don't think she is here, but we can come back.
Well, I'll just make a preliminary comment then. I was going to make much the same comment as you, Madam Mayor, in that we have a new manager. I wanted to just identify this as a great opportunity to help him with his management work. Is the auditor is available and is doing excellent work for the city. And I had a chance to review these. These actually came at a time that I was remote. I think one of them came in December of 2019, and I was remote, and there was no presentation on the item at that time. And so this is a follow-up audit, a 6-month review on some of these, and I'll come back with any detailed questions. But I was concur with you, actually. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, great. Let's move on.
Madam Mayor,
Back at you.
I can have Emily Kidd available to answer questions for you. She will not have a video, but she will be able to hear you and you will be able to hear her. So we
Okay.
have her available for items B2 and B3. Additionally, we will be moving Carrie Koski over as she is part of this. I know these are two separate items, but I'd like to take them together if possible so we can make one motion and have everybody available.
Okay, sounds good. So Emily, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm here in chambers. Sorry about that. That was technical difficulties on my part. For the record,
No.
Emily Kidd, Internal Auditor with the City Manager's Office. I have here today item B2, the Sewer Fund Internal Controls Audit Report Follow-up, and also B3, the Public Works Inventory Control Courtyard Audit Report. Both went before you December of last year. However, a presentation was not requested at that time. I'm prepared to answer any questions and do a presentation if requested.
Okay, thanks, Emily. I wish I could see you. It's been a long time. And it's nice to see Carrie. Hello, friend. Okay, I'm going to hand it to Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I am not requesting a presentation in the interest of time and the fact the audit already came forward, but this is a follow-up, and I noticed that a number of the items that you flagged were not actually complete at the 6-month follow-up. And I know one of our important jobs, you know, is management of money, protection of the city assets. And so the audit function is very important to us because it really helps us and the manager flag key issues. And so I'm just going to identify a couple things, and I sort of see a pattern, and maybe there's a way to go forward. So on the first one, which is B2, first of all, I wanted to compliment staff in Public Works because they did follow up on a number of the items to the benefit of the city. So I really appreciate the attention to the audit findings. But there was one thing, and I thought it was important. It says key, and it's item 4, key employees entrusted with financial management do not undergo additional screening once they're hired and processed with a standard pre-employment background check. And it says that, you know, people could have a bankruptcy or financial hardship and things can change. And so they recommended that over a period of time, let's say a person's here 10 years, that there should be a periodic recheck. Maybe it's on a 5-year basis or something. People that are managing money, and this happens to be in Public Works, but it could apply to any of our units that are managing money. And so it said that implementing a policy is not achievable. And I really didn't understand that. They said after they talked to HR, it was not achievable. And I didn't understand why we could not, maybe when we come up and renew contracts or deal with these positions, that it clearly states going forward that you'll be subject to a periodic background check. I'm not in a position to say how often that might be. Again, 3 or 5 years, I don't know what's appropriate. And the second one was there was an ownership issue at Tom Wharf. It sounds like that issue is going to be addressed in the future. So this is just on B2. And so do we have an understanding of why we can't implement a policy to do a periodic background check over time for people managing money? I guess it's both to Public Works and to why statements there.
Yeah, Emily Kidd for the record. I believe that is an HR/legal question, and that was asked of them to respond, and that was their response to the recommendation that based on those parameters that we were not able to do that. It is a recommendation of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners to do periodic updates to background checks for people in key employment positions, and that's why it was a recommendation from the audit. But based on organizational standards, it may or may not be something that people can implement.
Okay. Well, I would just like to ask our manager to look at it going forward, and maybe as the next 6-month check on this audit, we could, you know, maybe we could have an explanation if it is achievable or how long it might take to put in place, maybe a couple of years, I don't know. And that's all. I just wanted to flag that one on B2, but I'm fine with the audit, and I appreciate the work of Public Works and our auditor, especially in this particular case. So I'm prepared to move forward on item B2 and make a motion to accept the audit.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion.
Second.
Can I get a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Okay.
Back at you.
Madam
C3
Mayor.
is, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, B3 is the formal audit on Public Works inventory control. And there were about 15 findings, I think. And I think it's really important. I mean, this is about the city's assets, and I think that the Public Works have taken very important actions in terms of protecting assets once these things were pointed out to them. But I also see on a number of these findings that the answer, when asked if they followed up, like an example is, did they, well, I'll come back to inventory, but a number of the answers are that the money for doing the follow-up, whether it's a safety issue or a better protection of assets, is that the funding is frozen. And I just feel that that we should take a close look at unfreezing funding for either safety improvements or control and management of our assets. I think those things, I think they're in the budget now to be done. The budget's been approved. That was done in July 1. We're now in October. And I think that these particular things, since they speak directly to existing assets, the money should be unfrozen and we should move forward, whether it's fencing or protecting our courtyard or doing a more detailed inventory control process, which it sounds like the Public Works wants to do, and they want to do a better inventory. It sounds like up till now, it's just sort of been a cut and paste, but maybe there actually needs to be a person who's doing the inventory so that when we do another audit follow-up, the auditor actually has an inventory to go by, like, do we still have all the stuff that we bought? Just really basic questions. Any thoughts on that, Ms. Kidd?
Yes, the inventory control process, as you stated in the follow-up at 6 months' time, was not satisfactory, and we will be coming back in 6 months' time to take a look at the updated procedures. The other items that you had mentioned regarding safety and budget, it's not uncommon for audit recommendations to have management responses such as, I need more staff for that, I need more funding for that. We recognize that and put it out on the table for the budgetary process to decide what rises to the top and what does not. And this is the recommendation based on the safety features that we saw back in 2019 during on-site observations.
Okay, so I would just like to ask our manager to look at these findings. There's like 15 of them, see which ones are appropriate to unfreeze and move forward with. And if some still need, we can't afford it, you just need to let us know so we know that we're at risk in a particular area and we know what the cost of our decision is. If we're going to keep the money frozen, then we can't hold the people accountable if a vehicle is stolen or a piece of equipment disappears because we weren't able to, take the actions at the city level. So I just thought it would be a great time to highlight this for our new manager and put it in his book of business, so to speak, and appreciate him being here and being able to pay attention. And at the same time, I want to compliment Public Works. Most of these items, you have great intent to move forward, and I know you're very appreciative of getting the audit yourself. And I just, again, want to compliment our auditor, very thorough job. Thank you. And I would make a motion to move forward on B3.
You're on mute, Madam Mayor.
Is that a second?
Yes, that was my second.
And I said too. So now we're adopting cool signs. I like it. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, next item is item B10, is pulled by Councilmember Breckus. We will be moving Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant City Manager, over to answer your questions.
All right, and Vice Mayor Reese, I'm going to just put you in charge for.
Councilmember Breckus, this was item B10, I think.
Yeah, so this is a contract with the Downtown Partnership that flows CARES Act money to them for additional services. And I had some questions at my 1 p.m. Monday agenda review about how this folds into the contract that we have existing with the Downtown Partnership. And let me just say I'm supportive of this. I think it's a good use of funds. I'm just trying to understand, because it has budgetary implications, how it folds into the existing agreement. And we got a memo around 9 a.m. this morning that didn't really answer my questions. It just sent us the existing agreement, which is fine. I adopted it, I supported it, but section 3.54 of that agreement does allow us to enter into supplemental contracts with the Downtown Regional Partnership, which I presume this is, but it also has some timing on an annual basis, and I think last time we did budgetary work with the Downtown Regional Partnership, there were some open questions about this year's budget of support for the Downtown Regional Partnership. And I just wanted to understand how this money would fold into that. So does anyone have an answer for that?
I'll give a shot at that. Thank you very much. Short answer is this is supplemental to the general agreement and funding and separate from. Slightly longer answer is, the budgetary questions this year were resolved. There were some shortfalls in the supplemental donations of money towards police services, presumably due to COVID and the financial impacts of that. That's been resolved. So this contract is essentially to help with the significant increase in our homeless population due to COVID and the very important work of the ambassadors to help the city staff manage those impacts, both with cleaning and with referrals and just general contacts. They have been doing that through the course of the year to some degree, but it's taken away from their other core responsibilities. So we anticipate a pretty intensive effort here between now and the new year to help mitigate the impacts of COVID on the homeless population, and that's what this funding would do.
Well, if I could follow up, Mr. or Madam Mayor, so the police shortfall that you're talking about that's been cured up, I think that's the heart of the question I'm getting at. Is that, I recall the agreement, and I couldn't find it in the agreement involved the partnership raising some funds. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, it is for a 3-year period. I think it's referred to as gap funding.
Uh-huh.
And the agreement was $900,000 a year to be raised from the business community, and it was roughly $100,000 short this year.
Okay.
And we were able to make some adjustments and essentially continue business with that gap.
Was that fiscal year or calendar year?
Good question. I believe it was calendar year, but I'm not positive of that.
Okay. I mean, here's my thinking. I thought it was a high burden to put them as a contractor to have to go out and raise money. I don't really feel that government should be contracting someone to raise money. We do it with the VOA, and I've never been comfortable with that. So I just wondered, my other question really was if the shortfall or this funds came in as a base raise to the assessment going forward as we bake the assessment going forward. Have you looked at it from that perspective?
Yeah, it does not affect the assessment.
Okay. So.
All right, I'm gonna move on, Councilman Breckus.
Okay, no. I was just wondering, was there any budget augmentation of our funds going in to fill that 100,000 gap?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move on, Councilman Breckus. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's Downtown Reno Partnership, not regional. But I'm excited for this. I think we've seen the value of the ambassadors for sure and the Downtown Reno Partnership, and they've gotten some pretty amazing recognition recently, some deep dive audits that have proven their worth. And I'm excited to see us get some additional ambassadors to help address some of these issues during COVID. It's no surprise that the issues surrounding homelessness and the numbers of homelessness are increasing, and they have really become invaluable in interfacing with that population. And they have spent a tremendous amount of their time, as you can imagine, just simply wiping down surfaces, which does defer some of the other things that they may be doing. So I'm excited to see this. I think it'll allow us to have expanded impacts in a positive way. I think this is COVID dollars very, very well spent. So I appreciate all your work, Arlo and Alex Stutinsky and everybody involved. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you, Councilwoman Jordan, on really being a great asset on that board, because I think it is so critical. But not only that, I think we have to remember all bids across the country are just doing so much more with less right now. COVID has really put a strain and stress on so many of these resources. So it's really important that we do support them in every way that we can, and they're all working extremely hard and having to put in just massive amounts of time and really taking care of our downtown. And there's a lot of services that they provide that we don't see, first and foremost. A lot of them are the eyes to a lot of these businesses down there. So I just want everyone to remember that. So I want to say thank you so much, Councilwoman Jardin and Alex Paczynski and Arlo, for, just doing a tremendous job on this. And I think if we don't support them, we are doing a huge disservice, certainly to downtown and to the residents who live there. So good job. Okay, anyone else? Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to continue my line of thought. As I said, I am supportive of this. I think it's a good use of COVID funds. I was just trying to understand how it melded into the existing contract, and if there was a shortfall of their obligation, which could be considered a default, maybe the council could consider this part of the fundraising that they were supposed to do, and be generous in not putting them into a default scenario on that if one did exist, because we know that we have people in the downtown area, some of who pay into this assessment, who, are very watchful and want us to be very watchful. So that's why I was asking the budgetary questions about that. But I think we also have a calendar on setting the bid. So maybe when it comes up forward for us to set the assessments kind of in advance before we have to actually do it, we could get a little bit more of an accounting of this year and understand how things were going. And if we have to put on the table that obligation for them to do that private fundraising, put that as an option for us. That's the only considerations I was getting at. But I was just also wondering how our resources went forward. So I will make the motion, and I appreciate the opportunity to express my thoughts on that.
All right, so I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously. Back at you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item B12 as pulled by Councilman Delgado, we have Dr. Angie Taylor representing the Washoe County School District available to answer questions, as well as Lauren Olin.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Oscar, Councilman Delgado, right ahead.
Thank you. Super excited. I know there's many people in our community that are really excited about this item. Of course, my close friend, Dr. Angie Taylor. You guys are changing lives today. Honestly, we are changing lives. And one of the decisions about what we're doing today is really data-driven. And I know we can speak to the schools and communities that are being impacted positively. Because really these communities are being impacted negatively, because we just have to look at the data. So the schools that are going to receive these devices, nearly $2.5 million worth of devices for these families, is going to be tremendous. And I shared this with you last time, but actually this morning I was at Veterans Elementary School where I was talking to parents and kids and welcoming them to school as part of their safety pedestrian to the school day, and talking to the parents. And Dr. Angie Taylor can speak to this right off the bat, is you're still having families, 3 or 4 families meeting in the living room in order to deal with the social distancing learning. A lot of them sharing their iPhones, a lot of them sharing their iPads, a lot of them just trying to figure it out. And there's actually a few businesses on Wells where people go to because that's where they get their free Wi-Fi. And so this is just something for us in order to step up and be proactive and look upstream rather than being. And this is reactive, but it's also looking downstream in terms of we never know when this is going to clear up. So I don't want to speak too much of it. You guys know I'm speaking to the choir. I love all you guys for doing this, and I'd love to hear and let public comment and share as well the energy and excitement that hopefully we'll be able to do a lock up here in a few minutes.
All right, then I'd love to send it to the one and only Angie Taylor.
Well, good morning, Madam Mayor, and to all the council members, and special good morning this morning to Council Member Oscar Delgado. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about this item. I am so excited. You guys know I'm pretty excitable anyway, but I'm really excited about this, and I want to come and answer any questions that you may have about this really exciting time. As you know, I'm Dr. Angie Taylor, and I am the proud Vice President of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, and I do want to thank again, Councilman Delgado, for just stepping up to address this well-documented digital divide. And it's something that we've heard more and more about nationally, even globally, because this is a global issue as we all do all that we can to deal with COVID and hope to do as much as we can to avoid a second wave, right? But we're grateful. We're grateful to have so many of our students back in school on a regular basis. But we know, however, we still have some students, some families who have opted to be dual distance learners, and some are in that hybrid, one day on, one day off if they're in middle school or high school, for individual reasons, right? But they don't have sufficient access to technology at home. Councilman Delgado gave some examples of families getting together, going to families going to businesses on Wells or at Starbucks, or I even know a situation where there's a family, they have one phone and 3 people, 3 students, and the mother works from home. I mean, that's just not going to cut it. And the presentation that we had at our board meeting last night, we also looked at some trends and who really needs to have the technology. And no surprise to any of us, they're some of our most academically vulnerable students, some of those with English language problems, some of those that are in our special ed programs, some on IEPs or individual learning programs. And you have a lot of those who are black, brown, and poor, bottom line, right? And these students are unable to take full advantage of their educational opportunity because they don't have devices. And additionally, we know that there will still, this is Reno, Nevada, and we love our home, but there will still be snow days. And surprising to all of us, there may still be smoke days, right? And then, we know there still may even be some COVID days as we get through flu season and so on. We don't know if we're going to have to all go back inside. But any of these, all of those situations will impact all students. So specifically, this grant will provide devices for 5,411 students. That's 5,411 students that are attending schools in our city. And this price is good under a quote from a vendor that expires in 2 days. No pressure. All right. So we have used CARES funds, though, just so you know. We use CARES funds that have been allocated to us, awarded from Assembly Bill 3 and the 31st special session of the legislature. We've used bills for additional devices, as well as we've used our own CARES funds awarded directly to us to purchase hotspots and buses so that in areas where students don't have the connectivity, as we're talking about going on the Wells and going to Starbucks and other places. So that's the other part of this is devices, but also connectivity. And all of these devices, these 5,411 devices, will all have the connectivity. Will have access to the internet through some solutions that best fit their particular family. So they won't just have the laptop. They'll actually have the connectivity that they need to jump in and to do their distance learning. So we've been working to address this digital divide at all levels, as you can see, the state, the local, and even the federal level. This component that we're talking about today will provide 5,411 devices. This is a key piece to our overall solution because we need all students to catch up. Some students haven't had good access, really good instruction consistently since March. That is just not okay. So we need them to catch up, to keep up, and to get ahead. So we're also asking the City of Sparks to jump in with their CARES resources. We're asking them to help support our struggling nutrition services department. As you know, when kids aren't in school, sometimes they don't eat. Not only do they not eat, sometimes their families don't eat. So we need the supplies and the equipment, the cooling bags and all those things so that we can have more points where people that are not in school, they can still go and pick up the food they need for their families in a safe way. We're asking Washoe County to jump in with their CARES funds and using them to support some new temporary employee health nurses so that, they play a critical role in assisting and advising our staff on potential exposures to reduce community transmission, which we're all really concerned about. But we're proud to say that to date, in the Washoe County School District, these nurses, this program has been working so well that although there are cases at many of our schools in our district, that there's been no school spread. That means there's a case because someone's gone somewhere and did something, but they are not catching and passing COVID at schools. That's just how important this program really has been. So on behalf of all my colleagues on the board, and really on the entire district led by Dr. Christian McDaniel, we just want to thank you for this exciting opportunity to partner with you Thank you for your commitment to help our students during this. It's been said a lot, unprecedented time, but it really is. We want them to have optimal access to education while being in the safety of their own homes, whether it's full-time or every other day. So if approved today, then again, one more time, we will complete the order for 5,411 devices if you buy today. There's only a few days left. I'll throw in some steak knives if I need to. All right. With the hopes of receiving these computers and being able to have them in the hands of these needy students at the beginning of the second semester, because there's a backup on ordering. Processors are slow. All of them come out of China. Everybody all over the world is ordering these, but we believe that we can get these in the hands of our students till our start our second semester. So we're very, very excited.
Dr. Taylor, first of all, the school district is so lucky to have you. You do an amazing job. Obviously, your passion shines right through this computer of mine, and that's why we all love you. And so we're really happy and excited to be able to do this to help our students. We all have to come together as one. So this is great. I did have one question for you, though, Dr. Taylor. Obviously, these devices are critical for the children, but the other thing that I was curious to know, has the school district also worked with some of these connectivity providers? Because I think that's another critical piece in some of these areas where, some of these students might not have access to connectivity. Have they been good partners? And I'd like to know, and if not, I think it's certainly a discussion that the city needs to start having with some of our internet providers and so forth, since I think we do have a franchise, I think with Charter and maybe some others, but I think that those are also critical components to make sure you have all the infrastructure that you need.
No, I really appreciate that, Madam Mayor. There's a state contract with T-Mobile, and I see that Lauren, who writes all of our grants and has been involved in that accessibility. Lauren's joined us. Lauren, you want to jump in? Because you can provide the specifics about what you've been doing for connectivity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor, and good morning, Mayor Shivi. For the record, Laura Nolan, Director of Grants. With our CARES Fund, we have bought 3,000 hotspots, and we've also bought 25 bus Wi-Fi. So the buses go into neighborhoods where we know connectivity is not that good, and they sit there so that the kids can access. Our contract is with T-Mobile, and they've been a wonderful partner. I couldn't speak to the other providers that we have in town, that I could follow up with our IT director and ask him, but I haven't really heard of that as much as just that the children, if they're having problems with connectivity, it's because they don't have a hotspot or Wi-Fi at their home. So we're solving that problem by giving them the hotspots that we have bought with other CARES funding.
Okay. I'm happy to put you in touch with some of our, partners over at Charter. They've been pretty good, but I do think they need to be at the table so that we can all help each other lift this initiative up. And so just reach out to me and let's get on the phone and have a conversation with Charter, because they have been a good community partner and a franchise partner. And I think it's important to bring that to the table. So let's do that and see if, that can help you in some capacity. So awesome job. Okay.
That'll be fantastic. That'll be fantastic.
Okay, so let's go around the room. Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to just first say, I think we all get this somewhat often as we're out in the community and people say, what are you, council member, doing about the state of our education? And it's sometimes very disappointing for us to say to a person, well, that's not our job as the city council. We do other things? We've got this great school board over here, and they are really responsible for it. And I sometimes think that does not resonate well with people. And the reason why I mention that is because this is an example of where the city is using its abilities, even though very narrow, to come alongside and partner with the school district. So I thank Councilmember Delgado for his leadership in making this item be front and center. Obviously, we have a lot of push and pull on our resources, but when the ask was made, Councilmember Delgado listened to the call, and each of us then has been brought along with that too. And I just think it's important to point out that when we can, we want to be good partners with the school district. And although our role is limited, when we have the opportunity, whether it's this item or whether it's the capital funding project committee that I have the privilege of serving on, we come alongside and we lift up, because we know that our school district is awesome. Our kids deserve to have a quality education, and the leaders like Dr. Taylor who are making that happen are, really to be honored. And so I just want to say thank you to this body, and I hope that we will support and advance this, as I believe we will. And again, thank you to Dr. Taylor for being here, and Councilmember Delgado for his infinite leadership on this agenda item. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll only take one. I just wanted to also thank the school district for developing this partnership and the future partnerships we're going to do. I wanted to mention that at the Regional Planning Governing Board, which a school board member sits on, which is Katie Simon Holland, she mentioned that the computers, she thought at the earliest would be coming in October. And that was about 2 weeks ago, I think, 10 days ago. I don't know if we have a more updated delivery time. You said hopefully in time for the second quarter, I think you said. Could you just address that?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Yes, because we can't order these computers until we get money.
Right.
And so the ones that we have ordered, actually the ones that we're going to get in the next couple of weeks, are ones that we ordered in July.
That's what she said, exactly.
Yes. They're ones that, so we identified that we were approximately 11,000 computers short. And so we've been using some of our CARES funds, some state revenues. We've been using every little bit. As we've gotten money or identified them, we've ordered them right away. And so the next batch coming in, that's certainly that batch, but it still leaves a bit of a hole. And we've been pulling computers from schools, which really hurts the students when they're in school. Then they don't have a laptop. So we've been pulling them to loan them to students so they can use them at home if they're full distance. Again, especially these are some of our most vulnerable populations. So, so they're coming, and then we'll order these, and it'll be a few months because of the backlog.
So there was 11,000. You ordered some in July. Those are coming in October. So that's a 4 or 5 month delay. Mm-hmm. And then you're saying the next batch. And then I guess what I'm asking here too is I know the money has to be spent by the end of December. And I guess this is a question for Dylan. Is it considered once we transmit the money over to the school board that it's spent, or do the computers actually have to come in before the bill is paid, or how does that work?
Thank you so much for the question. For the record, Dylan Shaver. I'm going to look at this camera just for convenience's sake for me. But as we discussed when we brought this up the first time, the funds do have to be expended by the 30th of December of this year. Those expenses can be prepaid if it would be sort of logical in the normal course of doing business to do it that way. Otherwise, they cannot. The district is subject to the same restrictions on the fund that we are. So this does not, this counts as an expense on our part, but until they expend the resources, and they still have to do it under the same deadline we do.
Okay.
That's
so it's like a...
That's right. That said, there is an additional sort of reasonableness standard the Treasury Department has given us as it relates to when an expenditure has occurred. So just for example, should they, and I would encourage they do so, order these laptops immediately upon the end of this meeting, and they just don't show up in time, that still counts because they can reasonably expect to order a computer and get it here in a timely fashion. If they waited until the 9th of December and did it, it would be a different story.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm so excited. I'll end there, but I just wanted to get that on the record that we're going to get the computers, we're going to expend the money, and it gives me great confidence. And I thank you so much for being here, Dr. Taylor, and the whole council for their leadership.
Sorry, Naomi. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone to sort of help speed up our meeting because we have not gotten through nearly 2 pages of this agenda, and Councilwoman Dewar, that was 4 minutes.
Sorry.
Not
Mr.
I know-
Dillon, I mean, Mr. Shaver took 2 minutes of that.
And all of that, but I really want to ask this council, let's be a little bit more diligent of our time so we can get through this entire agenda. Go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief. And of course, to Dr. Taylor, thank you for being here. I appreciate all your work and leadership at the Washington County School District. Your 64,000 students, I believe, I always hear that number. They are in good hands with you in one of the leadership positions. Councilmember Delgado, just tremendous. You always do such a good job of advocating for your neighborhood and for what's right. And why am I saying that here today is this is an example of us as a local jurisdiction government body acting relatively quickly to address a need that will have a very positive impact. It doesn't matter if this is not our normal course of action. The city doesn't normally get into school district sort of things. We saw the need, we stepped up, and we are helping you to help serve our community's kids. I think DC could take a page from what we are doing, and I hope that they will. So thank you for leading.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, do we need to take a motion on this?
Madam Mayor, you do, so I would recommend you send it back to Councilmember Delgado.
Okay, go ahead, superstar Councilman Delgado, and also I just want to throw it in there, thank you, Dylan. I know you've been sort of helping us distribute a lot of these funds, and you've had a lot on your plate, so I just want to mention your hard work too, so thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You took the words out of my mouth. I wanted to thank all of our staff, Dylan specifically, and all those at the Washington County School District, and all the community members that spent countless numbers of hours and conversations about making sure that resources are going to be spent appropriately and in the right neighborhoods and the right families. So thank you to everyone that's had a hand in all this. And of course, thank you to the council, all my friends, my family. Thank you. This is going to change lives. Thank you so much. I move to approve item B12 to support our school district and families.
All right, awesome. Okay, I got a motion.
Second,
And
Stewart.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, congrats, yay.
Thank you very much on behalf of the 5,411 students that will utilize these. And I will tell Mr. Shaver, these computers will be ordered by 11:30.
All right, awesome. All right, thanks, Dr. Taylor. Thanks, Angie.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, Madam Clerk, that's you.
Madam Mayor, moving on to our next item, we are on public hearings. This is item C1, 441 Cheney Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. Madam Mayor, it should be noted, we will be opening item C11, C12, and C13. There will need to be separate actions. However, I would like to take them all together.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We received a letter of support from Rebecca Rosenberg, a letter of opposition from Beth Daly, a letter of opposition from Chris Sansvarino, and 2 letters of concern from Sean O'Reilly and Matthew and Joanne Falk.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask council members if you have any disclosures on this item. Anyone with disclosures? Seeing that there are none, we will move on.
Madam Mayor, we did receive 1 voicemail for public comment. If it pleases the board, we can play that at this time before we move to staff presentation.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, we will now play a voicemail received prior to 4 p.m. yesterday for this specific agenda item from Pat McLaughlin.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, at this time, staff presentation.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we will move over Angela Foos to be able to give you a brief staff presentation.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. For the record, Angela Booth, Acting CD Director. Real quick, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so the request before you is both a master plan amendment and a zone change. And can everyone see the map? Any thumbs up? Okay. This site is located in what we would call an infill area. This is part of the Wells Avenue neighborhood plan. This is an area that historically has gone through quite a bit of transition over time. Again, most of the developments have been here since the early era of City of Reno when it first started. And so a lot of these properties are very old, and we're starting to see kind of pockets of new development come in. So specifically, it is located on a corner. There's an alley to the north, Wilson to the east, and Cheney to the south. Again, this is a request for two things. One is to change the zoning, and the second is to change the master plan. It currently has a zoning of MF14, so that allows 14 units per acre. The applicant requested to increase that zoning to allow more density, and so they are asking to go to MF30. And as you can see, in terms of colors on a map, the property pretty much to the north, south, and east shares that MF14 zoning, and the property to the west has a community commercial zoning. Within that community commercial zoning, you can have residential development, and there's no density limitation. So in other words, if they wanted to come in with 45 units to the acre and they were zoned community commercial, they could do that as long as they could fit within all the requirements. So by going from the MF14 to the MF30, we have put a limit on density to no more than 30 units per acre. So as well as a zone change, they are required to go through a master plan amendment. They are changing that from what we call a mixed residential to suburban mixed use. I believe the applicant is also available and can provide presentations. They did reach out to the community. They did have to do a neighborhood meeting because this is a master plan amendment. They talked about a specific project that they were actually proposing to do. We are not getting into any specific projects because, again, at a zone change level, we're not sure what development is actually going to be. So the applicant did propose a project to the neighbors so they can get a better feel of what that's going to look like. But again, the things that we're concerned with is, does this zoning and master plan make sense? Staff was able to make all the findings, both for the master plan and zone change. Planning Commission also recommended approval of the master plan and zone change, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Angela, I have a question. I don't know.
We will turn it back over to Vice Mayor Reese. I believe Naomi has a question. Councilmember Dewar.
Councilmember Dewar, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just, the issue was brought up about the parking, and my family has a longtime association with the VA going back to the 70s. And I've been there a lot, and it is very true that parking in the general area is very difficult, as well as on the parking structure that's there, and I know it's only gotten worse. So what you said, you're not sure the project that's going on the site, but what would they be allowed to do on-street parking too? I mean, this multifamily 30, I think you said.
Correct. So again, this zoning will allow for residential development. The site is slightly less than half an acre in size, so the maximum number of units they could fit is 13. When they come in with a plan, they will have to show us how they're providing parking both on-site and off-site. And they will have to provide, they do have the option to provide a portion of their required parking on the street, but it has to only be contained within the street that's in front of their parcel. They can't use the street that's in front of their neighbor's parcel or across the street. So they will, whatever their project looks like when they come in, we'll review it and make sure it meets the parking requirements.
So do they have a certain frontage on the street then, like 100 feet or something, or?
They do. On one side, it's about 140 feet, and on the other side, it's about 137 feet.
Okay, so they're on a corner and they have two frontages. And then what I could imagine happening, because parking's so stressful there, is that they may want like residential parking permits. And I know we went through this whole analysis of eliminating those and sort of opening up the parking in general areas, but then we instituted it at the university. So I don't know, do you anticipate that, something like that happening?
At a zone change level, I would say no. The only thing we're looking at is this zoning and is this density appropriate? When they come in with a plan, and again, they will have to show us where their garage parking is, where their street parking is. They'll have to show us where their driveways are. All of that will be taken into consideration.
All right.
Come forward and ask for any kind of special permits, we review it at that time. Generally speaking, we don't go to projects and anticipate them wanting to have their own special parking that's outside of code. So they would,
thank you.
And we'll review it at that time.
Okay, Councilmember Delgado, Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. So, I know your analysis involves what if they came in for community commercial and, that's not what they asked for. I'm not supportive of even using that as an analysis point because I find it an intrusive transition and a hard edge up against MF14. I tend to support the MF30 as a good balance, but I do want to know at what point in this zoning district overlay of the MF30 does it go straight to building permit up to how many units?
So they will, if they're coming in with a tentative map, they will be required to come in for a special use permit. If they're coming in for apartments, gosh, off the top of my head, let me pull up the zoning code. Go ahead and keep asking me questions. I'll pull up the zoning code.
So excuse me. So if they come in for a tentative map, they go for a tentative map. What's the trigger of a special use permit in that scenario? Condominium development?
Right, a tentative map, assuming whether it's condos, townhomes, that would trigger a tentative map, so that would require review by the planning commission through a public hearing.
Yeah, but that's a more there's a different discretionary review, in my view, of impacts in a tentative map versus a special use permit or a site plan review. But having said that, is there, maybe I missed in Ms. Dewar's commentary, is there a residential permit parking, not a residential, she asked about residential.
Right.
But is there a residential permit parking program around the VA? There is, isn't there? It's one of the zones.
And this is about 2 blocks north and about 2 blocks west of the VA, so I don't believe there's any residential parking in this particular block.
But the council and the city holds the, we have a separate ordinance where we could extend a residential permit zone into this neighborhood if we felt that, in our mind, we want to make sure that residents get the parking rights over there. It's a tool that we have outside of the zoning code. I was just wondering if we had, I think the VA is a parking permit, residential parking zone, right? Don't you think it is?
I don't know. I think the street, Taylor Street, I thought had residential signs, specific parking signs, but I can't speak for that entire area.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I can actually speak to that. Yes, Ashley Turney, Reno City Clerk, though this is no longer living in my shop. I can confirm that there is no residential parking permitted program around the VA hospital. However, as Angela noted, there are individual resident parking spaces that have been reserved through the Public Works program.
Okay. No, it's not like the university. Okay, and that's fine. A lot of cities are getting away from those anyway. I just wondering. I guess I'm supportive. The concern that I have is one that is design related, and that is that the code has, and I don't see it in the zoning code markup, has really allowed these short driveways in some of these infill properties. Short driveways involve parking, walking, sidewalks all the time. And I'm seeing it go on even more than when I brought it to the council under one of our zoning meetings. So where will the chance be for the public to look at these short driveways if these are involved in this design?
And so if they do more than 4 units, they will trigger a site plan review. That is a staff level review, but there is a public notice process.
Okay.
So the neighbors will have the opportunity to appeal it.
Okay, for both going tentative and going apartments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice,
Councilmember Delgado. Oh,
Mr.
go
Vice
ahead.
Mayor, I did
Madam-
just want to let council know that we do have Carrie Romeyer available to answer questions, and she is representing the applicant.
No problem. I think we've got most of our questions answered, but Councilmember Delgado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Fuss, for the details, and my colleagues are asking the questions. I am familiar with the project. I was able to meet with the applicant. I feel comfortable with, as stated by the Planning Commission, to move forward with the project. And so I'd like to propose a motion to uphold the recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I will note that that motion is on the record for item C11 and C12. For item C13, I need to turn it over to Carl Hall to read the bill number, and then we'll look for that same motion.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is item C13, ordinance introduction, bill number 7158, case number LDC 21-00001, 441 Cheney Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendment. Request for an amendment to the zoning district from multifamily 14 dwelling units per acre to multifamily 30 dwelling units per acre, Ward 3.
Councilman Delgado.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Weber. Any additional discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, moving on to item C2. This is a public hearing for the Pioneer Theater Auditorium Zone Change.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C2. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, I'm not sure we'll need a staff presentation, but if someone could be moved over, I'll look to the body. Any questions at this time? Councilmember Breckus, I know you had some inquiry. I'll start with you.
Yeah, and we're on C2, correct?
C2, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Hall will have to read the ordinance introduction,
Okay.
but let's start with your question because it might help.
Yeah, I'm the liaison to the Historic Resources Commission, so this is something that I, keep an eye on and have been a part of their discussions and watched the Planning Commission on it. I think it's very exciting and notable that we have two downtown treasures that really enhance our built environment and the quality of it coming forward for listing. And we don't have that many listed properties. These are both public, or one was public, nonprofitly owned, and the other is public by our Washoe County government. And thank you to them for all the historic preservation work that they do. But I just want to highlight to the council my understanding, and I would like it confirmed by our staff, about how the amendments to the zoning code are being proposed for these HL overlays, because I want to know next steps. My understanding is that the historic amendments to the Title 18 are getting rid of having these overlays on the historic properties. And I'm not really comfortable with that. I think that there needs to be full notice to all property owners when they buy properties that they surround a historic resource, particularly because some of the amendments to the code involve protections for being a historically listed property. And I think that it is the best notice to people who surround is on the official zoning map, that they know that they're coming in near a protected property, that the city has placed some protections on that property of a greater private property right than someone who's not listed might have. So that's really important to me. And I know that'll come forward to us for our discussion. I think we have a meeting coming up very soon on that. And there's other good improvements on the listing, but can staff confirm to me that the idea is to get rid of these zoning districts? So at some point, if we do this action today and adopt it in 2 weeks, are we then going to be re-amending and removing this zoning district designation under the proposal?
Councilmember Breckus, let me defer your question for a second. I'm going to go first to Mr. Hall for the ordinance introduction, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Hall if your question is topical, given the nature of what we've noticed, because I'm just worried that we're off of it. So let me go first to Mr. Hall for the ordinance introduction, then we'll ask the question that you've asked, and if it is topical, then we'll find staff to get on for it. Because your question is a good one, I'm just not sure it's related to what's been noticed for us. Mr. Hall, can you do the ordinance introduction? I apologize for not getting to you first. I wanted to defer to our liaison to the Historic Resources. Mr. Hall, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7159, case number LDC 21-00013, Pioneer Theater Auditorium Zone Change, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a plus or minus 1.14 acre site located on the east side of South Virginia Street between Mill and State Streets at 100 South Virginia Street to add the historic landmark overlay district designation, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 3.
Okay,
and
thank
I
you
see
for that.
to your second question, I see that Jeff Borchardt is on the line, and I think he can quickly respond to Councilmember Breckus' question.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Borchardt, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Vice Mayor Reese, members of the council, Jeff Borchardt. I am having a little bit of trouble with my video, and for some reason I'm not seeing myself, and hopefully you're seeing me, and if you're not, my apologies, and I'll try to get my camera fixed a little bit later. But
we're not seeing you, but we hear you just fine.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much. To answer Councilwoman Breckus' point, yes, we are planning on getting rid of the HL overlay designation as part of the code update. We can talk about that as part of our code update workshops, which are happening, I believe, next week. Part of that is due to streamlining the process. When it comes to this specific item, we are looking at completing the process of listing this on the register. It is currently listed on the register. That action was completed by the City Council on July 29th. This is just the second step of listing the HL overlay, which is the way that our code is currently written. And so this would be the first hearing to add the historic landmark overlay designation. The Pioneer Theater is one of our most prominent modern structures. Yes, this and the next item are both modern movement structures, and that's why they're being listed. I don't know if you guys have any more additional questions for me. If you want a formal presentation, I'd be happy to do a formal presentation.
I think it's important that this question is addressed for Councilmember Breckus and the rest of us. If it comes in the zoning code updates that are planned for the next couple of weeks, that's fine, but it needs to be answered because Councilmember Breckus raises a good point. Again, I'm not sure it's germane to the vote we'll take today. I'm happy to move forward with that, but I think just make sure it's covered as we get into the zoning code update.
Sure.
Any additional questions or comments from the body at this time? Hearing none, I'm going to...
Sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, my only question is I'm trying to get my video and it's saying that
I don't see you on the video.
Yeah, it says cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. Just so you know, I'm here, you just can't see me.
You are, and we'll work on that with IT. And I think Madam Mayor has been muted. We're having lots of IT issues. It's not our IT people's fault. It's the platform. Now you're back. Okay, I'm going to come now to Councilmember Breckus, and I'd love to have you make a motion.
Yeah, I mean, my questions have been answered. It establishes for me, who has asked the question, what the plan is if we adopt and refer this today to a second reading. Is there some plan somewhere for us to rezone this property back and get rid of this designation? I just really wanted that timeline. I think it is germane. If I really think, and if a body member asks the question, I think that they should have the privilege of, deciding for themselves if it's germane, because a lot goes into our decision making. So thank you all for letting me have that line of inquiry. Thank you, staff, for your response, and I will move to refer this to a second reading.
Okay.
And Councilmember Delgado, this is Ward 3, and no, it was my fault. I wanted to make sure that our HRC person and our ward representative all got to have a opportunity for this great building and historic nature. I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Delgado. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice
Madam Mayor, item C3.
Madam Mayor,
All right.
item C3 is a bill ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney. This is a public hearing in which you will open for us.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to send it to Carl Hall, or actually, before we do that, let the record reflect, Madam Clerk, that we are now opening the public hearing. Has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item. Additionally, we do not have any public comment.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to send it right back to our city attorney, Carl Hall. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 71660, case number LDC 21-00012, 301 South Center Street, Washoe County Library Zone Change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code. Ordinance change to amend Title 18 Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a plus or minus 0.66 acre site located on the northeast corner of West Liberty Street and South Center Street at 301 South Center Street to add the historic landmark overlay district designation, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it right over to you, Councilman Delgado.
Madam Mayor, I'll let Councilwoman Breckus, who's worked on the Historical Resource Commission, add any comments that she like, but
No, mine is really questions of procedure, so.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Thank you to everyone that's worked on the project. I will move to approve.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Good job,
Thank you.
Councilman Delgado. Okay, let's move on to, Madam Clerk, if I am correct, we are moving on to item D1. This is the city attorney's office. And I would imagine that maybe Mr. Sudi
You are
is
correct.
going to be on this,
That is
which
correct.
I'm really excited about. And I have to tell everyone, Brian has worked really, really hard on this. And I was so impressed with his passion and knowledge to help us get here to bring this item forward, because we've been sort of reworking it for kind of a long time, actually. But I can't thank Mr. Studi enough for his tremendous work on this item. So with that being said, do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Madam Mayor, we received public comment, one letter of concern from Mr. Van Burnt, and then one letter of support from Amy Cummings on behalf of RTC. With that, we have nothing further. We do have Brian Sudi available to answer questions for you.
All right, I see you there. Hello, Brian. I'm excited for you to kick this off, because, like I said, your passion for this has been tremendous, and I'm super grateful for all your hard work and your talent. So go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian Sudi, City Attorney's Office, for the record. If we Madam Clerk, do we have Lieutenant Shaw available?
Yes, we can move Lieutenant over as well.
Thank you. City Council, Lieutenant Shaw from the Reno Police Department is going to lead the presentation and explain why this has come about and kind of the intent of the proposed changes to the ordinance. And then I will also be available at the end just to address some of the language and any questions you have. and I believe he has a brief PowerPoint for you.
Okay.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dr. Shaw. I want to make sure everybody can hear me. All right, and I am a lieutenant that is overseeing the traffic division. I have the honor of doing that. I've got a brief PowerPoint for you. If you'll allow me to share my screen here, we will get that up.
All right. Great to see you, Lieutenant Shaw. We're excited for this presentation. I just want to let council members know to be prepared right after this presentation. Then we are going to take a lunch break. So I just want everyone to be aware.
Lieutenant Shaw, you should be able to hover over the Zoom app and you'll see a green button that says share screen pop up at the bottom. If you're on two screens, you may need to toggle back and forth. Okay.
And hopefully the presentation is up there now.
Presentation is up. We'll just need you to put that into presentation mode for us so that way you can present your slides.
All right, now I think we're in business. Thank you for your patience. So of the two adjustments that we're looking to make to the speed ordinance, one pertains to pedestrian safety zones, so I'm going to talk about those briefly, and the other one is speed reduction itself. First, I want to kind of give you an overview of where we are at currently. All of this data comes from 2019. This is the most current year that we have data for a lot of our crashes. So statewide, of the 243 fatal crashes, 70 of those involved pedestrians. Looking at the county level, they had 16 pedestrian fatalities. That was up 23% from 2018. And then in Reno itself, we had 16 crashes, 8 of which were pedestrians. So fully 50% of our crashes involved pedestrians of our fatals. And we also saw an increase in non-fatal pedestrian crashes as well. So they are on the rise. They're definitely an issue for us. In addition to this, I know this council is acutely aware of the school zone crashes that we had throughout the Truckee Meadows. In the 2019-2020 school year, we had 31 injury crashes, 2 major accident investigations, and a fatality that occurred over at Worcester High School. So that'll be pertinent, obviously, to this speed change. In addition to some of the things that are going on both at the regional level and the state level, Vision Zero, City Council back on the 31st of July in 2019 adopted the Vision Zero action plan for Truckee Meadows. So just a couple of things I want to point out in here. One, of the tenants involved in Vision Zero, want to remind folks that getting there safely is more important than getting there quickly. This has a couple of action items that will speak to what we're trying to do here. One of those was that we wanted to integrate traffic calming, complete street measures in the roadways to lower the 85th percentile speeds. And then the other portion of that is to establish pedestrian safety zones. So Vision Zero, this meets one of their objectives. Not only that, but also at the state level, the Nevada Strategic Highway Safety Plan, Intersections and Pedestrians Task Force. This is one of the standing task forces throughout the state that works on how to eliminate traffic crashes, specifically pedestrians. They also had the same recommendations as one of their action plans: implement complete street projects in conjunction with lowering speed limits and providing pedestrian crossing enhancements. Some of what you've seen here regionally, and that's what we're talking about today, is the lowering of the speed limits. So why it's important to us is a very basic and simple matter of math. We have a couple of graphs here, and there's 2 different things that are important: the stop time and the stop distance. This one shows a slower vehicle traveling, or the slower vehicle is traveling, the shorter the stopping distance, and it gives more opportunity to avoid a crash. The graphs below show the difference in time and distance of a vehicle traveling at 30 miles an hour versus a vehicle traveling at 20 miles an hour. Some of the things you see on that graph, the PR, this is assuming a 2-second perception reaction time, a standard sedan on dry pavement. But where it becomes really important is when we take a look at the stop distance. So that
Time may seem pretty minimal. We're talking about 4.7 seconds at 30 miles an hour versus 3.8 seconds at 20 miles an hour. But the vehicle driving at 30 miles an hour travels an additional 63 feet during that 9/10 of a second. And that's a pretty long distance. And this is the other graph that I want to share with you. This information is from the Vision Zero speed limit research. And this graph is very telling. It talks about the likelihood of a fatal or severe injury at different speeds. So as you can see here, 20 miles an hour, there's about a 10% likelihood of a fatal or severe injury. That jumps to about 50% for a vehicle traveling at 30 miles an hour. And when you get to 40 miles an hour, there's about a 90% likelihood of a fatality or a severe injury. And the reality is that bodies don't do well without the benefit of a seatbelt and 3,000 pounds of steel that is surrounding them. And this applies to our pedestrians, our bicycles, and even our motorcycles. Really, our most vulnerable road users are the most at risk. Small children don't have the body mass to absorb that impact. Our elderly population, there tends to be issues with fragility. And even if they do survive, some of those folks never really recover from those injuries and those crashes. So Vision Zero has noted that for every 5% reduction in speed, there's a 28% reduction in fatal crashes. And one of the common things that we hear is if you lower the speed limit, it's going to slow everything down. It's often lowering the speed limit is often seen as unfavorable. Just to give you a quick math equation of what type of times we're talking about, in reality, you had a 5-mile trip to work. Speed limits dropped from 45 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour. The difference in time is only about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It's not a significant amount of time. So keep that in mind. We also took a look at some research kind of talking about some of the best practices and what other jurisdictions have seen when they've made adjustments to different speed ordinances. So one of those are the British Journal of Medicine, 2000. They found that 20-mile-an-hour speed zones reduced incidents of traffic accidents by 60%, cut child pedestrian and child cyclist accidents by 67%. We had one that we looked at out of Penn State in 2018. And this one is one of the big reasons that we have the traffic engineers still involved in this decision, because this one was interesting in that speed limits set only 5 miles an hour below engineering recommendations produced a statistically significant decrease in total fatal injury crashes, property damage crashes. But if the speeds are significantly lower than recommendations, it actually causes an increase in rates. So we do need to be careful with how this is applied and where it's applied, and that's why we continue to have the traffic engineers in the loop. And one more that we found here recently, it was published June 11 of 2012 out of the University of Illinois. They were looking at decrease in speed reduction in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and they found a dramatic reduction in fatal crashes and that the increased travel times were only minimal. And there's a very interesting note in this last study, and I think it's something that council already realizes, that the folks who benefit from this type of change are typically our most vulnerable road users. So I don't think that's necessarily a surprise, but there is research out there that speaks to that. So that's kind of an overview of a portion of what we're going to be talking about. The other piece is the pedestrian safety zones. This discussion isn't necessarily to establish those, but I did want to give the council a brief overview on what those are, because we will be talking about those in the future council meeting before too long here. And then I'll turn it over to Brian Sugi for the specifics of the revision for RMC. But back in 2015, the Nevada legislature passed a bill. It was SB 144 that allowed for the creation of pedestrian safety zones. This was meant to be a temporary zone where we were having pedestrian issues, where fines would increase. There would have to be signage with it. In 2018, the operations division over at NDOT actually developed a manual to tell us how to establish those pedestrian safety zones. Some of that process includes the mapping of pedestrian crashes. We have to define the boundaries. There's a calculation of efficiency measures. And one of those things that we need to do is obtaining NDOT or local government approval, which is why we will come back at a separate council meeting on a separate agenda item for specific safety, pedestrian safety zones. But what we're looking at with this RMC, goes a little bit above the NRS, and that the NRS doesn't mention the lowering of speed limits within those pedestrian safety zones. And that's what this RMC, the second part of this RMC is about, is that it'll allow us to lower speed limits within a designated pedestrian safety zone by as much as 10 miles an hour. So NDOT, Lori Campbell over there has done a lot of work for us in helping us try and work through this. It's a fairly complicated process, as evidenced by the fact that it was passed in 2015, and to my knowledge, nobody in the state has established one of these yet. I'd like Reno to be the first jurisdiction to have one. So you'll hear more about this shortly, but that kind of gives you a brief overview of the pedestrian safety zones. And I will turn this over to Brian Sudi for the actual language in here. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. To piggyback off of what Lieutenant Shaw just ended with the pedestrian safety zones, we had a discussion and we are obviously ready to move forward with certain areas within the city that RPD selected that would be appropriate in compliance to designate these pedestrian zones. But in that discussion, we were looking at the speed limits, and it almost didn't make any sense to designate areas as pedestrian zones and keep the speed limit at 45 miles an hour. The speed limit is the reason why these pedestrians are getting hit in those certain areas within the city. So looking at the NRS, it was silent on speed, and so we decided that in order to make this really an effective procedure would be to add into our ordinance the change to allow the pedestrian zones to be reduced, for speed limits to be reduced. So that's one section. So these two additions are just additions to what our current law already says. They're just adding on. The other issue that's come up is parks. And our children, and most recently we've had, I think last year, 3 children that were struck trying to get to our city parks. And the ordinance currently allows for speed reduction if the roadway goes through the park, but not addressing what happens to adjacent roads. And obviously our children are crossing these adjacent streets to get to these parks, and sometimes these streets are up to 45 miles an hour with the crosswalk. And so what we decided to do, and we worked very hard with traffic engineering to make sure we complied with both federal and state regulations, was one is that it needs to be within a residential district. Well, the NRS defines what a residential district is within the traffic code, so we cite to that. And then we put within 200 yards to hopefully scoop up at least about 2 blocks worth of travel that children would have to go to a city park. And if there is crosswalks or uncontrolled crosswalks, we can reduce those speeds to get traffic to slow down, to really allow children and the rest of the community, I should say, to get to our city parks and enjoy it without risking, getting struck by a vehicle. So that's the 2 changes to the ordinance. And the guidelines really help traffic engineering on that second part, and that's why it's kind of split into 3 categories. It really gives traffic engineering the proper procedure to comply with the federal and state regulations, but still be able to reduce those speed limits in those areas, working with the Reno Police Department and really targeting, the areas where we're getting a lot of pedestrians being struck by vehicles and try to reduce that along with the pedestrian speed zones. And I believe Lieutenant Shaw and myself are available for any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Brian, so much. And thank you to Lieutenant Shaw. I think this was an outstanding presentation. And like I said, I know you have put a tremendous amount of time into this. And I'm really, really grateful, because this is something that is so incredibly tragic, but just it should never happen. So anything we can do to make our children safer is just, something that's imperative to our city. So I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sudi, for, like I said, I know you put a lot of time and energy into this. So I'm incredibly grateful for both of you. So great job. And then I'm going to send it to my colleague, Councilwoman Jardin, who has been a tremendous advocate for pedestrian safety as well. And I know she's watching on her end for all of us over at RTC. And so she's put in an incredible amount of time and energy into this initiative as well. So I want to say thank you, Councilman Jordan, and I'm going to give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Lieutenant Shaw and Brian Sudi, for all your work on this. This is something that I'm so excited to see finally coming together. Was very interested in this in 2015 when it passed, and then to see, I know we were waiting for some signage with the pedestrian zones and to kind of identify what those would be and what would the parameters be. And I'm very excited to see that we'll be able to lower the speed limits as well. I'm going to ask two questions. When we come in as a city and we designate a pedestrian safety zone, how does this impact a road that is not an RTC or a City of Reno road, but rather an NDOT road? And let me give you an example. I'm going to direct right in front of Wooster, and how this may apply, because I know we had asked NDOT to do an evaluation about the speed zones where there's been, tragic incidents there. And I'm just trying to find out authority-wise, if we designate a road as a pedestrian safety zone, can we designate said roads if they are owned or managed by NDOT?
So the short answer to that is no. There are two different paths that we travel. In that case, if it is a NDOT road, we go through the NDOT approval process. The process is basically the same until the last step, whereas NDOT will make the approval. In the case of the city, if it's a city road and our first area is going to be a city road, then the city council would make that approval if we can meet your standards and show you why we think it's important in that area. So two different paths depending on who has jurisdiction of that roadway.
So what if there's a dispute over, let's say we want to advocate strongly for a pedestrian safety zone in an area of which we don't have control of the road, i.e. an NDOT road? How do those incidents of conflict get resolved? I mean, who's the determiner? Does NDOT have the ultimate say and say, no, we don't care what the pedestrian incidents, fatalities, injuries say, it's our road, and for whatever reason, I'm not saying it will, and I don't know if they've come up with a ruling on that particular stretch of road. Just trying to understand how, if there's a jurisdictional road ownership conflict, how that gets resolved.
That's a great question, and because nobody in the state's really put one on, I don't think that we've come across that yet. The short answer is that there's a body of approval for the state roads, there's a body of approval for the local roads, and I think that's what the NDOT manual is really trying to speak to, is that there's a process that they have to go through, and it either meets the criteria to become a pedestrian safety zone or it doesn't. So it should probably be vetted out through that process that NDOT laid out.
Okay. And Vision Zero has been such a leader on all of this with all the experts and regional partners on that, of which NDOT, of course, is a part of. So I'm very looking forward to this. And the signage, as I understand it, the signage will be kind of a mobile, it's not going to be a permanent pole. It's meant to be mobile, the signage, correct? And will it identify on the signage of a pedestrian zone what the penalty is? Meaning, is it like a construction zone that will say double penalty in pedestrian zone, or what's the signage going to look like?
Yeah, so these zones were meant to be temporary in nature. The one piece of guidance that they didn't put into the NRS was what temporary means. Is that 6 months? Is it a year? And so the signage is something that we're working on. The NDOT manual specifies what type of signage, the color, and all of the wording in there. And I believe it says increased fines in the zone is what the wording they came up with, if I remember correctly. As to whether or not it's affixed to a pole or not affixed to a pole, in the long run, it's probably safer to affix it to something. It'll still be temporary in nature, so that we will end up coming back and taking it down at the end of that pedestrian zone period, whatever we decide that is at this point. But I hope that answers your question. It's in the manual.
It does, and thank you again for all your work on this. I think the sort of regional approach and all the efforts to really get people to slow down, and you are absolutely correct, a 5 mile per hour difference can mean the difference between life and death. So I appreciate this very much, this in concert with our Be Safe, Be Seen. I'm very hopeful that this will really have a positive impact. So thank you for all your work on this.
Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. So, thank you, Lieutenant, for your presentation. I had some questions in my briefing. You answered some, but I'm not sure that we're working under a flawed NRS law. And when you said it's been on the books for 5 years and no one has enacted it, makes me think maybe the legislature saw an issue, wanted to do something, but they gave an imperfect tool to us. And if we submit and work under the framework of this tool, particularly the temporary nature, it maybe is giving up something that, we could go in a different direction, exert our local government authority, and just not use this tool. The one thing I see from your presentation that we lose out if we don't enact this tool is the double fine. Is that what this brings to us? And I understand I would agree from my knowledge, and I'll say I've worked on pedestrian safety issues for 2 decades. And before we got into Vision Zero, when I was new on the council looking at the traffic crashes, we did our own internal traffic safety plan around 2014. So I've been pretty involved in it. But the legislature does seem to take authority over traffic citations, hasn't given that to the local governments. But we have every ability, in my mind, to regulate to any degree any speeds that we want to. And I think we should be as broad as possible and give our traffic engineer broad administrative authority to put whatever he wants, wherever he wants, and not have a construct that ties his or her hands. Provided we have a manual, an internal manual that says what his considerations are going to be. We lose out on the traffic fine doubling, which is another issue of, kind of topical concern in some ways, from other perspectives. So be it. So I don't know. I mean, I would like the council to maybe ask you to consider this a little more broadly in terms of is our best approach to achieve our goals working within this NRS? What are the pros and cons? And I'll just say to Ms. Jardin's comment about, when we get into the NDOT environment, and I've got West McCarran and West 4th Street in Ward 1, the answer is always going to be from NDOT is take the road over, because they want to give the roads over. But we don't, that's always an ongoing issue, is we don't want to take the roads over because then they maintain them. But, it comes a time when you want to exercise your authority and they are acting local in nature. They're not acting as a part of the highway system, and you do want to do that. But I don't know. I mean, I'm very supportive of this effort, but this temporary nature, doubling in fines, a construct where the engineer can do this and not that, I think we just should submit to our own local authority to do everything we want. And I'll remind everyone, we have a master plan that says our objective is walkability and street use for all users. So, that's our local authority and our local vision, and then our rules should go from that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Like you, I believe that we should, and my thoughts are really directed at Mr. Sudi, is we should make sure that we have explored fully all of the contours of our powers in this regard. So whatever they are and we're allowed to do, we should fully occupy that area so that when things happen that we think are important, we are able to quickly navigate and fix them. And so I will just say thank you for the work you've done on this project, thinking long-term and more forward-thinking, think about how we can fully occupy this legal space so that we get what we want out of the safety infrastructure. I'll also say before we move on from this topic, Lieutenant Shaw, your briefings to each of us that we get, and I know the other day there were 4 of them, super valuable. And the work that you're doing to keep this community safe really matters to our residents. Certainly it matters to folks who are injured in these incidents. And so thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for keeping our body informed about all of the various different grants and different kind of operational things that you're doing. I know that yours is a small department and the tasks are many, but you're doing an excellent job. So I thank you for that. I'm going to come to Councilmember Jardin now for a motion and to close out this item on our agenda today. Councilmember Jardin.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make a comment before I make the motion to accept the report is I'm going to come at the temporary from a different perspective and something we've experienced and seen in any of our speeding, pedestrian safety initiatives where something when it's more permanent in nature, and I'm going to say signage, after a period of time becomes, as I'll call it, white noise. I think we've put a lot of effort into things like a pole solar radar speed detector. Those work great for a while. And then people start to understand that those, oh, it's a speed radar on a pole. It has been there, and it's been there for 2 years, and their behavior reverts back to not so great behavior. So I actually see some of the temporary nature of this, not in the we want it to be temporary in the effects that it has, but in the signage ability to move, just like our traffic trailer, its ability to have messaging changes or its location to change does change people's behavior, and we've seen that. And sometimes more permanent signage, people are just not adhering to it because it becomes white noise. So anyway, just side commentary. With that, move to accept report. Is that what the motion is?
I'll second, but I mean, I would hope with the consideration of everything stated herein, raised by our comments. And I just want to say that temporary nature, it is evidence when you go out to the geography that it is poor neighborhoods and minority neighborhoods that suffer the greatest. You talked about the vulnerable populations, but when you look at neighborhoods, and if we put a lot of these temporary in, which could be a tool, I don't discount that, but fines are doubled in these neighborhoods. We could be running into some place that we don't want to because it could look like targeting in certain neighborhoods. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you bring back to us in terms of an ordinance and other operational considerations.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I want to quickly check in. Madam Mayor, did you have a comment on this item?
No, again, I just want to say thank you to the entire council and really Lieutenant Shaw and Brian Sudi for just, I'm like I said, I know this took a long time and there was a lot of thought and effort put into this, and we're very, very grateful. So thank you so much.
Okay, I've got a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Breckus. Any additional comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Vice Mayor Reese, I'm going to let's go into a break. It's now, it looks like 12:20. Why don't we reconvene at 1 o'clock? Sound good? Okay, thanks everyone. See you soon. Okay, I think we're all here. Am I right? Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Madam Mayor, we are ready whenever you are, so we will call your meeting back to order now. And with that,
Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, I believe we are on item D2. Do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we received one letter of concern from Michael Pagni that has been submitted to council and is part of the record. And beyond that, Madam Mayor, we do not have any other public comment.
Okay, great. So at this time, I'm going to send it back to you and staff for presentation.
Okay, at this time, we will be moving over Jamie Schroeder and Jeff Mann to give you a brief presentation and answer any questions council may have on this item.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. I'm getting some thumbs up. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. Jeff Mann, Parks Manager, will be the lead on this item. However, I did want to start by clarifying today's item will not conflict with the progress of the ballot initiative that Council approved in August. Staff is still continuing to work on that project. The recommended updates to residential construction tax is a separate item for council consideration today. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeff to do the presentation.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this is Jeff Mann, Parks Manager for the City of Reno. And can everybody see my screen? So we're here to talk about some proposed changes to RMC 18-18.14, which is the residential construction tax ordinance. As Jamie mentioned, this is what funds our neighborhood parks. It's $1,000 per dwelling unit as set by state law, and it can only be used to construct, enhance, improve, and or renovate neighborhood parks. It cannot be used for ongoing maintenance or operations. It's restricted to the district where the funds are collected. It can't be used for pools or indoor facilities, and the maximum size for a park is 25 acres. So we have 5 districts which have been established since the ordinance was created in the late 1980s, numbers 1 through 5. You've seen this map before, so I won't spend a great deal of time on it. So the changes being proposed, first and foremost, are to add definitions, because our current ordinance does not define some of the terms used in the ordinance. So we're defining what parks and park facilities are. We're defining what a neighborhood park is. We're defining what a residential dwelling unit is for purposes of RCT. Defining developed open space, because that's a component of the state law. And then defining actually what residential construction tax is, which is the tax created pursuant to this section. We're adding sections for development that is non-taxed, and this is based on past practice, not only with Reno, but with other agencies. So a permit coming in to remodel or restore or expand an existing single-family dwelling unit is not subject to the RCT, because it's not a new dwelling unit. Dormitories on government property are not subject because they do not meet the state definition of a single-family dwelling unit, nor do we control the building permit process on state land. In response to Mr. Pagni's input on public comment, what we will do, he does have some concerns, which I think we can easily address. And the first thing that we will do is we have current exceptions in our ordinance for PUDs and for parkland dedication. Our original thoughts was to modify our PUD exception language to eliminate the requirement for dedication and then possibly having to pay full market cost for land value. In response to Mr. Panyi's letter, the cleaner and easier way to fix this is to just delete those two sections, PUDs and parkland dedications, and we'll add a new section which allows, at a developer's request, credit or refund of RCT if they build a park and if they create an association for maintenance. And that pretty much exactly mimics the Las Vegas ordinance, which has been in place since 1989 and has worked well for them. We also add a section on alternative treatment. Since we're deleting the section on, or possibly deleting the section on PUDs, if a developer wants to propose some sort of alternative option, they can do so. It's at their option, and it would be subject to negotiation between the city and the developer and final approval by city council. And then it adds the recommended types or the required types of construction security in those cases where the developer is going to build the park. And these are already in our park development agreements when we do them, but we thought it would be more beneficial to have them in ordinance, so there's no discussion leading into a negotiation. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, Mr. Mann, I'm having technical difficulties. I don't know that there are any questions at this time. Oh, Councilmember
I have a
Dewar.
question.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Jeff, when you went over the new definitions of areas, what I didn't hear and I wondered about was, do we have a definition of an open space corridor or something that would be less developed, trail, or not even a trail, just sort of an open space corridor that's a not developed park?
Not is part of this ordinance change for RCT. Trails and open space are typically not RCT eligible for reimbursement or funding, unless it's part of like an overall PUD plan with a parks and trails plan included in that PUD. And then
That's what I was thinking. The big ones that are coming in Ward 2 are big PUDs that will, they'll have open space, they'll have trails, or they'll just leave some space open. Could we think about adding a definition when you actually work on the wording of this? Would it?
We could do that, but our past practice, which I think works well, is that if we get a development application for a PUD which includes that, then we include those definitions in that PUD because they could possibly change from one development to the next. We could add some general definitions for like a trail or open space to the ordinance, but I think we're better off in the long term doing that on a case-by-case basis because each PUD could be significantly different.
Well, let me just be clear. So if we do move forward with this ballot initiative and it passes, I imagine that some of the money would be used for an open space corridor, but I don't want it to say, well, we can't use it because we don't have a definition for that kind of use. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, but they're two different funding sources.
Right, I understand. Is there some place in the parks statute that addresses that? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know that off the top of my head. That's something that we could look at adding to one of the sections of 18, Chapter 8, Title 18. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I see what you're asking now.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that Mr. Pogney just sent a one-sentence email, public comment, said, I don't think you're following statute. And then you made some changes to what I got in my agenda review. Did he elaborate upon, and who was he representing in these concerns?
I don't believe he was representing anybody other than himself. I mean, we know he's represented developers in the past. Mm-hmm. But there is one section in state law that says you can't require dedication of parkland and impose RCT.
Okay.
And there's a possibility based on the original language we were proposing that it could be construed that way. So the change that I mentioned this afternoon would clean that up.
Okay, I understand, but I want to also ask you something else. With the cleanups, and if that's a true statutory reading, I appreciate that. But it would seem to me, and maybe this gets done in our cleanup of the Title 18 as related to the Plan Unit Development Statute Ordinance, is if a PUD comes in with all these other amenities, I think there should be a way to have clear demarcation of the areas that are residential construction tax, neighborhood parks, and areas that aren't at the onset in the PUD. Do we have that in this ordinance?
Not in the ordinance, because I don't believe that would be compliant with the enabling statute and state law under RCT. That would be something we would have to look at overall for plan unit developments, but not as part of an RCT issue.
It would go in the plan unit development. Okay, so say you get through the plan unit development process, and through that process a neighborhood park is identified. That is the only place within that PUD where residential construction tax is allowed, correct?
If we agree to that as the city.
Agree through this ordinance we're doing, or through a PUD?
Through the PUD.
Okay, so, but we still retain the ability through a PUD to identify, we want this land over here, not this drainage ditch over here that you want to be reimbursed for the residential construction tax.
Correct. That would be part of the negotiation if the developer asks for an alternative treatment.
But I don't think it should be alternative treatment. I think through the PUD, it should be a norm that where the park is, because I also have an experience, well, sometimes in the PUD, the city doesn't want a park in there because a PUD came in next door. It's on the boundaries of this other PUD, and we want to use the residential construction tax over there. And I think we need to maintain that privilege. Do we maintain that privilege in this ordinance markup?
Actually, I think it strengthens our position to do just that.
Okay. And then also, there were some changed definitions of eligible features of neighborhood parks, and some of those look to me like the facilities that are covered under our Reno Youth Sports Association agreement, which are regional in nature and not park-based. So how did we expand what are neighborhood park features?
No, we did not. And the language from the state is very specific on what we can use RCT for. And amateur athletic fields, like those we assigned to RYSA, are a specifically identified neighborhood park element, which are RCT eligible.
Oh, they are? Okay.
They are.
And then my last question, I brought this up in my review, is within Ward 1, we're seeing most of the construction that's occurring is occurring on land that's being recycled. And those are kicking off residential construction tax. And obviously we have the districts and all, but, and this has always been an issue, is where, if we are not going to add a new park, can we renovate and upgrade a park to bring in new features for enhanced use? Do we have that still?
Yes, we have that.
Okay.
That's similar to what we're doing now with the Idlewild Playground. It's partially funded by RCT because it's the renovation and expansion of an existing use for new residents.
Okay, worn out residents,
yes.
Worn out facilities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weber.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. Mann, I just wanted to ask a quick question on pocket parks. Are pocket parks part of the neighborhood parks that we're talking about?
In our new Reimagine Reno master plan, we identify pocket parks as a feature that are typically, they're either built in a downtown corridor or they're built and operated and maintained by a homeowners association. So although we can build them if we so choose, it's not our best use of money because of the limited nature of the site, but we could do that if that was council's desire.
But it could also be by a homeowners association or a PUD?
Yes, most pocket parks built now are owned and maintained by an HOA.
Okay, that's great. And then the only concern I really have is and then maybe I'm misunderstanding, can we not use these monies for any type of maintenance on parks? For example, my question is in Ward 4, we have many parks in Ward 4, and they just need help with maintenance. And I think that's what I'm most concerned about in Ward 4. And I think our constituents are as well.
As is your park staff, but unfortunately, state law prohibits using RCT for operations and maintenance.
Okay, so how do we change that?
That would be a legislative change by the state legislature. And in my 26 years, they've never been interested in doing that.
Well, I guess that's our problem in Ward 4 then, and probably in other wards. So what other avenues do we have?
So that's one of the reasons we're going forward with your BDR for an override, which will allow us not only to fund new capital, but maintain what we have and what we build. That's part of the package that we're working on that Jamie mentioned.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Mr. Mann, for my part, I think what I want to add to the conversation is just that I view this as another tool in the toolbox that we can both build and maintain parks. This is something that this council has been particularly interested in. I had a very lengthy conversation with Councilmember Jordan some months ago about just our commitment to public facilities and recreation. And so this is, again, not a fix for any of the things that ail us. I just think it's another opportunity, and I don't want us to miss out on the opportunity. So thank you for bringing this forward. I know that each of us is committed to building the best parks and recreation department we have, and sometimes that comes in showing some real honest goodness love for some of our older parks. I'm looking forward to working with Councilmember Weber up in the North Valleys on 2 parks in particular, but it's ultimately one of the things that draws people to live here and work here is that they can recreate here. And so a very important tool, I think, and one that I think can be deployed well. So thank you for your presentation and happy to support it. Councilmember Dewar, looks like.
Yeah. Hey, just a follow up on, I got a little bit confused with Mr. Pani's question and your response. So I thought the purpose of this was to have it be okay for developers to donate the parkland separate and apart from the RCT. And then I heard you say, no, it's one or the other. So what exactly are we trying to fix with that?
Developers can, and many have donated parks as part of a plan unit development and park development agreement with RCT. But if the city requires that a developer dedicate land for a park, we cannot then also charge RCT. And then we are also obligated, if the developer so chooses, to pay fair market value for the value of that land, even if it exceeds RCT.
So you're saying we can ask, but we can't require?
Correct.
We can ask them to donate it, but we can't require that they donate it. And if we ask that they donate it, and they agree, can we put it in a condition so then it is, I mean, that's like, now it's a requirement, but we asked, they answered, we can put it in a condition or we can't, or maybe I'm missing the nuance here.
Well, the nuance is who makes the request. So for example, Cyan Park, which we're building right now, the developer proposed to us to donate the 14 acres that we're building on. So that was part of the agreement at their request. And we used all the RCT to build the park, which is currently in progress. But if we have an ordinance which says if you're going to build a PUD with 3,000 homes and therefore you have to dedicate 15 acres of parkland up front, then we have to pay for that 15 acres.
Can we do it through this development agreement vehicle that we adopted, a short time ago, like 6 weeks ago or something, where we said that we can ask for a development agreement that would be mutually beneficial? Maybe we can ask that way. It's just something to look at, Mr. Thornley, how we parse this nuance.
Absolutely.
If I may, that's where I think in the planned development statute ordinance, we're very clear what is the RCT eligible area, and then we realize does this look like a park that, a new community that meets our concurrency standards for recreation amenities? If it does, fine. If it doesn't, then maybe it's not meeting our concurrency requirements. And I think that's the clear way to look at that clearly, in my view.
No, I agree with that, Councilmember Rebecca. I'm not sure that changes how I view this particular tool, but I think you're right that that's ultimately the more sort of forward-looking way to look at it. Okay, I don't think there's any additional questions or comments at this time. Can I come to you, Councilmember Doer, for a motion?
Absolutely. I would enthusiastically support moving forward with this ordinance development process.
Okay, I have an enthusiastic motion. Can I get a second? Thank you, Councilmember Delgado. A second by Councilmember Delgado. Any other additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Council, at this time, we'll be transitioning to item D3. This is a presentation regarding open enrollment for health insurance plans through Nevada Health Link. And Heather Korbulik, Executive Director of the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange, is now being moved over as a panelist to be able to give you a brief presentation today.
Hi, Heather. Welcome and good morning or good afternoon now.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Very pleasant. They're very pleased to see you all. I'm not sure, Ashley, am I supposed to take over here and share my screen?
Yes, at this time, you have been moved as a panelist, so you should be able to hover over the Zoom app. You'll see your share screen and be able to transition to your PowerPoint.
And of course, as I've been waiting for hours now, and it just disappeared. So I apologize. I could just get one more second to pull it up.
During this time, I can note just for the record, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Council, we did not receive any public comment on this item.
My apologies.
No worries. Take your time.
And Heather, if you find that you're having too many technical difficulties and you have to bounce between screens, just let us know and we can always advance the PowerPoint on our end if that's easier for you.
I might ask you to do that. Actually, I apologize. This is for some reason not opening. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So again, thank you and apologies for the delay. My name is Heather Korbulik. I'm the Executive Director of the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange, which is the state agency that runs and operates the online Affordable Care Act marketplace known as Nevada Health Link. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and this council this afternoon to talk about something very important, which is our upcoming open enrollment period, which begins on November 1st. So a quick picture of where we are in terms of our enrollment. We have several 100,000 Nevadans who are uninsured prior to the pandemic, and we know that many more are now uninsured as a result of job loss. And so there's never been a more critical time to get out in front of that and make sure people are connecting to Nevada Health Link. This is just a breakdown of the zip codes within your districts. You can see that this is what we believe to be the number of current exchange enrollees, whereas there are many, many more who are currently uninsured. So important to note that Nevada Health Link is available to individuals and families. We service people who are not enrolled through Medicare or Medicaid or who are not on employer-sponsored coverage. We're particularly interested in covering people who aren't covered by their parents' health plans, who are ages 50 and older, and for any multicultural ethnicities, specifically the Native American tribes in our state. People on exchange plans can expect comprehensive and affordable coverage. We have 10 different essential health benefits that are mandated under the Affordable Care Act that are included in every single plan that the exchange sells. Those include ambulatory services, hospitalization, wellness, prescription, lab services. Most people know, and it's a topic of hot discussion in our political discourse, that people who purchase Affordable Care Act plans cannot be denied coverage based on any pre-existing conditions. 4 out of every 5 people who are on Nevada Health Link are receiving subsidies to help offset the costs of their premiums. We have many, many, many hundreds of people on the exchange who are getting $0 plans as a result of those generous benefits. It's always a good idea to have health insurance regardless of your age or health status, but particularly so considering that we're in a pandemic. It's a very bad time to be uninsured. We know that Nevada's unemployment rates are highest in the country, 14% as of August, and we know that those numbers are likely going to climb as people fall out of what is traditionally known as unemployment and become permanently unemployed. And so we're definitely looking for you and your assistance as council members to get the word out to your constituents about the importance of having health insurance and about the affordable options on the exchange. We're really excited this year. We have 2 new carriers that are joining us. Friday Health Plans will be joining us statewide, meaning in all 17 counties, and Select Health will be joining in Clark County. So we'll have 5 total insurance companies, Health Plan of Nevada, Silver Summit, and Anthem. We have almost double the plans that we had last year with 50 qualified health plans available on the exchange. And I'll just also mention we have 21 standalone dental plans that are available too. Rates have increased slightly, but we are also important to note for your constituents that when the rates go up, so does their subsidies. So most people who are being subsidized will have no problems or experience no increases in the price of their plan because the subsidies go up at the same time as the rates. We're very fortunate to have transitioned away from using healthcare.gov to operate as our own state-based exchange, and we're excited to flex on the autonomy that that gives our state by many different things, by implementing different policies, but one that's more important for this year is that we've extended our open enrollment period from November 1st through January 15th. So people who get enrolled by December 31st will have coverage start date of January 1st. Anyone between the 1st and the 15th will have a coverage start date of February 1. Clearly, navigating the COVID landscape is a challenge for all of us. I've heard that as a theme in your meetings this morning and this afternoon. We have contracted and worked with over 700 brokers across our state and navigator entities who are offering enrollment virtually or by telephone. Some of them have storefronts that are assisting people in person. And also we want to make sure that people know that any testing and treatment for COVID is covered by the plans that are offered on the exchange. It's really important to note that if you have lost your job or you experience a change in your income, you may be eligible for a special enrollment on the plan or on Nevada Health Link outside of open enrollment. So we're really looking to make sure people connect with our licensed professionals to find out what is available to them and right for them. One more point that I'd like to make is that there are a lot of bad actors who try to mislead and sell plans that are marketed as Affordable Care Act compliant. The only place to get Affordable Care Act plans is on NevadaHealthLink.com. It's the only place you can get subsidies to help with those costs. And so please beware when you're speaking with insurance folks and make sure you're purchasing plans on Nevada Health Link. These are our important dates. We have a customer service available all year round and open extended hours during open enrollment period. And this is my contact information, and happy to answer any questions if the council has any. But once again, wanted to say thank you for having me today.
Ms. Korbulik, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to let the presentation slide close out and just thank you for your presentation. Certainly a very important thing to have health insurance, certainly during a pandemic. So your presentation is very timely, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. And thank you for being here to have that conversation with us. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Madam Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Heather, great job. Really appreciate you. I know your passion for this and all the hard work that you have put in. I just want you to know I'm really grateful because it's so critical that we all have health insurance right now. Just, can you give me an idea of what like a basic plan might cost someone?
That's a really good question. Thank you. I would say that the average cost with subsidies on the exchange for 2020 was about $186, but things vary depending on your age and where you live and what your income is. And like I said earlier, we have lots of people who are getting $0 plans because their subsidies are so generous.
Okay, and then and that would go even with a pre-existing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. And impressive to see you also have dental on there. What are those? Is that, I would imagine that's an add-on, and if it is, what typically are you seeing the cost of dental?
The dental plans are crazy affordable, and I would highly recommend taking a look at those. What we've been able to do as our own state-based exchange is offer those plans without requiring the purchase of a health plan. So you can just go in and purchase a dental plan. Many people who are on Medicare who don't have dental through their Medicare are purchasing those plans and finding those to be very affordable.
Okay, and let's just say someone also had insurance. Could they purchase the dental separately or no?
Yes, they absolutely can.
Wow, so they could add that to their existing plan.
Correct.
And also, this is for business and commercial as well, right?
So there are options for businesses that are finding themselves in a position where they're unable to afford their group plan. We can walk them through how to help their their employees get health reimbursement accounts. But generally speaking, most people who have an employer-sponsored plan offered to them are not eligible to purchase a qualified health plan on the exchange.
Okay, so if your employer has offered you insurance, they are not eligible to purchase through you, correct?
Unless, I'm sorry, I have to get ACA wonky on you, unless it's unaffordable per the Affordable Care Act standards, which means it's like more than 9.86% of your income.
All right. Wow, fantastic, Heather. Thank you again. Like, I just love your passion for this, and you're so knowledgeable. So fantastic. Big kudos to you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar, sending it to you.
Yeah. Thank you. I love this presentation as well, and I know people that could really benefit from this. And I'm wondering, first of all, if we could get your presentation. It may have been included in our packet. I didn't see it, but perhaps you could send that to us. Second question, so shopping's open now, and then the enrollment period is what, November 1 to what?
Through January 15th. And thank you. I just want to also say I'll make sure you have the presentation material, and I'll send you all a link to the packet of materials that you could send out in your newsletters or on your social media feeds.
That would be cool. So if you have the enrollment from November 1st to January 15th, when does it take effect?
If you enroll by December 31st, you'll have coverage start date of January 1st. Between the 1st and the 15th is the start date of February 1st.
Feb 1. And then is there, you may have already touched on this, but is there now still the penalty, right, on your taxes if you don't have insurance?
That is precisely what the Supreme Court is currently arguing about and what we're hearing a lot about in the news. They've zeroed out the penalty, and so there is no penalty associated with going without insurance.
Currently, is it like stayed until this is decided by the Supreme Court? Or
Congress made the penalty $0, and so the Supreme Court is deciding whether or not that is constitutional or severable from the entire Affordable Care Act.
Okay, so they've sort of lost this incentive, I guess, to not have the insurance, but at least it's available, and we can help our constituents, because I have quite a few that do not have health insurance still today. And I just want to get the word out, and thank you so much for all this info. Really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
Are there any other council members that want to ask Heather any questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Really question, just want to say hi, Heather. You do tons of work, appreciate all your work, and of course, all all your team members that I get to work with over here at CEC. So, keep up that excellent job. Appreciate you very much. You know that. Good job.
Thanks so much for having me.
Great job, Heather. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have to accept this presentation?
Madam
I think
Mayor,
it's just a presentation.
this is just a presentation. There's no action necessary. So at this time, if council has no further questions, we will move on to item D4 on our agenda. This is-
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
This is discussion of the municipal court for Department 4 vacancy. Madam Mayor, I would like to note for the record that we received 50 letters of support for various candidates on your list today. These have all been submitted to council and are part of the official record. With that, Madam Mayor, we will be moving over Mark Dunnigan from the City Attorney's Office for a presentation. Additionally, Jesse Pruitt from HR is available to answer questions, and I believe that will be it for now.
Okay, I'm going to have Mr. Dunnigan give us a presentation, and then I'll just dive in with some questions for our city attorney and city manager. Okay. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hi, Madam Mayor. Great. Thank you.
Good. Okay, go ahead. Take it away.
Before I get started, if I could just ask the clerk to have Steve Tuttle join. He should be ready and waiting to answer the council's questions about court operations if need be. So I was hoping to have him promoted as a panelist.
I was looking for him, Mark. I do not see that he is registered and currently on, but hopefully he will join us shortly, and then when he does, I will move him over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon. This item concerns a vacancy in Department 4 of the Reno Municipal Court. As you know, Judge Tammy Riggs is running unopposed for the 2nd Judicial District. That's a state court seat, and she tendered her resignation to the city on September 1st, effective date of October 1st. The current term for Department 4 goes until 2022. So I just want to provide some overview of the charter and the current status of this vacancy. And additionally, Steve Tuttle was supposed to be available. I'm hoping that he's here and ready to answer the council's questions. And also, as the clerk mentioned, Jesse Pruitt from HR, who can speak more to the nuts and bolts of filling the position. And then I understand that council may want to have a broader discussion as opposed to jumping right in with talk of an appointment. But so I'd like to start with the charter framework, and maybe we can go from there. Madam Clerk, if you could put up my bullet points that I submitted, that would be helpful.
We will pull it up right now. Give me just one quick second. Just waiting for the internet to catch up with us.
Maybe I don't want to waste everyone's time here. Maybe I can just start talking about the charter.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go right ahead.
I'm sorry about that. Okay,
Yeah,
so
no, let's go right ahead.
the charter provides that in section 1070 that when there is a vacancy in the municipal court, the council fills that vacancy by appointing by a majority vote. It provides that a vacancy must be filled within 30 days after the occurrence of the vacancy. In this case, of course, as I said, it occurred October 1st, and so the charter provides that it be filled by October 31st. The term of the appointment is that the appointee serves until the next general election, that's 2022. And the charter doesn't set forth any other process, and so council has very wide latitude within that framework. So the qualifications of the individuals that can sit on the court are provided by charter and by state statute. A municipal judge must be an attorney licensed in the state of Nevada, must not have been removed from judicial office as a form of discipline, and must be a qualified elector within the city, and those are essentially eligibility to vote and residency requirements. Additionally, a municipal court judge can't engage in the private practice of law following the appointment, which presents a challenge, a professional challenge for a lot of practicing attorneys who may want to join the court to wind up their practices, essentially. And they receive a salary set by council that's uniform with other judges. By the way, everything, the bullet points I'm going over are supplemented into the packet if anyone needs to be able to look at them that way. So when this vacancy came on the radar, I started looking to past practice with respect to other vacancies as to what the options are under the charter. As I said, process-wise, it's pretty wide open. The last such vacancy I found was in 2010. In that case, a judge passed away. That was also an election year. The city attorney's office brought forth an overview of the charter, as I'm doing here, and council gave direction to post the job and come back with applicants and credentials. They used essentially a three-step process. Step two in that case was that staff came back to council with applicants and supporting materials, in that case for 17 applicants. And at that point, council members voted by assigned secret ballot for their top 5 choices based on the materials that had been supplemented into the packet before them. And then at the end of that process, there were 3 clear finalists. So council decided to bring back those 3 finalists for a public interview process. That would have been the third sort of step that was taken. It was at the next regularly scheduled meeting. And at that time, they interviewed the 3 finalists and they voted and they made an appointment. So timing-wise, this vacancy is a little bit different. I felt it best to advise HR to get the job posted to put council in the best position to meet the timeline, to give you sort of the most flexibility. Certainly not our intention to be presumptuous to make any decisions for council as to what this process should look like. So I do want to couch this entire item with, council can and should do what it wants with this process. As the staff report indicates, council members are not beholden to this process. You could scrap it here and start over. You could set one or more special meetings to accomplish this appointment if that's your inclination. But with the timing being what it was and the number of regularly scheduled meetings that were left, we wanted to just put you in the most flexible position possible. So HR's activity to this point, consistent with that practice that I described in 2010, they posted the opening. Jesse Pewitt could speak to the specifics of that if you'd like. It was a 2-week posting that closed a week ago, October 7th. HR collected applications and supporting materials. They received 14 responses. HR screened for objective criteria set forth in the charter and created a packet of applicants and supplemented that to you. 1 was screened out for residency reasons. And then prior to this meeting, 2 additional names that are actually on the item have voluntarily withdrawn. One was Mr. Van Lydegraff, and the other was Eric Nickel. So those applicants no longer wish to be considered. As to outcomes, as I said, there's a pool of applications. They've been invited. I believe they're listening in at the moment. Council, just the way that we built this title, has actually the ability to appoint if the appointment is from that pool. Otherwise, provide further direction to staff. Potentially what your preference is in interviewing some or one or more of these candidates. Ideally, there's one more regularly scheduled meeting within the charter's timeframe. It would be my recommendation that council get the appointment made by that time. And I think that's it. And any questions you have? Sorry that it's such an open-ended process.
No, thanks, Mark. I appreciate the background and the work that you've put in to do this. Madam Clerk, can we go back to full screen so I can see council members?
Yes, Madam Mayor, transitioning back, I'd also like to note for the record, we do have Steve Tuttle, the court administrator, on and available to answer questions for you, as well as Jesse Pruitt
Okay.
from HR.
All right, great. Hi, Steve. How are you? Nice to see you.
Thank you. Sorry I had trouble making the connection.
No worries. Glad you're here. A couple of things, and I would just say, obviously, the council has done a few appointment positions, not obviously for this position, but I think we've all been through a few rounds now of appointments. So we're sort of familiar with probably a process. And I would just say part of that process, we have names that come before us. I would say, the council picks the top three, bring those back for an interview, and so forth, right? So I think that we kind of already have sort of a standard process that we've been through before, that I would ask the council if moving forward, that's the process that we, continue to adopt. The other thing that I really want to ask, I think right now, obviously, we are in some incredibly difficult times, but different times. And with that being said, Steve, maybe, and I do have some concerns because we are in a pandemic, and also the city is under a hiring freeze. So with that being said, I kind of also want to get from you sort of the background and the workload that you are seeing in that court at this present time, sort of looking at the future and from what I understand, you might have, different caseloads and timeframes and things like that. So maybe, Steve, if you could answer sort of kind of what kind of caseloads you're seeing and the magnitude coming out of that court. Uh-oh, Steve, you're on mute. Ashley.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that I'm kind of happy that we actually get to brag about the workload in the court in the public forum. Mark Dunnigan did give me a heads up that you would probably want to look at our workload. And so what I did is I went to the Nevada Supreme Court Annual Report 2019, which is online, so you can look this up too. And I found that the Reno Municipal Court is actually one of the more busy courts in the state. And I'm going to run through some numbers for you for some comparisons, and I'm only going to compare them to the other local courts here in Marshall County, just, for the sake of time. And for whatever reason, everybody really wants to measure court productivity versus criminal cases. So in fiscal year 2019, Reno Municipal Court adjudicated 9,174 cases. That equates, with our 4 judges, that equates to 2,294 cases. We actually did do over 11,000 traffic cases, which is about 2,300 cases per judge, but I know people don't really want to look too deeply into that. So let's make some comparisons. Reno Justice Court, the court across the hall, their criminal workload was 5,935. They have 6 judges. That equated to 989 cases per judge, compared to our almost 2,300 cases. That's a difference of 1,300 cases that our judges are doing. Granted, the Justice Court does do civil, but a lot, they have a mandatory mediation process. So a lot of these cases don't even get in front of a judge. They're settled in mediation. So let's compare ourselves to Sparks Justice Court, where they had 3 judges. They did 2,851 cases, which is 950 cases per judge in criminal. They also have some civil. Sparks Muni did 1,900, which is 960 cases. Incline did 281, and Wadsworth did 49 criminal cases last year. So you can see that we are greatly, loaded with the number of criminal cases and the number of traffic cases. I would also like to point out that each one of our judges, which is unique to the Reno Municipal Court, is that they each carry at least one specialty court. No other court in the local community actually each one of their judges has a specialty court. As you know, these courts are mostly funded through state and federal grants, but the benefits come back to the community, and it's great benefits because we're graduating people who are now alcohol or drug free and usually employed and are productive members of our community now. Mm-hmm. So that's just a thumbnail sketch of what we do here.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that background. First of all, I think, all these judges' appointments are so incredibly critical and so important to the community. I really, really do. And remember, this is a court where sometimes this is the first experience that people have sort of in a courtroom and with the law. It's kind of, that point where a community member is really experiencing what it's like, in the court process, right? So I think it's very, very critical. I also want to be very sensitive to the courts because I think it was last year maybe I read a really fascinating article about how they're underfunded and some of those tools and resources really sort of strap the hands of the court. And so I want to be, extremely sensitive to that. But I also kind of want to know, I know those numbers were from last year, but what are we seeing this year with the pandemic in place? Have those caseloads lightened at all?
I would say not. At the start of the pandemic, yes, traffic fell off a little bit because law enforcement was not out there writing citations. But criminal activity, unfortunately, remained pretty steady. And as we saw, domestic violence cases kind of went up. As you can imagine, people are home and confined. What we did at the court is we continued with about 75% of our workload online. One of the things we kind of set aside were bench trials because there is a stipulation that you have the right to, for confrontation to face your accuser. And that needs to be done in person. All the defense attorneys said no, they weren't going to do that over a Zoom conference or Skype. They wanted to be in the courtroom. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but last month we have opened up in-person bench trials. We only allow parties of the cases into the courtroom at one time. We do about 30 trials a day, and so we're getting about 100 plus trials done a week. So we're cleaning up a backlog. And we did have a slight discussion because I really do understand your question about fiscal responsibility and is this position needed? The quick answer is yes, it's needed, but is it needed immediately? There was a strategy that was put in place that says, hey, what we could do is for the next 3 months, while we're trying to reduce the number of bench trials, because what we do is bring in 2 judges each week. We put them on each separate floors. We socially distance the parties of cases, and then we just run them through. And then we have a couple of judges, one judge at home and a pro tem that are doing kind of our bulk hearings, such as traffic, out of custody videos. So a strategy that was presented was, and maybe we can just hire a pro tem until basically around January 1st, when we can clean up all of these bench trials and get these people just working on kind of the mass dockets. We had this discussion with HR in the city attorney's office. They rightfully so, pointed out to us that, the statute, or I guess in this case, the charter is pretty clear that we need to move forward with the filling of this position. We've had this charter in place for, to ensure that, no one can manipulate the system, including the police. And so
Yeah, and
it's pretty
I
clear.
think, yeah, I think you're right, and I think, the specialty courts really are such a critical component of, navigating a much better system. And not to mention, I really worry, one of my biggest concerns is, sort of the mental health aspect. Now more than ever, we are, seeing people incredibly, stressed and strained from mental health. And, some of those things can sort of roll into other things, whether it's, substance abuse and DUIs and things like that, right? So that is my concern, is moving forward, we're going to see quite a bit more, which is really very unfortunate. And that's where I think those specialty courts do play a critical role. I also am going to bring up the fact that, and there's another reason, and part of my thinking is we are in a hiring freeze, and maybe, bringing this back in January and putting it forth then, because I do think that these are very important positions and to fill them. But I also do have another concern, and looking at, is it appropriate this time, so close to an election, to allow, if there were new members seated, to be able to vote on this appointment? I also think that's something, that this council should be sensitive of. I think that's important. But even more so, what's more important to me is to make sure that, you have all the resources, Steve, in your courts, and to continue the great work that the specialty courts have provided. I've been so impressed with Judge Riggs and doing the community courts, and I think all that work needs to continue to move forward. I just wanted to be sensitive of, this hiring freeze that we're sort of under, to look at this fiscally and to look at the caseload that you are seeing, because I think moving forward, it could even grow to, much larger numbers, putting a stress and strain on that. So anyway, I appreciate that. So at this time, I'm going to open up for any questions from council members. But I kind of am under the mindset to bring this back in January and look at some of the caseloads that we are seeing, in the court. But I also want to stress that I think it's a critical position. And then also, and I didn't even think about this, and I think Mark brought up this point, whoever is selected, I would imagine most of these candidates are in private practice and, might take some time to, get acclimated to something like that. But I personally would like to see this come back in January. So any questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckes.
Yeah, thank you. So, I just want to echo what the mayor said about the importance of this to us. I think this is almost something more complex than making an appointment to an open council seat, which I've been involved in twice, and a city manager that I've been involved in twice. This really is the people's court. And I don't begrudge Judge Riggs on leaving the office midterm. Great for her, moving on, it happens. The mayor moved seats, but it then puts under our charter a lot of responsibility on us. And to that end, Mr. Tuttle, and I did ask for uploading into the record our email communications. So on October 1, you sent an email to the council in the afternoon, and I replied within 2 hours to you. And you outlined a process for the council to make the appointment. And I said, I don't think you should outline the process to us. I think you should confer with the council on how we wanted to move forward with this. That's, to me, the most consistent with the checks and balances we have in the charter, that this is a council responsibility and no one should be telling the council how they should make an appointment. They should be asking the council how they'd like to do an appointment. I didn't hear back from you. That email never went responded from you. I have I'm concerned. You know, you informed us an issue and you went radio silent on me until I see and talk to you today. But so that was the first, that was the 1st of September. And then on September 24th, Mr. Dunnigan, out of the city attorney's office, another branch of our city government, told us, oh, it's too late, we're just going to open it up and do it. And at that point I said, you know, and this is all in the record too, I don't think this is respectful of the council. I think the council gets to decide how to do it. And I copied the city manager. I said, please put this on the agenda. I said, I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but we have checks and balances. And I just want to ask you, Mr. Tuttle, because I've always respected the independence of the court, but why did you not respond to my email? What happened?
Can I fall on the sword here before, and I want to...
No, I want to hear from Mr. Tuttle, because I think I'm owed the respect, and it's not to Jenny Breckis, it's to me it's to the council. It's to the council.
Certainly, I can reply to that. Yes, I did send out an email basically outlining my understanding of the process, and going forward, you did respond the same day on September 1st that said, you know, you shouldn't be telling us what to do. You know, you should just present that you have an opening. I respected that position. I'm going to tell you that I then got in touch with the city attorney's office and I said, I overstepped. This is your responsibility, and I will step out and only answer any questions that are presented to me, because I do not want this to be perceived that the court is trying to steer this ship. We respect the city's council position that this is a city-appointed position, and we do not want to be viewed as overstepping. So I actually forwarded your correspondence on to the city attorney's office.
Okay, but going over to the city attorney's office, when we have a timing issue, 3.5 weeks goes by, and just like the court has to respect the independence and authority of the council, the city attorney, that's a separately elected branch, also has to do the same thing. And then I feel like I don't know. I feel like our charter broke down, and the people who are out there are those who put their names out in this process. And you know, the mayor, I'll get to the merits when we go into discussion, but I'm very sad. I'm very sad that the council was not given, you know, acknowledgement of their duties, and then the timing issue was not. These other branches did not take it important and think about the council. And I'll say on the election, I think when you're in office, you have all the powers and rights to do what's going on. You know, the trash thing that we're going to talk about was adopted by a lame duck city council, and I've never challenged the legitimacy of that. The retract bonds were lame duck county commission, the most important fiscal decision of a century in this community. I've never questioned that. So I don't come at from that perspective. I just feel like there was a tremendous breakdown in charter roles and responsibilities, and I'm very sad to see that.
I would just like to respond. I would like to respond that says I can tell you there was no disrespect intended whatsoever. I think when I contacted the city attorney's office, they immediately contacted HR, and I think I can tell you in that 3-week period before you heard from the city attorney's office again, there were many meetings about how we could move forward with this, and you know, what is right, what is wrong, can we postpone, you know, because I know we wanted to come to this body with a plan, not just say, here's a vacancy, fill it. We actually try to formulate a plan that this body, the council, could review and then make recommendations on how to proceed.
And I want to say, Mr. Tuttle, I sincerely appreciate your input. You know this court system. The council does not. So I do look to you, you know, with your feedback and your expertise is something that I think this council needs to take into consideration and value. You know, you're working in this day in and day out. And I think, you have to be very careful when you're out there, talking about, this power and that power. I mean, we should all be doing this together as a community. So I want you to know, Mr. Tuttle, I appreciate your feedback and always welcome it and your expertise. So thank you very much. Mark, I saw your hand up. Did you want to?
Thank you. I just want to provide a little bit of a response to Councilmember Breckus's concerns. I feel those concerns. I agree with her that the court should not be steering the ship. As to Mr. Tuttle not responding directly, I work with the municipal court. I also work with the Human Resources Department. City Attorney's Office didn't feel it was appropriate for an employee of the court to be going back and forth one-on-one with one council member. And so from that point on, it was our intent to work in concert with the city manager's office to set what the agenda was going to look like, and that's what we did. And so I guess I want to apologize to Councilmember Breckus on Mr. Tuttle's behalf. I didn't think it was appropriate for him to continue to communicate in that process. So
all right. Thank you, Mark. And honestly, I don't think you needed to explain yourself, but I really appreciate that. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you. Probably a question and then a question about our charter. The email, Mr. Tuttle, that you sent was sent to the entirety of the council?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the response in which that was received from Ms. Breckus was of one point of view, not of the body. But it was being represented, as I understand it, as a position of the body?
No, I believe it stated that it was only her position.
Okay. I would have liked to have had that conversation about any positions as a body, not as any one single council member's position or opinion. I'm disturbed at some of the tone and conversation here today because we are on the same team, rowing a boat in the same direction to serve our community, and I don't particularly like the tone as represented. So anyway, my question is to our city attorney's office. When the charter defines the 30 days for appointments, does it clearly define 30 days as in the completion of the appointment process, or is it the initiation of the process, or does it have to be all buttoned up, or is there room there?
That's a good question. So let me find the language. I'm very focused on the language that says it must be filled within 30 days of the occurrence of the vacancy, but I want to get you exact language. Let me pull it up.
So I guess my question would be, and I'm being respectful of the charter, but it also sounds to me like there may be some mutual consideration of a few months postponement. I mean, I guess my question would be, if someone's going to have heartburn over the language in the charter, who's bringing that forward? I mean, it would be the court, I would assume, that would have an issue with that, and it sounds as if the court may be amenable to putting pause for, a 90-day period and doing it in January. And I wouldn't be putting words in your mouth, Mr. Tuttle.
And I want to, I would prefer if John Shipman, on behalf of the city's attorney's office, that point. But on the question of the language on the filling, it says that it, quote, must be filled by a majority vote of the city council within 30 days after the occurrence of the vacancy. So I read filled to mean that that's a sworn-in judge. That was my reading of that provision. But if Jonathan wants to comment on that other point.
So ultimately, really, it would be up to the body, and we could come up with the process, I would imagine, and I guess I'm going to refer to our city manager, Mr. Thornley. We could come up with the process at the next council meeting and make and bring it back in, I would say, January, being able to look at, more of the caseloads. Here we are at the first of the year.
I think that's right. I think that the appointment itself is the responsibility of the city council. and the process by which that occurs is likewise the responsibility of the city council. And so however that process is prescribed, provided that it is lawful, we can proceed as the council wishes.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. So then go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, if I understand that, and City Manager Thornley, your mic was really low, so it was a little bit hard to hear you. But I think we kind of picked it up, and you were saying yes, that could be the process. I guess what I'm trying to understand on the record from the court, and I hope it wasn't compromised, is that you are amenable to said process of bringing this back in January. Is that what I understood, Mr. Tuttle?
If I can just clarify, we do have a backlog of bench trials that we're trying to clear off. We feel that we could take the next 3 months, use a pro tem, have that pro tem basically participate in Zoom hearings and manage our dockets such as traffic or out of custody, while we have our sitting judges on the bench trying to clear that backlog. We anticipate that backlog to be cleared by the first of the year, in which time we will definitely need a fourth judge to take over a full workload and move forward. It's not a position that we can hold open for the entire fiscal year, but we had a plan in place for a possible 3-month delay in filling this position.
Okay, and that's what I was just trying to understand. And I'm just trying to understand that we kind of, as parties to said issue, that we are in good faith. You know, it sounds like we're heading in the same direction. And that's all I was getting from you, Mr. Tuttle, was that, yes, you agree that in good faith, 3 months for us to kind of get through the process and understand it come January, that you're okay with that.
Yes, the court will be okay with that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, so with that being said, then what I would like to propose to our city manager is doing the appointment in January and bringing the process back to the next council meeting of what that looks like. I mean, we can change it up, but we have been pretty consistent with some of our appointments, which I think has worked fairly well. I do think there's a few things in place that, you know, we might want to restructure, just depending on kind of actually, you know, what are some of the COVID cases look like? You know, because to be honest with you, the first one that we made over Zoom was you actually, Mr. Thornley, you know, which is not my preference at all. I do like to be in the room for these appointments like we've done with our city council members, those kinds of things. So I kind of would like to look at, you know, some of that process. Typically what we've done in the past is bring in the top 3 after we've all had a chance to look at those applications, and then bring them back for in-person interviews. So kind of looking at that process, Mr. City Manager. And then I would say let's, you know, bring it back in January to make a selection. So
All right.
I guess that would be my motion.
Can I ask for some clarification, Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead, Mark.
And this is what I'm thinking of right now is just on behalf of the 11 applicants that we have. I would just ask if when we establish whatever the rest of this process is going to be, that we not make them resubmit.
Sure.
You can of course reach out and ask them if they're still interested at that time, but just that they not be jumping through additional hoops, if we can sort of hold their material.
Well, and I think good point, Mark. And I would also say, you know, we had an application process. It's closed now. It stays closed. It's just that we are going to follow everything as planned except for until January. So it's closed, but those applications are still, you know, submitted. And also we can reach back out to those applicants if that timeline doesn't work for them or, you know, what have you. Sound good?
Exactly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for asking too. Okay, so I guess that would be my motion.
Madam Mayor, I seconded it, and I'd like
Oh,
to...
you did? Okay. I don't see you, Councilman Reese.
I apologize. I'm probably lower on the screen there.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
For the purposes of explaining myself, I want to just say a few things. Of course, I will start the drinking game off by saying I am the lawyer on the body. Other than that, my colleague in the bar, Mr. Thornley, but for which he won't get to vote on this item. But I will say a couple of things. I think it's important. Number one, I don't think that Councilmember Breckis's point about the inherent powers of the different branches of our government should be overlooked. I do want to give some support to the argument that each of us has a role, whether we're the legislative, executive, or judicial branch of our small neck of the woods. And that deference which each branch owes to the other, I think, is very important. And so my colleague's comments, I think, are well-intentioned, and I believe that she's right in that regard. The second thing is, and it has not been mentioned, although I'm not sure it will derail this conversation, but is some further support for the position that I've taken in seconding your motion, Madam Mayor, is that the Charter, Section 4.010, indicates that we must, as a city, have one municipal court department, meaning we have one that is created by our charter. The other three that we have, the other departments, have all been created by resolution. I take that to mean that we are entitled to reduce the number of them as long as we don't go below one, and that as long as we don't try to reduce the person's department around their election, right? So if Judge Riggs were in this department still today, we could not eliminate the department during the term of her office. But because it is vacant, we have no obligation legally to fill it. Although it sounds like, and I'm supportive of the idea of looking at it in January, I just want to make sure that the body knows, and I'm saying on the record why I'm supportive of both moving it, and I also believe there's factual and legal support for it. The third thing I want to just say is I, like the mayor, am concerned with the hiring freeze. You know, here we are as a city who's dealing with some budgetary constraints created by COVID. We have ongoing budget discussions each time, and that hiring freeze really means something. So it's very strange for me to go out to the community and say, we're trying to protect the stewardship of the resources of this community, and we're in a hiring freeze, but oh, here we are, we're going to hire a judge. That judge, of course, requires staff, bailiffs, courtroom time, all those things, and that just seems in opposite to our hiring freeze. The next thing I will say is that the closest to the election certainly resonates with me, although it did not with my colleague from Ward 1. I do think it is strange that at the national level there's this big debate about it, and here we are at the local level not really paying attention to the fact that there is an election. Elections have consequences, and I want to be respectful of what the voters' wishes are in this regard. And then the last thing I'll say, Madam Mayor, is that, well, actually two more things. One is that I do think, as Mr. Dungan posited, there is a need for people to be able to wind down their practices. Under our ethical rules as lawyers, we have some obligations not to leave clients in the lurch, not to leave them in a worse position by our absence. So many of these lawyers who are practicing will need a strategy to get out of their existing practice. And so I think in that regard, this claim that the charter drives us to make a decision immediately is also not true. And then the last thing I'll say, and this is mostly for the folks who are watching at home, we've got some excellent candidates. And my conversation and our discussion about this process and whose roles and responsibilities there are within various branches of government is in no way intended to distract from the fact that we have had some really great people apply. I will be looking forward to really looking at those in depth. And my hope is that we'd have support for the mayor's motion. And that those candidates know that I'm very proud of the folks who have applied, and we'll be looking forward to ultimately appointing one of them in January.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Breckis, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take this to another level of conclusion. I appreciate all Mr. Reese's comments, but the charter is very clear. Within 30 days, we need to appoint. And I'm sorry, I cannot go to not doing that unless we take a measure that does not run us afoul to my belief of what the charter says. Even if it's, you know, well, who would sue us, who would be in trouble, you know, the judges, are they the ones? What about the people who appear? What about the people who appear and their representatives, legal representatives who say, no, I'm in Department 4. The council did not fulfill their charter obligation in getting a permanent judge in here in 30 days. this is not a legitimate proceeding. And I would feel that way. I would not put someone into a position of appearing in our court when it is not someone who is sitting there that the council fulfilled their duties. So having said that, I am okay in re-examining this in January, but I want a resolution of the council in disbanding the department to show that within 30 days, we disbanded the department. They have to go with pro tems and juggle, their caseload accordingly with 3 departments. These are some of the issues I wanted to bring up with Mr. Tuttle, because I also wanted to understand, I remember Judge Riggs had a grant, and I wanted to understand the funding and the status of that grant, the timing. And I also did want to understand, in terms of the department, how they had told our finance department they would offer up a 5, 10, 15% budget cuts if we had to go there. So I just don't think we can do a wink and a nod to the charter and push it off till January unless we take a measure of a resolution at our next meeting in closing the department, and then in January we can reopen the department by resolution. That's the technique that I feel is most appropriate.
And I respect your comments, Councilwoman Breckus. I also want everyone to realize that we are in some really challenging times, things that we have never seen before. We are still under a state of emergency as well. So I think if we had not been, that would be one thing, but we are. So I think some of those need to also be taken into consideration for sure. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar. Thank you.
Okay, well, this has been a really interesting conversation. And so the first thing I want to just say is I've had a chance to look at some of the resumes, and I'm so impressed with the pool that have applied for this position. And I'm looking forward, to getting more acquainted with more of them so that we could do your process, of narrowing down perhaps to a top 3 and doing an interview process, potentially in person. So I want to support, I think, Councilman Reese did a very interesting sort of analysis of the charter in terms of the requirement from the charter to have a District 1 judge, and that the other 3 were created by a resolution, and that perhaps there's a broader construction of how we fill those. I think that was very, very thoughtful, and I appreciate it, and I tend to agree with it. So I don't know if we have to do a technically close it and technically reopen it. To your point, we are in a state of emergency, and a lot of time frames have been told. One of the time frames, just in terms of filling the manager, I think that in the charter it says we have to fill a manager within 6 months in the charter, and I don't think we quite accomplished that. We had interim managers and such, so we didn't quite do that. And I think a lot of it's been informed by this emergency that we're in. So I think we have to take it all into consideration, in good faith, move forward with the process. One way to maybe accomplish all the goals, to do it as quickly as possible, is maybe to think about doing part of the process in December so we actually could fill it in January. Once I assume there's going to be an evaluation of the need, and perhaps that can happen in November, December timeframe. And if we determine yes, and I'm pretty sure we will based on what Mr. Tuttle just said, maybe we can begin that sort of narrowing process. But I'm completely open to what the group decides. I'm not married to anything. I just want to thank my colleagues, particularly Vice Mayor Reese, for sort of articulating, how he came to his conclusion, and I support it. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. City Manager Doug Thornley, are you okay with coming back to the next council meeting and giving us maybe some options of what that structure might look like?
Absolutely.
Sound good?
Absolutely. We will prepare a menu of options for the proceeding.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I have a motion. I have a second from Vice Mayor Reese.
Could we get a analysis of that motion? Because I may be able to support it if we're continuing this discussion to the next meeting, and the option of a resolution, which in my mind is the most defensible to not filling the seat this month, would still be on the table. So could I hear that? What's the motion?
So, I guess I'm confused as to what exactly you're looking for, Councilwoman Breckus. You want a resolution to not fill the seat?
Well, I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable not filling the seat this month if we don't disband the department. So is the motion going to have these options before us next week?
So how do we do that, City Manager Doug Thornley? If we disband it, then we got to bring it back and create it?
Yes, so if you were to disband it, it would be disbanded by resolution, and then it would be created again by resolution. So it's sort of a two-step process.
Can you explain to me what the point would be to do that?
Well,
I guess I'm trying to.
The point that I hear Councilmember Breckus making is that perhaps the charter is not quite so clear in that we have the analysis by Vice Mayor Reese, we have the analysis from the City Attorney's Office, we have the analysis by Councilmember Breckus, but that what she is comfortable with in terms of legalities is suggesting that she believes that the seat needs to be filled within the 30 days unless the seat does not exist. And so the path forward for Councilmember Breckus is to eliminate the seat through the council's purview of necessity of the extra departments, right? The charter is clear that we do need to have one municipal court department. And all of the extra departments are created sort of within the purview of the council based on necessity. And so what Councilmember Breckus, I believe, is saying is that she is comfortable not filling the seat before October 31st, provided the department itself is eliminated.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tuttle.
Maybe what we could do, I'm just throwing out an idea, is go ahead and make the appointment within the time frame that the charter says, within the 30 days, but then just delay the start date. So we actually adhere to the charter where we appointed the judge within 30 days, but we're delaying the start date till January 1st.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jordan.
I was just curious if by somehow eliminating via resolution the position, you're not allowing the court to use pro tem, because then the court technically doesn't exist. I'm fearful there might be some unintended consequences by doing that. And that's why I kept just kind of saying, if the parties involved, and I get the structure of the charter for sure, but if the direct parties involved are agreeable to this January start date, do we really need to go through those mechanisms, which again may be more clunky and harmful than helpful? I don't know.
I just am trying to figure out, is that more confusing? I mean, is that something that needs to be done as a sort of a legal measure, Mark? I don't quite know, but my motion would be to outline the process in the next council meeting, what that looks like, and then follow it back up with an appointment in January.
Madam Mayor, if I could ask for some clarification, I mean, at this point, we have sort of three competing proposals for how to move the item forward. And so is your motion specific to one of those proclivities, or is your motion to sort of analyze those three choices and bring that back for the council to choose and then move forward from there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to that as well. If, there are other ways the council would like to, see this sort of broken down. But I think to Councilwoman Jordan's point, are we making this much more difficult, and then also the unintended consequences? I want to make sure we're not tying the hands of Mr. Tuttle, because he's got to have, some other resources available, right? So my thought was for the city manager to come back and give us maybe some process of what that final selection would look like. and then the council can vote on the process. And then we would bring that back in January to ratify. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I would just like to add for Mr. Thornley to look at specifically the governor's emergency and the emergency that we've declared at the city, bearing in mind that we have relied upon that declaration of emergency to toll other timeframes, including permits, including licenses, including all kinds of things. And I really think that may be, rather than an administrative process of just so we're technically in compliance, is what Councilwoman Breakfast is saying. So we're technically in compliance, it will no longer exist, and then we'll recreate it. And I get what she's saying. We would stay technically in compliance. But a different way of doing that, and I would just ask for him to evaluate it, would be to rely on our emergency declaration and what role does that play, and really as because that's what it's about. We're looking at, we have challenges with our budget, we have challenges with our timeframes, we have all kinds of challenges that we're all dealing with. We're on Zoom, and how does that play in this process? And can that, under the cover of our emergency declaration, can we move forward and still be legal, and still be working within the charter, but having these two things play together? You know, the emergency declaration and the charter, and it's similar to the manager, the interim manager. You know, we've done it a few times already. So some thoughts from some different approaches.
And I can definitely support it under those parameters. For example, several people have reached out to me and want one-on-one meetings for consideration. Well, those are hard to pack in at this point in time for me. So I do think if the tolling can come under the emergency powers, I'm supportive. I just want to echo, you know, there's not a big buy-off on this technicality of meeting it. It could be someone who gets traffic stopped tonight and his or her defense person, you know. So I just don't think all the parties really are here today to understand and agree to it. So, but I can support the motion, and I'll look forward to the manager's analysis next meeting.
Okay, so City Manager Doug Thornley, I would just ask them bring some language that is under the emergency state provision to the next council meeting so that we can have clarity and also have a vote on that. Sound good? So we're sort of in compliance. Sound good?
Yep, if the measure passes, we will take all these pieces and cobble together a machine that works.
Okay, and I did want to bring up one thing if there are candidates that are listening, because I think Councilwoman Breakfast made a pretty good point. I've had a lot of people reach out to me and ask, you know, what is the preference of a council member when it comes to reaching out or meeting with them or so forth. And I would just say each council member is probably different based on their time and, you know, their schedules and things like that. And I think that they will meet with you individually if, you know, if their schedule permits it. And some council members just want you to send them an email or a phone call follow-up or those things. It's really up to each individual. So I did want to just point that out because some of you have asked me what's the best way to contact council members. And it's different for every council member based on sort of their schedules and everything that they have juggling. And especially since many of you also sit on other boards and commissions and everyone's, you know, incredibly busy. So again, it's up to each council member's preference. Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second from Council Member Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Tuttle. I really appreciate your time and all you do in our court. You do a tremendous job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that transitioning, item D5 was pulled from your agenda. We're on item D6. This is a resolution with the council regarding real property purchase and sale. At this time, we will be moving over staff Jeff Limpert to give you a brief presentation and answer questions. Additionally, Chris Askins and Michelle Dugan from the Community Housing Land Trust will be available to also answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, nice to see you. I don't see you yet, but we're glad to have you. Where are you at?
He is joining us shortly. It should be noted while we're moving everyone over, Madam Mayor, we did not receive any public comment on this item. All right, Jeff Limpert and Chris Askin, we have both of you, you're unmuted on our end. Jeff, we see that you are still muted on your end. However, whenever you accept the unmute, you can present. Chris, we can see you and hear you while we're waiting on Jeff. If you'd like to say hi, kick us off, welcome to do so.
Hello, Council. Hope
Hi,
everyone's
Jeff.
doing terrific. If Jeff, I think Jeff was going to kick this off, but I can always just launch.
Okay, go. Why don't you go right ahead, and then Jeff will jump in. When we get... Okay, go ahead, Mr. Askin.
All right. Okay. So really, you guys have received a lot of information about this property in your package. Where I wanted to kick off was a previous council action going back to September 12th of 2018, where you directed staff to proceed with the donation process for the 3 properties. When that happened in September of 2018, that was actually the month that we were trucking all the modules in for the Village on Stage, just to kind of put that in perspective. From that time, we immediately began to work, and we worked closely with the city initially on an environmental review process for the properties to make sure they were clean, and that was accomplished. And then we worked on building some partnerships with some developers and builders, and I'll get into that in a minute. We formed a community housing advisory group, which is now a permanent part of the land trust of the Community Foundation, made up of experts on construction, on apartments, on leasing, on housing, and housing policy. And with the guidance of that housing advisory group now, we have a much more robust platform for doing housing work going forward in the future. We got involved with an initial property in Reno with a couple that was building on this property and worked with the land trust. And even today, just today, a family toured that home that may buy that. That's exactly the type of project that this project is all about for doing 10 homes. But we wanted to make sure that before we scaled up, we had done one from start to finish to make sure that it would work well. And we're in the finishing stages on that one home, and we're confident to move forward. And that's why we're approaching you today to go ahead and make the property transfer. I don't think I could adequately describe the amount of time and hours put in to working on these properties by volunteers in this community. Hundreds of hours, some costs for engineering work on the parcels, a tremendous amount of work done on the development of the project itself. Unlike the Village on Sage Street, with this particular project, we wanted everything from start to finish laid out to know exactly what it would cost, when it would happen, who would do it, and have everybody on board. And we have that, and that's why we're here with you today. Jeff is on the line now, so he may want to go through some of the materials he has, and then perhaps I could pick up with some more details on this particular project.
Okay, great. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to, well, I can't see anyone right now. Hopefully everything's working. I jumped in on my cell phone. I apologize.
Oh, cool.
My computer crashed, so I did have a slide presentation.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go without that.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Just, give us what you got.
Okay, so what I want to do is give a quick overview because it has been several years since we last addressed this. And since then, we've had 2 new council members join as well. So the idea of a community land trust may still be foreign to some, and other members of council still might need to be, just kind of refreshed on the general concept and how we got here in the first place. So if you kind of recall back in 2017 of July, Assistant City Manager Bill Thomas at that time gave a presentation on various affordable housing strategies that could be implemented to help solve the problem that we're having here locally and obviously throughout the country. As part of that, he created a puzzle piece, and in that puzzle piece was the concept of the community land trust. And so we came back to council on 3 separate occasions in 2018, asking for input as to whether A, we should move forward with vetting the concept, which we, council did tell, directed staff to move forward with, pursuing the concept. Once we then came back and said, okay, we like the concept, council agreed that we should move forward with it. And then so now was, do we start our own community land trust? So there were discussions about, just like we did with the New Market Tax Credit Program, where we created a separate legal entity to enter into that program, we would have created our own separate legal entity to do a community land trust. However, at the time, it seemed like it was going to be too much of a lift for the city to do. So that's when we partnered with the Community Foundation to work with them and work with the community housing land trust that they created. And so that was kind of the conception of all of this. And so then we came back again with helping see that by looking at various parcels that we could donate to the community land trust. I think it was September of 2018, we came back with 8 various parcels. And at the end of that discussion, some of the parcels we decided that we wouldn't do anything with. Some of them, like 265 Keystone, we decided that we should go ahead and auction it off, which we did. And then 3 of the parcels, which are part of the discussion today, 0 Mayberry, 0 Yorkshire, and 0 Golden Valley, council directed staff to move forward with the donation process to the community land trust. The 2-year delay was really, as Chris was, when I came to the phone, I heard Chris talking about the dorms at Sage. In that same time period, that project was moving forward, and they were going through the process of getting the dorm units in, doing the site work, and then over the last year and a half, they've been filling it. They now fill it to 100% occupancy. They're now in a position to move on to their next process or their next project, and that would be these parcels that we're referring to today. The only difference, the only caveat to today's discussion is that they don't feel that the 0 Mayberry parcel is one that will fit well into the CLT model. That project because it involves an extensive site development work that needs to be done. The zoning doesn't look like it allows for more than 1 unit. And so between that and construction costs, it just doesn't seem like they would be able to then sell it for below market rate. So they wanted to be able to sell the property, then use the proceeds to help with the Mayberry or the Golden Valley and Yorkshire project. So that was what they wanted to do with it. But under NRS, there are no provisions to transfer that property to the entity, other than through some like affordable housing measures. And usually with those affordable housing provisions, you do have, deed restrictions. And so if they were just going to turn around and sell it off to the open market at market value, we wouldn't be able to do it under any of the NRS provisions. So in working with staff and city attorney's office, the only other option that's viable for the city would be to, move forward with actually going through the auction process on the 0 Mayberry parcel and then donating the proceeds to the development project for the community housing land trust. So that's kind of in a nutshell what's before you today. And so with that, I'll let Chris jump back in and kind of describe the project in more detail as in terms of the different homes. And while he's doing that, if I can get my slide deck back up, I can even get some aerial views, so council can see exactly the parcels we're referring to.
Okay, Chris, do you want to jump in for a minute, or are you good?
Sure. Okay, I can go ahead and show you. We were going to see Jess first, but I'll just go ahead and do this first. This is the parcels and the engineering work that's been done on them to be able to prep for the homes, and it actually shows the layout of the homes. So we're going to go to a share screen. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Can everybody, okay.
Yeah.
So, these are the three properties on the, 0 Yorkshire Drive. We are planning to do 8 homes. On the, 0 West Golden Valley Drive, which is right across the street, we're planning on doing 2 homes. I've got to share that David Dahl, he's the developer of the Sparks Arena. He came and approached the foundation right when we started the village project 2 years ago. And without David, we would not be here today. David has put in hundreds of hours of research on this project. He's put together the budget, and he brought in Robertson Engineering. And then the missing piece that we had for us, that really the last 3 or 4 months we've been working on, was on the earthwork. Now, this particular property where the 8 homes is going to go has big drainage through the center. It's going to require some significant fill and a tremendous amount of dirt work. The property across the corner, the 0 West Golden Valley Drive, happens to have way, way too much material. So we'll be able to move the material literally across the street, making both sites buildable. But there's a tremendous cost to do that. This is one of the reasons that these particular parcels weren't attractive in the past to any of the other affordable housing groups. A big thanks to Aspen Earthworks that has come in with an estimated cost much, much lower than market, even now during a very busy building time. So they would help us make this project pencil out. So that's where Aspen Earthworks comes in. They do all the groundwork. And then Starbrook Modular Homes is looking at this as a terrific company. They build module pieces of the homes, but these are like stick-built homes. There's a foundation, concrete foundation. It's a permanent home. It's just built in some pieces off-site. The roof is built on-site. They're beautiful homes. And Starbrook Modular Homes is working with us to give us essentially a tremendous deal as a demonstration project in the community to build these 10 homes. So big thank you to those partners that can make this project happen. And you know, at the Community Foundation, we have to give credit where credit is due, and it really is to the volunteers and to these corporations that want to help provide 10 homes for low-income families in our community. Now, this site is, and Jeff's map will show this, it's just west of the intersection of Golden Valley and North Virginia. So if you're heading up North Virginia, you hit that Golden Valley corner where the gas station is, you hang a left, across the tracks, that's where the site is. At this point, as I mentioned, 100% of the engineering has been done. We have, basically a project ready to go. Do you want to put the next one? So this next one shows the other 2 homes across the street, and we'll get to the houses in a second. But you can see they're all freestanding homes with their own private yards. Want to put the next one? This shows that we've got the contour work done on both of the sites. And then the very next one shows the first house. So this is the house that would be built on a smaller lot. There'd be 2 of these. This is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage, brand new house on its own private parcel. You can see this is the layout of that home. So there's 2 of these. So can you imagine a low-income family being able to buy these homes, move their families in, and own the homes and build equity? That's what this is all about. So if we flip to the next one, this is the home that will be on the 8-home project. The 8-home project involves building a street. So essentially, these 8 houses will have their own neighborhood on a private street. Very desirable, very nice for families. The next shot is the interior of the other home. There will be 8 of these, and you can see 4-bedroom, 2-bath, nice masters, beautiful homes. So that's essentially what I wanted to share. Now we have hundreds of pages of engineering detail, budget detail, a layout. What we're proposing is that we would essentially launch this project in January or February. That's when we break ground. We're working right now on getting the construction financing in place. And the homes would, I believe, begin to be finished August, July? Yeah. So sometimes at some point in fall 21, the homes would start to be finished. And the idea is all the groundwork, of course, would be done for all 8 homes. And each home would be done about every week or 2. There'd be another home available and a family moving in. And we've spoken with Amy at the Reno Housing Authority. We anticipate that the families moving out of Reno Housing Authority facilities into their own homes. So we had worked with Amy and Reno Housing Authority early on, a year and a half ago, and they come up with a list of potentially 35 families that could potentially qualify. And of course, not all of them will end up qualifying or want to do this model. But we feel that there is a market, and this would be a tremendous opportunity. And every family that moves out of a Reno Housing Authority facility into these homes will, of course, open up space for another family to move into the Reno Housing Authority spaces.
Well, Chris, thank you so much working with Amy, because this falls very much in line with our Moving to Work program, which is incredibly successful. So I really appreciate you doing that and really helping the community in this aspect. Can you kind of explain to me how this works? So they would move in, if I'm correct, if I understand what you're saying, they would move into home ownership with these properties, correct?
Yes. One of the tricky parts of this was identifying a bank that could do these loans.
Sure.
This may seem like a new thing, but this is done all around the country.
Sure.
Kudos to the city for wanting to bring a community housing land trust model to our region. This is certainly something new for all of us here, but it's not new to many of these banks that do this. So we do have a bank partner that works in California that has a branch here. They've gotten a license in Nevada to be able to do these loans. So essentially what happens is the family will buy this home. So the example I can give you with the final numbers have to do with our test case. So this home is a 2-bedroom home, but it has an additional space, beautiful lot, fairly central to Reno, brand new home, and it's $225,000 to buy this home. So the family essentially has to qualify for a loan. They don't need to put in a down payment, but they do need to cover closing costs. That immediately reduces the barrier for them to get in. And of course, we all know that on a $225,000 home, your mortgage payment is going to be much more reasonable and probably less than rent for many people in this community. The family then pays a $50 a month ground lease fee for the land trust. So they don't own the ground, but they do own the home. And at such time as perhaps they want to sell the home, their equity is a combination of the amount of the loans they have paid off, as well as the appreciation of the house tied to median income. So let's say median income over a 10-year period goes up 15, 20%. The value of their home essentially goes up 15, 20%. That combined with the debt reduction on paying down the loan means that they walk away with that check. That's essentially in a nutshell how it works.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this progress, and I've been supportive, and I thank Community Foundation. I had a few questions. And I'm very excited to hear about module construction. I think, there's so many inefficiencies in single-family development construction-wise, and so this innovation's really, great to see it deployed. Excited about that. I think it's innovative. But I had asked in my briefing, and some of the history was provided, but it didn't go far back enough. And maybe Mr. Delgado or Mayor or Ms. Jardin remember early on, before the Community Foundation even trust was a concept, we did send our staff to look to see if there were properties in our inventory that could go to housing. And these two properties were very much thrown off the list because of the environmental conditions. And I think Mr. McKenzie was on then. It was after Mr. Dortch left. And there were some people who came forward about these properties from the area who knew a lot more about it than any of us, and the council deliberated and said, "Oh, I don't know about that." And I was looking for that record and just wanted to know. It's, I'll defer to the ward representative, but I do know in my time that the council took a look at allowing some development on that, but felt the environmental situation there was not one that warranted some multifamily some development, and I really wish we had that record. The second one is with Zero Mayberry. Rather than sending it to market, where we'll probably get picked up for, some market rate, person to build a nice home, and that's great. Could we maybe consider offering it to some other nonprofit partners, like, I don't know, Eddie House is one. There's also, what's that other one, that the domestic violence one, CASA, or what are they, does anyone remember what they're called?
Domestic Violence Resource Center.
Yes, they are in that vicinity with a property. And then also another one is Habitat for Humanity, which I don't think is built in that part of town. But I was just wondering, maybe we could do that to someone that maybe works on more of those single-family group home settings and achieve our goals that way, particularly for people who might be disabled or something along those lines.
All right. Council Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Well, I guess I'm super excited about the presentation and the possibility. I want to go back to something that Mr. Askin was talking about and make a very strong emphasis on this point. And I think it either needs to be restated, or I'm just going to state it in such a way that I think it makes more sense to me. I have been pushing for some time to explore both the community housing trust model and also the shared equity model. When Councilmember Weber and I and Councilmember Breckus were in the National League of Cities a year ago in November, I went to a shared equity housing conference, and it was super informative to me. And the idea of shared equity means that we are growing home ownership across generations. And so I guess I want to come back to Mr. Askin and put a more finer point on it. You said that when the home is sold, there were these, the delta between what it was sold at, what it appraised at, what the AMI was. Can you help the council to really understand? And ultimately, I'm pitching you a softball. I'm trying to tell you I believe in a shared equity model. I want to make sure that we all understand what the opportunity is. And so I just want to give a little bit more time to how that shared equity framework and concept can help us to grow homeownership through generations.
Sure. So let's say that family decides they're never going to sell them. They want to leave it to their kids. They can do that. The way the ground lease works with the family is every time ownership changes, a new 99-year lease starts. So this is forever. So let's say the family unexpectedly passes away, or the parents, and the kids inherit the house. The kids can move in. They don't have to requalify. But if they want to sell it, it's sold to a low-income family using the same formula used when the original family was able to move in. Clearly, there would be tremendous equity, especially if the family owned it for a long time and had paid off the loan. But even with that, with income going up, there's going to be additional equity. So it's always used for low-income families. But, if a family's going to buy it, they need to know that it's their house. They own it. They can stay there as long as they want. And so hopefully that answers the question.
Well, not entirely. I'm not suggesting the scenario or the hypothetical which you've posited, which is an estate transfer upon death. I'm suggesting that if I'm a homeowner and I'm in this home that I own and I go to sell it, I'm going to realize some equity in value. But when I sell it, the next person who buys it is also going to be getting in at a lower basis, right? And that's my point. So look at it from that hypothetical and explain to me how we create a group of homes that have shared equity going forward, as opposed to, if you or I were selling our home, we take the equity out of it and we, go to Mexico with it, whatever. That's not what happens in your model. In your model, there is equity that stays in the home that lowers the cost to buy it for the new homeowner.
Right. Well, when somebody decides they want to sell their home in this model, they don't actually sell the home, they call us up. And we place the next family in the home, they get a loan based on the new value, based on the formula, and then basically that's where the departing family gets their check. So the equity still stays in the home through that process.
So we should be doing more of this. I think as a body, at times we are very challenged because it is difficult for cities to control affordable housing. We have some tools in the toolbox. This is a tool that I think that we can use, which is probably not familiar to a lot of cities, but is being used across the country. Vermont's a good example where this is happening and has actually been happening since the early 80s. But that shared equity framework is something that we, I think, have to commit to and invest in, and then we will see it over time create the opportunity for people to own their own home. And so I just think it appears on our agenda as a very small and discrete thing. This is a big deal, and we ought to see it for the big deal that it is and for the opportunity it presents for us as a body to signal our commitment to affordable housing and equity in this community, because I do think it is unusual. It is, not the norm for communities to be doing this, but we can be a leader here. And so I'm very happy about it. And I would certainly defer to my council colleagues, Councilmember Weber or Breckus, who I think also were hearing many of the same pieces. Councilmember Breckus has a larger background in this already, but I'm just suggesting that for my part, this is the first time as a body where we can signal that we want to see these kind of shared equity frameworks put into place in housing. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be a part of it.
Okay, any other council members? Councilman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to share that I think this is awesome for Ward 4, and these properties, the two properties are serviced by RTC RIDE. So that's a really positive right there, as well as it's just a great project. We do have some Habitat for Humanity homes in Ward 4, but this project is really something very positive for these homeowners, and many of them may even come from the neighboring Reno housing homes right in the community. So the kids would still go to the same schools possibly, and it's just a really positive thing for the families. And I think that what was covered was the dirt work and the project can really come to fruition now because they've got the ability to do the earthwork, and it's all right there. So I think this is just a real positive for our community. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I hope that we can get this passed.
Okay, anyone else? I don't see anyone else. Give me a motion.
Can I jump in with one more thing?
Sure, go right ahead.
So when we first started to look at this project, clearly it just didn't simplify. This is one of the reasons I spoke with Matthew Fleming, and he said that the properties had been offered to his housing group and they didn't take them because there's no way that these were developable. Well, we worked through all of those problems. We've had lots of different contractors come forward, just like through the village, that are going to help with this project. But we did come up short, even after everything we did. And after the parcel on Mayberry, we still have at least another $180,000 to raise to get this to pencil out, to be able to sell these houses to families at the 80% median income level. So I do want to make everybody aware how critical that additional parcel and the income from that parcel is to this project.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Go right
ahead. Yeah, I think this is so innovative and creative. I asked staff a lot of questions before today and of course read the information. My question is, do the people have to be already with the Reno Housing Authority program in order to qualify for the homes? Is that the vision? Or like for example, I helped a person buy a home and helped them, come up with the down payment, finance it, and so on. But this would have been perfect for someone like that. But they weren't coming through the Reno Housing Program. So just could you speak to that?
Yeah, that's not a requirement at all. But the reality for us is if we're going to do a project of this scale, and what if we could do 10 homes a year? So this is not a one and done. Just like the village was not a one and done.
Yeah.
What if we could build up an inventory of hundreds of these types of homes for people to move through the system and have a whole different way to build equity? A lot of these families, after 10 years, they're going to realize how much equity they have, and they're going to say, well, we want to sell this house because we're going to have $100,000 to put down on something else.
Yeah.
So in order to make this a part of kind of the continuum of housing availability in our community, we wanted to really scale it up.
The other question I had was just what would be the valuation? The first houses that would be built, are they equivalent to like a $200,000 home, a $250,000 home? I mean,
well, it could be closer to the 300 level because these are 4 bedrooms. But in talking with families, and we've done some focus groups, they want the nice closet, they want the nice bedroom, they want these things, and it does pencil out for families at that level to be able to afford these homes.
So you're saying a family that makes 80% of the median income could afford a $300,000 home. There's just no $300,000 homes or a financing system to help them get there?
Yes, and the down payment requirements. They still have to have, they still have to be credit worthy. There's no way you can get around that with a bank. But not having to do a down payment makes a huge difference right up front as well.
So that would be the difference. These would not require the down payment. That's what I was wondering, would they be getting like a voucher or that would be waived, or how does
It's not just that. These homes on the open market would sell for $150,000 more probably. $100,000 more of these.
What did you just say? I'm sorry.
Oh, $100,000 more at least is what they would sell for on the open market.
100,000. Oh, you mean like 400,000?
Right.
Oh, okay.
No,
the only after researching homes about a year and a half ago, the only thing I could even find, let's just say that was nice and had some basic living spaces, was in the 250 range. It was really a struggle. So I see the value here a great deal. Thank you.
Yeah, and we haven't spent a lot of time going out and costing that. We just our goal was to make this something that would be available for a family of 4, for example, on 80% median income in Washoe County, to be able to afford this house, including all of the ancillary costs for insurance and so on, at no more than a third of their income. 30%.
So wait, Chris, will you just clarify? They will own the home and the land stays with the trust. Am I right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. This model is very, it's very, very successful. Actually, it's a good one. So good job.
Well, we haven't launched yet, but because we've got all of this put together, we feel pretty ready to go. We need to make sure that we have the land and that funding stream in place before we launch.
Yeah. The one thing I would just mention to council too to also remember is if we do, have other land throughout the city, that it can also stay within the city's purview, sort of similar in nature. I just worry about when we, give away a lot of land, right? And so I think we also have to be cognizant of that, with other projects, because we've done that in the past, and sometimes I think it's better to keep some of that in our own infrastructure throughout the city. So, okay. That being said, I would love to ask Councilman Delgado, give me a motion.
Sorry if you would come off. Move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? And then a discussion, Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I mean, I guess this involves then sending Zero Mayberry to, just for sale, correct, Mr. Limpert?
Yeah, if I can, interject here real quick. So the recommendations given in the staff report, there were 3 of them. One was, approve resolution only. The second one was approve the resolution and direct staff to move forward with the processes necessary to complete an auction of Zero Mayberry. And then the third option was to take no action. So I would ask that we clarify that we're going for number 2, and that this would be approval of the resolution and disposal of Zero Mayberry through the auction process and direct staff to complete the necessary actions to perfect that.
Okay, if that's what the body feels is the best approach to help this launch, because I represent Ward 1, and Ward 1, while it has some CDBG eligible areas that are always a focus and need for those communities, you know what, in this transaction, Ward 1 is going to get is probably a market rate home of about maybe $750,000. Very nice home. And I wanted to, I'm sensitive of siting of subsidized housing, and I wanted to make Zero Mayberry, which is a very nice neighborhood, available for a public purpose to another nonprofit partner who provides housing for the needy. But if that's not what the motion and the council's will is, I'll support the motion. Thank you.
I guess one of the questions that maybe should be asked, Jeff, do you have interested parties already interested in that parcel?
On Zero Mayberry?
Yeah.
Nothing I'm aware of. We've owned that parcel since 1970. It was acquired as part of I think they were going to punch through a road, and it's just been on our roll ever since.
Okay. And that would have the same requirements that we typically do when we do sell parcels, such as getting 2 appraisals and things like that, correct?
Exactly. We'll go forward and obtain the 2 appraisals, do the public noticing, run through an auction just like we did with 265 Keystone. And then that person who acquires the property will have to come back through, planning for whatever it is that they plan to do with it. Maybe the neighbors come together and buy it. Obviously through an auction, it would be available to anyone.
What's the square footage of that site in the zoning?
I think it's just like 0.4 acres, and I'm not sure there's that zoning designation, but when Chris and I were looking at it, I think you only ever get 1 unit on it. So that, along with the site work, because that is into the hillside of Mayberry, it's going to have extensive site work that needs to be done, and so any prospective buyer is going to be taking that into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's at SF9, and I had calculated earlier today, you couldn't quite fit 2 houses on there. I think only
Right.
1.
Yeah, we did ask Dixon to evaluate the value, and they came back. They think it's a very rough parcel. They think that it may go for $120,000. So that's the figure we're using in our calculation.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Fantastic. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, at this time.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Chris.
Moving,
Nice to see you.
moving to item D7, this is presentation discussion for approval of changes to disposal agreement and commercial residential franchise agreements. We have from staff, Suzanne Linfante will be moved over to give you a very brief presentation. Additionally, Greg Martinelli and Kinder Kostelecki from Waste Management will be aiding in the presentation and will be available for questions. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, during this time, we did not receive any public comments on this item.
Okay, really appreciate that. Then I guess we are going to hand it right over to Suzanne. Am I correct? There she is. Okay, great. Suzanne, go ahead.
Hi. So I have a presentation to share. I don't know if I'm sharing it or if it's coming up on your end.
Suzanne, we'll have you share it, so you'll be able to hover over the Zoom app and see the share screen button, so that way you can advance your own slides.
Okay. All right, and then I am navigating backwards on some screens here, so bear with me. Okay, so can everybody see the presentation?
We can see the presentation. You'll just need to put it into presentation mode before you advance.
Okay. And how do I do that?
In the
Go
bottom
to
right hand.
slideshow.
There we go. Got it, yeah. Got it. That, okay, that's what you mean. I'm like, presentation mode, slideshow. Okay, sorry about that. So I am Suzanne Linfonte. I handle our sustainability efforts here at the city, and we're here today to go over the proposed amendments to the waste management disposal and franchise agreement. Also presenting today are representatives of Waste Management, Greg Martinelli and Kendra Kostelecki, and then Jonathan Shipman from city staff will weigh in on a couple legal matters. So we are here because back in June of 2019, council directed city staff to conduct a survey of residents regarding waste management services. After that survey, staff recommended changes to the disposal agreement, the disposal agreement, solid waste and recyclable materials agreement, which I'll refer to throughout this presentation as the disposal agreement, the exclusive franchise agreement, residential solid waste and recyclables, which I'll call the residential agreement, and the exclusive service area franchise agreement, commercial solid waste and recyclable materials, that I'll call the commercial agreement. Previous council action, again, June 12th, 2019, council provided direction on recommended changes to the agreement. November 28th, 2018, 2018, ETC Institute presented the findings of the scientific survey. Council directed staff to present recommendations, and that moved us forward to June. The amendments resulting from the customer surveys were improved customer education and outreach. The section references throughout this presentation reference the agreement that is applicable to, that specific change is applicable to. So section 5.1A, public education and outreach, was added to expand activities and evaluate communications outcomes. Improved household hazardous waste, referred to as HHW, disposal services for residential customers. This is something that is, at last update, was still in progress, and Greg and or Kendra at Waste Management can weigh in on the status of that effort. But management trying to implement is more like a voucher program where residents can take those materials to a separate facility using that voucher. And then expanded cleanup efforts, increase in the collection services allowance to include drop-box services for neighborhood, community, and blighted property cleanup. The amendments that were jointly identified by the City of Reno and Waste Management include addressing specific customer needs to incorporate findings. We revised some of the definitions under Article 1 for clarity, extend hours of operation, modified Section 3.4A, hours of collection, route maps and route changes, added new sections 3.4B, collection routes, and 3.4C, collection route changes. Established collection services under a single account, section 3.5E, service and building of master build communities. Additional amendments that were jointly identified align annual rate adjustments. The dates in the various agreements did not align, so we aligned those dates to all be April 1st. Of all references to the castaway trash agreement, which will be referenced as CTH in the agreement. This is section 11.7E, termination of CTH agreement. A lower rate for low-income senior citizens. So there is a new section to the residential agreement, 6.2BC, low-income senior citizens. This is applicable to low-income senior citizens who are at least 85% of the poverty level. And then the addition of some additional big belly trash compactors, which are actually already in the city's possession, and those are sprinkled throughout the Midtown district. amendments to the city collection services, transfer station usage, and drop box services. We are increasing the transfer station allowance from the current level. This is modified to reset the allowance to reflect actual usages. In a later slide, you'll see why we did that. There is a new landfill usage allowance, so this would allow the city to use the Lockwood landfill and have an allowance there as well. Some of the additional services include increased services in parks and public right-of-ways, incorporated services for neighborhood and community cleanups, incorporated services for blighted property cleanup, increased drop box services for street, sewer, and facility maintenance, and we have the ability to add green waste recycling services at certain city facilities. So as stated, the change in this table at the bottom of this slide shows the necessity of the change in the previously stated allowance. That negative number that you see in the sixth column over, that is our overage, and the reason that we went ahead and increased the allowance, or are trying to increase the allowance. And before I get ahead of myself here, there is an additional change to the agreement. So in order to increase these allowances, there would be an increased cost. And to avoid that, we worked with Waste Management on adding a change to their CPI rate adjustment. So that would go from 8 to 10%. And Greg can touch on the details of what that means. Our reporting and procedures. City staff and Waste Management will develop an improved reporting process that will provide city staff with information needed to analyze collection services, transfer station services, and landfill services usage by departments. We've already started working on that previous to this meeting, actually. The information will help the city identify opportunities to improve efficiencies and increase recycling. Recycling market trends will also be included, and I'm working with Kendra Kopelecki at Waste Management on exactly how that will appear. City staff is drafting a program guide that will incorporate the city's customer service procedures and important milestones under the agreement. So there were previously mentioned issues brought up at previous council meetings that were not addressed by amendment. They either weren't appropriate or there was something that were handled outside of the agreement. So the report of customer complaints through Waste Management. Staff worked with Waste Management to establish a process of supplying customer complaints as appropriate and has a record of complaints that come into Reno Direct. Another requested change was to make improvements to reduce the wait lines at the Sage and Stead transfer stations. Waste Management has since implemented some improvements and continues to explore other options. Post the transfer station rates clearly at Sage Street and Stead transfer stations. And in the next slide, you'll see that they are posted at those two sites. Offer more household hazardous events and increase the weight allowance for customers. Waste Management is working on the partnership with Clean Harbors, as previously stated, and the weight limit is being worked out. There would be no additional costs under the agreement. This is just a photo of the two transfer station rate postings. Additional updates not addressed by the amendments request that Waste Management consider utilizing Recollect, a user-friendly customer interface application. In lieu of this app, Waste Management has launched their own. This provides customer pickup date and time for trash and recycling similar to Recollect. The Quick Start Guide is part of the record and part of your council packet. And the Quick Start Guide is referring to Waste Management's application. Provide an update to council on the illegal dumping task force. There is a letter that was made part of the record and is part of the council packet that Waste Management submitted to provide that update. And then staff was asked to provide an update to council on the legal cases related to the agreement. Jonathan Shipman is available to answer those questions as needed. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over now to Waste Management. I'll be advancing their slides on my end, but they're going to go ahead and talk through these next 3 slides, if they're there.
This is Kendra. I think Greg's going to pick it up, but Greg, I think you need to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council members, Greg Martinelli on behalf of Waste Management. Before I get into this slide here in front of us, couple comments on what was in the earlier slides relative to specifically to the HHW. Right now, we have a pretty elementary process. I mean, we take batteries, e-waste, oil, antifreeze, solidified paint, and it's been our intent to try to expand that program. And we've done that the past several years on an event-based basis, and it's been problematic. We haven't been able to service all of the folks that require it, and so we've been trying to come up with a better solution. And what is actually listed in the staff report is kind of still going on, but we weren't getting the results we were looking for. So we recently put out an RFP to 4 different companies, and essentially the way the program works is we would provide the customer base with a voucher that would allow them to use the facility that we end up contracting with at any time, and we're planning on 4 events on the calendar quarter. So essentially, the opportunity would be for 22 days each month that the customer could go get rid of their material at this HHW facility that we end up contracting with. And one of the comments was relative to the weight, increasing the weight. Well, the weight issue is problematic, and so what we've done instead is we're going to make an allowance more based on size. So essentially, if you came in your car and you had your trunk full, that would be eligible. If you had your pickup truck full, that would be eligible. If you had a trailer, a 5x8 trailer full, that would be eligible. Now, this is just for the residential consumer, so the obvious intent here is not for someone that's a painting company or anything like that to be bringing materials to this facility under the auspice of the franchise paying for it. So that is a change from what's in your packet, but we believe that it's going to be a very successful program and much more beneficial to the consumer. The other thing that's mentioned in there is the lawnmower redemption program that was sponsored by the health department, and as a result of COVID, that's been kind of put on a back burner. It was going to be part of this program, and customers would be able to take their lawnmowers to this location to have them properly disposed of. Either the plastics and metals would be recycled, and all the oils and gasoline would be taken out and disposed of properly. So that's kind of been set aside because of COVID, but we anticipate it might resurrect itself. I don't know how the grant works on that, but in any case, that's something that's potentially still going to be part of this program. So getting directly to this particular slide, one of the asks from the city was to add in a service level for senior discounts for those that were 150% of the federal poverty level. So what we provided to the city was a program that was put into place in Carson City, and the city elected to go that route. And so the difference between this particular rate and the rate that's already in the agreement is the one that's in the agreement operates under the assumption that seniors, if it's just a single senior or a couple senior, may likely produce less solid waste, so they don't need as much service. So the rate that's provided for currently in the agreement is for a 32-gallon cart and a 64-gallon cart for recycling. What this provision does for folks that qualify at that 150% of the federal poverty level is that it would be the rate would be 75% of the service that they select. So if they need the 9696 service, the discount would be based on what that rate was, not on a predisposed size for the customer. The second bullet has to do with, as you know, the community has grown significantly, and when we put this program in place in 2014, everybody got a cart. So it wasn't, we didn't even think about the part about, well, what about the new customers that are coming to town and we have to set them up for service. So the next request for this activation is to cover the cost of the new customers and us having to take the carts out to the customers. The $25 rate would be for one that already has a cart at the home. Unlike most services, when you move, you shut off your power, you shut off your water, you shut off your cable TV. People don't shut off their garbage service. And we generally don't know that properties changed hands until it changes on the assessor's database. The next section deals with section 3.9 of the residential agreement. We in fact put in a provision in there to deal with overloaded containers, but we never asked the council to establish a rate for it. So that is what we're asking for today, is that we establish a rate for that. Can we go to the next slide, Suzanne? This first item here has to do with our food waste recycling. When the program was initially put in place, the only location that we could recycle food waste was at Full Circle Compost in Carson City. So the rates that were established reflect the transportation to that location and the ultimate disposal cost for taking that material there. What we're asking the council to do is to establish a lower rate for a processor that is within 15 miles of the city of Reno. So that would take care of a facility in the event we build a composting facility at Lockwood, and it would also take care of where we currently take the material, which is to Donovan's out on the Griffin Lake Highway. The other thing that we neglected in the franchise changes in 2012 were we did not anticipate new customers on the commercial side, and so that rate request is to get those new customers signed up and to deliver the containers whatever size they need. And then this last one on this slide has that we refer to the term snapshot. That's actually a waste management term, and it's strictly referring to a snapshot being a picture. And but it was to identify overloaded and closed lids on containers. And so we're just clarifying the language by changing it from snapshot so that it's clearly identified as what it is. Next slide, Suzanne. Again, the primary premise of the city approaching us and trying to get this done at this time was related more to the transfer station allowance. But as a result, we've kind of whittled away at some of these items that have been placed on a list since this contract was put into place 8 years ago. And so some of the things that are in there, we just removed language that had no meaning today. The commercial agreements makes a lot of reference to another franchise hauler. Well, there is no other franchise hauler, and so the language in there would be confusing to anybody that was going to look at this thing in the future and say, well, what does that mean? Does it need to come out? No, but it serves no purpose. So while we're cleaning things up, we moved towards eliminating all that language that would be confusing. We talked about the transfer station. I believe that we provided a solution for that. Initially, when we negotiated this franchise, the city of Reno did not want to entertain an option to take material to the Lockwood landfill as part of their disposal allowance. My recollection is that the reasoning behind that was the city received a host fee for all tons that went through the transfer station. So that's why that wasn't put in place. Subsequently, the city has continued to use the landfill, your public works trucks that can't dump in the transfer station. I know Mr. Woodley frequently uses it for the disposal of motorhomes and trailers. And so that is why this allowance was requested to provide access at the landfill going forward. Suzanne mentioned that there was a request for additional roll-off boxes for community cleanups. I mean, our original idea was that we would provide each of you with 2 boxes each per year that you could do with as you please if you wanted to give them to a nonprofit. But the city just asked us to dedicate the boxes, and you will determine at some point where you would like those. Actually, I think that we're using one at a location with a project that Councilman Reese is well aware of, and it's going very well. There's no question that you folks are always sensitive to any impact of the rates. And so we, in order to alleviate any potential impact to the rate structure, our proposal was to move our rate of return calculation that would allow 8% to 10%. Now, the way it's written early in the slide is kind of problematic. It makes it sound like that's a guarantee. It is not a guarantee. The way the process works is that on a 3-year roll on average, if our rate of return falls below 8%, we get the CPI adjustment, whatever it is. If it falls above 8%, we don't get the CPI adjustment. What this ask would be is to change that to 10%. So if our rate of return is below 10%, we would get the rate increase. If it was above 10%, we would not get the rate increase. And this is consistent with Washoe County is 10 and the Incline Village is 9. The city of Sparks does not have a rate of return provision. And then the last thing here is the desire to continue working with the city. Commissioner Dewar is extremely passionate about multifamily recycling. It's offered under the franchise, and it's just a lot of folks in some of these older multifamily complexes don't have the space to provide a container for their tenants, and so consequently, there's nowhere for us to put a bin. Now, the ones that have provided that, the newer constructions, has been extremely successful, and those people are generally good about using the right container for the right materials. So they're actually putting the recyclables in the recycle bin and not putting garbage in there. And then the other interest that a couple of you have expressed to me is green waste, and we just need to kind of have a discussion about that. What does that look like? Do you want it to be is it subscription service? Is it mandatory service? Is it all year long? I mean, there's a whole multitude of things that can be done, but we just need a little bit of guidance on what the city is actually looking for. And lastly, I'll just point out that this is not the end of the road. I mean, in section 11.2 of the agreement, it provides that we meaning the city and waste management, can at any time sit down and visit and come up with solutions and agree to make them part of this agreement. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we go back to the original screen?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we will.
We're done with the slide presentation.
Yes, we are done with the slide presentation. We'll stop sharing Suzanne's screen. This time, Madam Mayor, you're back.
Okay, great. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you so much. And just to start, I wanted to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that's gone into this reevaluation of the waste management contract by our staff, our legal staff, Suzanne and her predecessor, Lynn, I think, who worked on it quite a bit. And of course, the staff over at Waste Management, Kendra and Greg. I had pulled this myself off the agenda for deeper discussion with the people I just mentioned. A different time, I believe Councilmember Reese, Vice Mayor Reese, pulled it off. And so I have availed myself of a number of detailed discussions. And I want to compliment the changes that have been made, especially the ones that are about education, about what's appropriate for recycling, education about what's in the program, what's not in the program, how to best utilize the contract. I think it's important to recognize that this is a franchise, much like our NV Energy franchise, which touches virtually every single person in our city, unlike maybe some things. it's going to touch them, and it's going to affect them. And so I've done as deep a dive I could on behalf of the council to identify red flags, some issues. Some of those have been discussed by Suzanne that are outside the amendment language, but they know that they remain issues. And so they have to work on them through a different mechanism than actually changing the wording in the language in this agreement. So I have still a few questions. I don't want to pull this anymore. I'd like to move forward. I'm cognizant of the fact that in the schedule, this contract comes up for review again in 2 years. So the way it worked was this contract was approved in 2012, which preceded any of us on council. In fact, it was adopted, I think, as the last action of the previous council before the new council was sworn in, and it's a 17-year contract. So it will exceed the terms of those that started in 2012, those of us who started in 2014. Perhaps Councilwoman Weber and Vice Mayor Reese will still be on council. I don't know that anyone else will be here when this actually comes up for renewal. So we'll have lost sort of the institutional history of people working on this. So what I am hoping, and then I would like a time later after other people get a chance to speak, what I'm hoping is that in the contract itself calls for a 5-year review period. So 2012, a review period starting in 2017. It was allowed for 2 years, so it should have been finished in 2019. And I don't think our staff brought it to us until March or April of 2020. And then we pulled it a couple times, and here we are in October. So it begins again, apparently 5 years after 2017, which is November 2022, I believe. And I would like to make some proposals about the interim time between now and when the review process starts again. And I've confirmed those dates with Suzanne and with Waste Management, that those are in fact the dates, and it's again a 2-year process. So I have some thoughts about how to move forward in this 2 years, things that just couldn't get addressed during this review period that I think staff should maybe look at working on. As Mr. Martinelli just said, there's no special timing with the 5-year. We can improve things at any time. So I just wanted to make some introductory comments. We've all adopted projects where I'm relying, for example, on Councilmember Delgado to take a lead on something, or Councilwoman Jordan to, talk to us about homelessness. So I have taken a deep dive into this as best I can on behalf of the council, because we don't all have time to look through the 150 pages that are here. So I do have some thoughts when we get there, and I just want to hear from others. And I have a few questions to ask, and then a few recommendations. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, fantastic. Go ahead, Councilwoman Brecker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I was prepared back in May to go forward. I had a few issues, and Ms. Stewart, I think you pulled it twice, and then Mr. Reese pulled it once. And since then, other issues have come forward, and and we had a change of staff also. But I want to throw out my concerns. First of all, the rate of return of 10% is highly material in my understanding of the rate structure, and I need to understand that more to understand if this is a good deal for the Reno ratepayers. Secondly, I've always been confused about the side letters and the city manager's privilege to interpret it, because sometimes I hear Waste Management can interpret things, and sometimes I hear the city manager can interpret things, and I'd like a record and understanding of that and what has been interpreted to date. Thirdly, the terms are specified. For example, in the disposal in 3.1B, they say 5 years before the termination. I just want those dates understood, because 5 years in one of those is November 7th of 24, and I want to know and have that date ahead of us and clarified. It's very material. Also, really, since we've been in these, kind of holding on this, a big issue came forward, and that was the issue of Waste Management's request of the Planning Commission to rezone some land in the south part of town for a facility. And while I put that over there as a land use permitting activity, it was explaining that Waste Management has an interest in another facility in our city. And I, in reading the fine lines the other day, saw the opening for that. And I'm not comfortable. I want to define the facilities. They're defined now. I want to understand what waste management's facilities are. And if they're going to open a facility and go through our land use permitting process, I want it to be embedded into this document. If that facility down there is to meet obligations to Incline or Carson City, that's fine. We'll take it on the land use permitting side, but I want this to be explicit of what facilities are planned and it contemplated to do the Reno franchise agreement within the city of Reno. And so I see the vagueness there, and I see an insertion that opens the door for that facility. I'd also want some of these allowances of the city's use, whether at Lockwood or here, I'd like the annuals to roll over if we don't use them to their maximum. I think that's to our advantage. The whereas talks about that there is this hazardous waste pickup center. There is not one. I don't believe that they've been in compliance on the hazardous waste pickups with these events. I'm certainly not going to sign off on an agreement that has a whereas that acknowledges they have one when they don't. So that needs to get clarified, and I think it needs to get clarified specifically and clearly on how they're meeting the obligation of providing hazardous pickup for residents. And I want that baked now, in my view. I also have a question. It appears that there's introduction of language into recycling in the commercial side, whereas I understand that's not a service that's provided. So I'd like some clarity on that. The swap out of the carts, I'm concerned. So that's a question too, is if someone sells a house, I guess, and terminates service, they come and pick up the cart, and then it's a new cost to have the cart there. Why can't they just keep the old cart there? And also for someone like me who has the cart next door in the alley that's all banged up by my neighbors, how do they replace that cart? Do they have to pay $65? Because they won't. And they have a cart without a top that always is blowing trash into my yard. I'm concerned about the cart costs. And and then I have two issues that I call the Ward 1 issues. One is that I really do want the council to know about this, and these are changes of service that Waste Management seems to believe that they have the privilege of and have exercised, much to the consternation of some Ward 1 residents, and I think it have applicability elsewhere. The first I'll call the Tannenbaugh Raven Way private street situation. You have about 10 streets on these 10 homes on these little private streets that have been in existence for 45 years, more or less. Some of the people are original owners. They're very elderly. They're on an incline. And Waste Management has told them that they will no longer pick up on this private street, even though the book of business that Waste Management has that came over from Reno Disposal that was permitted by the city always allowed for pickup on these private streets. So you have 80-year-old people who have to roll down their carts down to the public street at the cul-de-sac, or sign away their rights to never sue Waste Management. That's been a huge problem for the people on Raven Way and Tannenbaum Way. And they don't see, and I don't see, how Waste Management can unilaterally just say, we're going to serve you different. I think when they took the book of business, it's the service that's been provided. And then the other one is up in Collin Ranch. Waste Management changed the day to pickup and to Monday. And so the Collin Ranch HOA says you can't put out your carts before 6 or 7 unless you have a bear topping. And but now, since it's Monday, the HOA doesn't have staff to go around and look at the carts on Sunday. And so a lot of people are putting them out the night before because they don't want to get up by 6 a.m. So they're having a lot of carts out in Collin Ranch without bear containers. And the HOA might have to staff up their own person on Sunday to go look at carts. So I'd like to have a provision there where the carts can go out later in here, or have Waste Management. I mean, I see a mechanism where any service changes like that now have to be approved by the city. But in this particular instance, Collin Ranch HOA is looking for an extension of an hour or so on Monday morning for the carts to go out. So I have a number of concerns, and some are very materially related to the rate of return, and also legitimizing a Southwest transfer station that was concerned to people recently, and the hazardous waste eco center. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just to pick up a thought there, I too did not understand how the new transfer station that's been proposed, that was pretty much a surprise to me and to be placed in Ward 2, and we got about, 100 letters about that, and I'm going to be touring the transfer stations later this week, and I also plan to hold a town hall that I'm working on with Waste Management so that people know what are they planning. But what I don't know, and I'd love to get an answer, is that somehow baked into this agreement or anticipated, or are we approving it somehow or implying approval? Can we just get a quick answer to that? Or is it external? No, you're shaking. I think you're shaking your head. Is no? Can't see.
Sorry, Councilmember. Yeah, to confirm, that is not baked into this agreement.
Okay, so that's good. So it can just sort of go on its own, however that goes. All right, well, I just thought I'd raise a few questions. The one was, mine too, was the rate of return. I just wondered how that was audited, and how do they determine it's 8% or 10%, and who does all that math? Is that done by Waste Management, or is it audited by the city? Do we have a simple answer to that? Either Waste Management or Suzanne.
I can try.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just historically, the way it's been done, and Greg or Kendra can correct me, in the past, you know, the finance director has kind of looked at some of the billings and has gone through that, but there hasn't been a full audit. I think there was a full audit. This council required a full audit, and so there was a full audit, I want to say 4 years ago. But that's my recollection, and if Greg or Kendra or Suzanne wants to correct me on that.
Yes, this is Greg Martinelli. Yes, we do the calculation. As a result of this exercise here, we actually, at the request of Dylan Shaver, wanted an analysis on the question that Councilmember Breckus just raised relative to the impact of the ratepayer if we move from an 8% to a 10% return. So we had a conference call with him, and we basically let him see information he was entitled to see, and we let him see that he wasn't necessarily entitled to see. But we were trying to be 100% transparent to show him that this is the way it's calculated, and the exposure on this proposal between 8% and 10% pre-COVID was not going, based on our assumptions, and that's one of the reasons we had to be careful of the information we provided him, because we're governed by the SEC, so we just can't put future ideas out there and not cause problems for us on the federal level. So, but we let him see that information, and pre-COVID, the likelihood of us being at 8% over the next 3 years, let alone 10%, was pretty minimal. The rate of return, the 3-year rate of return in 2019 was 5.9%. So now with the impact of COVID, we're going to see a significant decrease in that, which you're obviously suffering the same thing because your franchise fees have gone down. But so based on that, maybe that 8 to 10% calculation moves out 2, 3, 4, 5 years, or maybe you never see it.
Well, I guess I'm not really sure I understand what that meant, but what I was asking was, who does an audit on that rate of return? Not necessarily what numbers we're gonna hit, but do you do an internal one and provide it to us, or are we expected to do it? When does it happen?
I cannot speak to what happens at the city. I do not know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, well, I'll just say that I think as a best practice that we should be doing that, you know, for our, both on the monetary side, the fiscal side, as well as the programmatic side. So there's a number of metrics in here in these contracts that talk about achieving certain goals. One was brought up earlier that there's a commitment to do hazardous waste recycling. And I think we hadn't, at last time I looked, we hadn't had one for about a year and a half, and I think there was supposed to be an annual. And now I think there's one planned for the fall, but then I heard we were going to do the Clean Harbors, which is you bring it to a store that says they'll accept either electronic waste, and I'm not sure about the hazardous waste, and maybe you have a voucher, but then during this presentation you said, no, we've reevaluated that and we're going to do something else. So I want to give other council members a time too. So I guess I'll just end on that question, but I do have about 4 more things. And let me just say this. I am willing to move forward with this contract, but I also want to make sure that during the interim that we address some issues, and I'd like to quickly list them before we get to accept doing a motion. So if you could just address the issue on hazardous waste, electronic waste, what is actually the plan now? And when was the last time we did one, and what's the plan now? That's for Suzanne.
And I did want to interject, back up one step. I think Emily is available to answer any audit questions on how and when the franchise agreements are audited. And then the previous household hazardous waste event predated me, but I don't think it was a year and a half ago. I believe it was just this past fall. So I think Kendra was going to weigh in on that.
Yeah, sorry. So we did have one in November of last year. We were intending to do one again, as Greg mentioned earlier, in November of this year. But as we have discovered, there were many more HHW businesses in town than we were working with before. And when word got out that we were looking to expand our program, they started reaching out to us and asked to be part of that RFP. So we've been working with them and looking at opportunities to provide even more than what we were providing before, which means that we may not do that first program until early 2021. But the good news on that is it will be more often and more expansive and at the customer's convenience.
I think it would be fantastic if it was just sort of you select 3 places, and for everyone, this is where you bring your oil, your gas, your paint. We don't want it dumped in the desert. So we need to have a place, pesticides, we need to have a place to bring this stuff so it doesn't become part of our environment. And I think if there were several places that were easy to come to, that you didn't have to schedule your life to come to 1 or 2 events a year, I think it would get done, more effectively.
Sure. And I do want to point out for the items that you just mentioned, the transmission fluid, oil, latex paint that's been dried out, batteries, car batteries, those are all accepted at our transfer stations at this time.
At this time. Okay, fantastic. So I saw Councilman Jordan, and then I'll come back with just my quick list.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess not only one is a question or a comment, and then the other is in order to maybe move forward here, because I know we as council representatives and in touch with our constituents all the time, we get questions or comments or concerns about, a variety of things ongoing all the time. And if there's a way to maybe bifurcate the contractual discussion points that we sent out surveys and we discussed at length, and I thought had come to kind of points of agreement on that, is my understanding is what we're discussing today versus some of the individualized customer concerns, which are very, very important. And, as partners, we want to have those addressed and quickly and thoroughly. I'm just trying to find a path forward today to move forward on the issues in which we've continued this meeting already 3 times and on the contract point, but also maintain that open door to get some of the other issues taken care of. And one of the things I think you have been very responsive on and have done a better job of than you have in the past with some of the community cooperation and considerations that we have brought forward in the last 2 years. One of the big examples that I think of, and you'll have to remind me of just how many of the Big Belly trash cans it was, but when the Virginia Street project was being developed, I know myself and Vice Mayor Reese came forward and asked about getting some of the Big Belly trash cans as part of that project, and Councilman Delgado as RTC as well. And you guys came forward, and that was outside of the scope in which you were doing, and I think you bought 10? Was it 10?
Greg Martinelli, actually, it was 14. And I was going to correct that in part of Suzanne's presentation, and I missed it. But yeah, what she had in her presentation was that you would come to us and say, hey, look, I need some Big Bellies, and we would buy them at our wholesale rate and then sell them to the city. These particular 14 we donated to the project in Midtown. We live in Midtown. Our regional office is in Midtown, and we wanted to be part of it. And they're a vital part of keeping the community clean, and they're a lot better looking than having a bunch of garbage cans out there. So
they are, and I appreciated that because you met with us when we met with some of the community members, and that was a component that the business owners and the residents in Midtown expressed very much that they wanted to see, and the fact that 14 Big Belly trash cans at about $5,000 a pop is nothing to sneeze at. So I just wanted to say thank you. I have seen an increased participation in a variety of projects and initiatives that are of interest to the council and the community, and I just wanted to thank you for that. And again, you've always been responsive on a variety of individualized issues, and I've appreciated that, and I'm hoping we can maintain that after this contract, maybe today, is finalized. So thank you.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I want to go off to the hazardous waste pickup. It says in the whereases in the residential that you have a hazardous waste spot, but it also says, and I can't find the provision, that you shall provide that drop off. Let me ask, is that a fee when someone goes to that at your facility?
No, it's not.
Okay, but it also says that you will endeavor to have these services provided. Where is that section?
You'd have to quote it to me. I don't know what the service is. I mean, it must be used in the generic because it would be just for the drop off of the materials at the facility.
But
we don't pick it up at the curb or anything like that.
But why do you say that you're working on this work with Clean Harbor? Where is that guidance in the document, in the residential document?
It's not. We're trying to provide something that's over and above what we're already doing because we see it as a community benefit. We don't want to see this material in the desert either. So we're trying to provide an option for folks to be able to take it at their convenience to an expert. So we're not experts. I mean, when you talk to these folks that take this HHW, I mean, they'll get mercury, they might get dynamite, they get all sorts of strange things, but they've actually got chemists on site that can handle that. I mean, that's not what we do. I mean, we've got a receptacle where if we come across that when we're load checking at the transfer station, we have someplace that we can store it until we send it for ultimate disposal. But we're not experts in the area of accepting household hazardous waste.
I thought that there was an affirmative obligation for you to stand up these things, and you've taken it in the form of these events. So if you're saying that it is completely silent on that service, then I will retract my comments on that and understand that the whereas goes to your other spot. But I thought it was in there. Maybe it's in the disposal agreement. I do want to say,
It's in the disposal agreement.
Okay, it is in the disposal agreement. And to my belief, these events that have or have not happened, whenever, are not adequate meeting that, to my reading of that. So I just want to let the council know that in my reading, my view of their obligation to provide the services in the disposal agreement to the hazardous waste is not being met. And if we don't specify something in here, we're continuing to let them off the hook on that, and that's not right to me. The second one is about not being, while it doesn't preclude the building of the waste transfer station down south, I think it should explicitly exclude that. That is going to be a major land use facility, and if it is to do and to accommodate the services in here, it needs to be in here. And if it's not contemplating, then we need to say there is in any other facility that is planned to take to meet these demands, to be constructed, has to be amended into this agreement. That is number one, paramount to me. And I don't even represent the area where they want it, where this came through. But that's what I believe needs to be done. And if the council's not going to address the issues of the Tannenbaum or the Collin Ranch HOA, which are very small, but I've been trying to bring them up to Waste Management for months, and staff and the attorney's office, I'm having a significant issue on that, but the rate of return still becomes a concern to me also. So,
Madam Mayor, Greg Martinelli, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus, I resent the fact that you're leaving out some of the material facts on this Tannenbaum Raven Way issue. You neglected to mention that the only reason that this ever came to light was because one of the owners on that property tried to file a false insurance claim against Waste Management, claiming that we damaged the road and we needed to replace it. That's the thing that brought it to light. We weren't out looking we service private roads. I mean, the entire community of Arrow Creek is on private property, and we service them all the time, but we didn't have anybody trying to sue us. And so now that somebody's tried to sue us for causing damage to a property by our trucks rolling on it, we now need their permission. They've identified the fact it's private property. The city cannot grant access to us on someone else's property, nor can they waive their right to sue us. So that's the reason that we haven't done it. We've contacted each one of these customers. We've been agreeable to go back and service them. We just need for them to grant us permission. If one of them doesn't grant us permission, then there's no way for us for our truck to traverse that street.
Well, I guess the question is then to the council is, think about your wards. Think about the private streets you have. Maybe they're in trailer parks, whatever. And maybe there are areas that have been served for decades, like this place. I don't know if that claim was false or not. I thought they hit the wall, and maybe, I don't know. But Waste Management, and our attorney has said they can do this, can indiscriminately come into a neighborhood with private streets and tell people that they have to move their carts down to the next block to the main thoroughfare that's dedicated, or sign away their rights to Waste Management. I don't find that right, and neither do these folks. Waste Management took a book of business. The book of business involves providing municipal services on streets that have been approved by the government for use of streets, and disposable pickup is such a service.
Okay, any other questions from council at this time? Councilmember Dewar, I think this is the last go
Yeah.
around. Okay.
So I would really like to hear from Mr. Martinelli, which Mr. Shipman already addressed, but I want to make sure, does fulfillment of this agreement require a new transfer station?
Greg Martinelli on behalf of Waste Management, it does not.
Okay.
And please understand, we're under no obligation to build a new transfer station.
Okay.
We're simply trying to deal with a community demand.
Right.
One of the items that was highlighted in Suzanne's presentation was trying to do something about the lines at the transfer station.
Right.
And, the community's just grown. The facility's
Yeah.
too small. It's been there since.
I get it.
46.
You answered my question. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that if somehow we didn't approve that somehow we were out of compliance with this agreement. Mr. Shipman answered. I just wanted to also hear from you.
Yeah,
So
no, it's
here's
not part
some,
of it.
okay. So here's some issues that, one specific in the agreement, just so all the whole council knows. We have a new charge here, and that is if your lid is not flat, you get a $5.50 charge. I think it's $5.52. What I'm concerned about is called an overage. What I'm concerned about is lots of people have their lid a little bit cocked. And it's very common. You got a little bit too much trash in there by a little bit, and the lid is just not exactly level. And what they would do now is put on our bill of $5.50 every time they run into that. And it's going to be very difficult to explain that to people that haven't had that charge. Suddenly they're going to be calling all of us saying, why do I have a charge? And so it was explained to me this would not be an immediate charge. There would be an education process, and that's fantastic. But we also have this whole issue with stickers. So you get 7 stickers, you have too much garbage, you put a sticker on one of these bags. Is that overage? Is that stickers? I'd like to see the stickers go away. And I'd just like to quickly hear from Waste Management. I know this is a problematic for you too. I think this would be a great goal to work on in the interim. Do you agree? Could I hear from Kendra or Greg?
Greg Martinelli, yes, we would be happy to have that discussion with you.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought that would be something that would work for all of us. And you're smiling, Kendra, I see. I'm very concerned that we're all going to be getting these calls about the little bit cocked lid and $5 and why am I getting a bill? So it's going to be very important to assess this and understand it and maybe be prepared to address it. We need to work on ways to increase apartment recycling. You, Greg, have already identified that. We've talked several times about it. It's an extensive conversation. We need to nail down this hazardous waste and also the electronic waste. Who's taking that, how often, where do you go? The green waste. Apparently Carson City is the first one in Nevada to really have, I guess with you, Waste Management, a residential yard waste, and they're working through some of the issues. And in about 2 years, we should probably be able to have learned from their experience and be able to incorporate it into the agreement about how we want to handle it, whether it's a franchise issue, whether it's going to be a different provider. I think last 2 issues are, I think we need, and I talked extensively with Waste Management, increased transparency in reporting. So a couple years ago, the mayor and I visited with Waste Management about a third-party app that would be actually housed at the city where we would understand what the complaints were and we would have access to that data quickly and we would understand it. Waste Management said they went ahead and developed their own app, but in talking to them, while we can sit with, let's say, Kendra and go over that as an individual, I'm not going to do that. But I'm relying on our staff, whether it's our auditor or Suzanne, to understand those issues. Apparently, that's all after you've dealt with Waste Management, you called maybe a person in Arizona or a local person has answered your call, and then you fill out a survey. Like, did you like the way your complaint was addressed or not? And whether you take the survey or not depends on whether you're interested in spending time doing that. But the actual report of what the problem is, we don't actually have an easy way to do that. So what I'd like over the 2 years is to look at the increased transparency and reporting and working with our auditor to look at the rate of return and really have our auditor look at the metrics, and maybe she can address this. And lastly, we did a great survey, and I really appreciate the staff doing it. And at Tomwa, Councilwoman Jordan, Breckus, myself serve there, we do a customer satisfaction survey every single year. And it provides great metrics on how they are basically a monopoly of water provider to the TMSA, the Truckee Mountain Service Area. How are they doing? And so what I'm proposing is that we look at doing this every 2 years for Waste Management. We did one 2 years ago. I think it's time to do one again now, and then one again at the beginning of the evaluation period, 2022. And so I'd like to look into that. Staff, I think if we had a biannual customer review and some increased transparency and reporting working with our auditor, I think we'd be well set up for our next review period, and it would not be as difficult and challenging, at least for a person like me, to do it, because the metrics would be there, it'd be for everyone to see. So those are some thoughts and going forward, and Councilman Breckus raised a number of issues that I think are important, but I know we want to get this done, and I'm willing, to make a motion to get it done and move forward with what staff has come up with. There are a number of small tickler issues, such as definitions that I cannot understand, even no matter how many times I've read them. And I would love a commitment from Mr. Thornley to help us through some of these issues. And so we're set up for success, over the next 2 years.
Thank
What
you,
I'm looking
Councilmember Dewar. Councilmember Weber, I know you've been patient. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I'd second the motion if Councilwoman Dewar would make that motion.
Yeah.
But I want to just make some comments. And I want to say that for the years that I was a county commissioner and dealt with waste management, Mr. Martinelli has always been so very receptive, right? Management, receptive, working with us. And I understand that we all have concerns with our constituents because we represent our constituents and they have concerns. So our job is to relay that message and work with waste management. And I believe that what we had, and I don't know, maybe that we have the process and I'm missing it, but because we do get quite a few different, concerns or ideas and suggestions, that as council members, we go to one person, and that one person is the one that relays the messages and the information to waste management. It seems to me, rather than each one of us, we have concerns, we go to somebody, we try to work it through, that there is one person that at the city we refer, we can be the ones that discuss the issue with that person. But I just feel like, why do we all have to make that contact, make that complaint? Because I think we can do so much better by us all working together, and we're offering great suggestions, and it's time to move on. And I believe that Waste Management has been a great partner in all of this, and that we need to work together better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Any additional comments or questions by council at this time?
I would just say, isn't Suzanne that person, or Dylan? I mean, we have one person that we work with.
We do, and Suzanne's doing an awesome job. Councilmember Dewar, do you have a motion that you're prepared
I did.
to make?
Well, I was moving to adopt.
Motion, and Councilmember Weber's second. Any additional questions on the motion?
No questions. I'm gonna, per, my ability to comment on a motion and how I.
Sure, happy to have you comment. The floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, certainly the experience of this agreement, which I feel, my first year on council, I put more time into this issue than any other, and it coincided with the rollout of the agreement. And it's worked well, and I've had a good partnership meeting with them quarterly. But, I've stood by their franchise rights, particularly, with the commercial, that was a big jump. But things are, in this agreement, how it's inked. And so a lot of these comments about, well, we can work with them on this and this, no, how it is how it's inked. And the council here today is acknowledging, one, that the authority to move the pickup date for Collin Ranch, the complete Collin Ranch, and the time that they have to get it out is what it is. So that's an animal welfare issue that's not satisfactory to me. And the older people on Ravenway and Tannenbaum, maybe there'll be other private street people who have to roll carts down hills in the ice. That's another issue, that it is how it's inked and how it's done. The most important thing, though, is really, while it doesn't require the transfer station, it sets it up for a big land use battle that is going to hit in someone's ward. It's not going to hit in my ward, because I know where they want to take it. But the council here has the ability to influence that, because that transfer station is doing this business. And so if you want to be in the driver's seat on that, this is how you get in the driver's seat. If not, you're taking a pass and you're letting them exercise their private property rights on where they want to build this transfer station to do business here or however. That is pretty dicey, but I'm not willing to leave it like that. And there's other things that I wish the council had taken just a little bit of time on. And I will say the 3 times that was pulled by other people, we never got to this level of detail.
That's correct.
So, you know, and I won't go on with efforts to have meetings on the side too, but I think, you know, there's some emergency. People want this thing done right now, and the rate of return is not fully analyzed. Didn't know Mr. Shaver had an opportunity to look at some secret numbers that we're not privy to, but if the motion goes and it sounds like it's going to go, I'm going to vote no.
True. That's not true, and you're putting words in our mouth.
Councilmember Jordan, hold on a second, please. I'll give you a moment to speak. I appreciate that none of us want to hear Councilmember Breckus talk about secret numbers and meetings, but I'll give you a second. Councilmember Breckus, you still have 1 minute of your time.
No, I heard that Mr. Shaver, and I know how it works with the numbers. There's some proprietary document and some non-proprietary, and he saw some. I'm just repeating Mr. Martinelli's points. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to meet with him again to get into that rate of return issue. I wasn't given that opportunity. There seems to be some hurry to get this done right now. That's fine. I'm not supporting the mission and the motion, and I don't mean any disrespect to others who are. I'm just presenting it to how I see it and how I'll be voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Any additional comments or questions at this time? Councilmember Jordan? I'll come back to you, Councilmember Dewar. Councilmember Jordan?
Thank you very much. I think what I heard was that there is no baked in anything with regards to a transfer station in South Reno within this contract. What I heard is there was transparency and a review of documents in the framework in which they are allowed, done by our very qualified and ethical staff. And what I heard is there's still opportunity to discuss with our partner issues on an individual basis. That's what I heard. But there was assertions and implications made that there was something else going on. And I do take exception to that.
I think you and I heard the same thing, Councilmember Jordan. Thank you so much. Councilmember Dewar, I'm going to come to you for the last opportunity to speak, and then we'll close the motion.
This may be able to help, just like I try to help on other issues earlier today. In close reading of the agreement, there is an ombudsperson. And if the city has an intransigent issue, such as Councilman Breckus has brought up, where she's not getting resolution for her residents, her clients, her people, her constituents, that we can go to this ombudsman and have them parse this issue and help us get through it. And, you know, if we're not, you know, we're going back and forth and we don't have resolution. And I just would ask our city manager to look at that provision. It says the city can trigger it. And it could be a nice way out for some of these a little bit more challenging issues, you know, where we haven't got resolution. So just some thoughts. It's already in there, you know, a way to resolve some of these difficult issues. So with that, I just wanted to leave it with a ray of hope here that, you know, it anticipates. We might not all agree, and here's a way forward. So anyway, with that, I've already made the motion. I've put on the record with Mr. Thornley's help that we can start working through some of these issues over the next 2 years and be very set up for the next round of success.
Thank you for remaining positive, Councilmember Dewar, as always. I never expect anything less than you. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Greg Martinelli again. Can I have 2 seconds?
Mr. Martinelli, make it quick, please. We have a long meeting. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, I understand, and I apologize. I should have told you this before because maybe it would have sold the deal better, but I'm retiring at the end of the year, and Kendra's going to be taking over the contract management with you folks. And for the most part, it's been a pleasure, and I wish you all the best.
Mr. Martinelli, I wish you the best as well, and I'm looking forward to you having more opportunities for golfing and fishing and the kind of things we all want to head towards. And obviously, Ms. Kostelecki will be in good hands. Thank you very much for your years of commitment to this community, and I appreciate it very much.
I want to
Thank you.
second that because he is a good listener and very responsive. And I expect the same from you, Kendra, and you already have shown it.
Councilmember Weber.
But I just want to say I third that.
Okay, we've got a lot of seconds and thirds. Thank you so much, both to you, Mr. Martinelli, and Ms. Kostelecki for being here. Always a challenging item to discuss, and no matter the circumstances, but happy to have this matter resolved. Thank you both.
Mr.
Ms.
Vice
Clerk,
Mayor?
can you tell us where we are, please?
Yes, I would like to move on to item F1. This is ordinance adoption for the Charlotte's PUD Planning Unit 9 amendment. This will be read by the city attorney. Should be noted, there's no public comment.
Okay, I know this will be quick. Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman. Mr. Hall, there you are. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6579, case number LDC 20-00059, Charlotte's PD Planning Unit 9 Amendment. Request for an amendment to the Charlotte's Planned Unit Development Handbook to allow indoor storage and associated development standards within the plus or minus 2.17 acre Planning Unit 9 area. The site is located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Robb Drive and Charlotte's Avenue, and is assigned the Charlotte's PUD zoning district and suburban mixed use master plan land use designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Breckus?
Move to adopt.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item F2, ordinance adoption for Title VI Amendment Vehicles and Traffic to be read by the city attorney. Should note there's no public comment.
Mr. Hall, thank you.
Thank you. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6580. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title VI, Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.07, Residential Permit Parking, Section 6.07.060, entitled Individual Resident Parking, in order to simplify and clarify the review and issuance process for individual resident parking, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
Okay, thank you. I see a motion by Councilmember Jordan. Can I get a second? Councilmember Delgado, any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, next item is G11. This is appointment to the Civil Service Commission pursuant to charter. This is the mayor's appointment with council ratification.
Okay.
Hi.
There we are, Madam Mayor.
Hold on, Madam Clerk, one second. I am going to be reappointing, hold on one second, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, if it helps, just to note for the record, it is identified, since you said reappointment, that Kenneth Dalton is your applicant for reappointment.
Yeah, I couldn't find my agenda. I actually went into the other room with it, and so, I just had set it down to walk into the other room because I had to charge my iPad. But yes, that's exactly who, Kenneth has been great, and I've received incredible feedback on him, and everyone loves working with him. So I'm very happy to make this reappointment, and I really appreciate all the time that he puts in, because we all know we sit on boards and some people are really engaged and others are not. So I just want to say thank you so much to Kenneth. And Madam Clerk, there's my motion.
Okay, I'll second it. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Dalton.
Madam Mayor and Council, next item is G12. This is appointment of up to 2 individuals for the BFAC. Councilmember Dewar is the liaison to this board.
Yeah. And I'm going to ask to continue this item. I have not finished interviewing everyone. I've gotten through some. So I'm going to hold off today. So thank you.
Okay, I'll second that. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item G13, this is appointment to the Human Rights Commission. It should be noted these vacancies are for the at-large appointment, 1 at-large appointment, and 1 Ward 5 appointment.
Okay, for my appointment, I will move to reappoint Alex Goff.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none,
Could I ask a question? Madam Clerk, isn't there a Ward 1 opening also?
There will be a Ward 1 opening, Councilmember Breckus, in the month of November. So our practice in the clerk's office is when we can, we attempt to bring the appointment at the first meeting of the month in which someone's term ends. So that way council has flexibility to ensure we do not have issues with quorum. So your appointment will be coming in November. It'll be on November 4th.
Okay, I thought she resigned before her term was up, but thank you for that.
Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the reappointment of Mr. Goff, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Member Jordan, I think you have an appointment.
I do. I would like to appoint Henry Sotelo.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Mr. Delgado. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to Mr. Sotelo.
Item H1, updates on boards and commissions from council members. It's a non-action item.
Okay, let's start with the good woman from Ward 1, Councilmember Breckus. Any updates?
None.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
I have none.
Councilmember Delgado.
I believe everyone received an email earlier today. Sounds like there's been some resolution with the health district and working with larger capacity events. So I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that on Friday through the leadership of Councilwoman Jordan. So that was just something that I saw in an email with everyone trying to get to the table throughout the last few days today.
Vamos Azules, right? We've got 700 people who will be watching some soccer on Saturday evening, it sounds like. Thank you, Councilmember Delgado and Jordan. I know that was a heavy lift. Councilmember Weber, anything?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will have a stadium authority on Friday where I'm very happy to see some movement in that regard with regards to the stadium. The other thing is tiny homes. You'll all be excited to know that it is well underway. If you haven't had a chance to go down and look at the tiny home village on State Street, the progress in the last week has been tremendous. The community center is getting its sheetrocking in. The 30 tiny homes are being placed, and they are ahead of schedule. They will hopefully have their construction done in November with their first residents moving in January. So very exciting to get a chance to pop down and see it. Pretty impressive.
I'll be going on the 22nd, I think, for quorum purposes. We were trying to avoid too many of us being there at once, but I saw some pictures you posted. I'm very excited to see it in person. So next week.
Good. That's all I have.
I'm going to just, I want to first ask Madam Mayor if you have anything to announce.
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. And for my part, I'll just say that I had the privilege last week of doing a tour of the North Valleys with our public works folks, Mr. Plansburg and Mr. Heller, and wanted to do that as part of my obligation to the North Valleys Water Board that we stood up last year. And I just want to say I really encourage everyone to get out there and see what's going on in the North Valleys. A lot of great stuff. I was very proud of the city's innovative approach to dewatering, which included visiting the alfalfa and hay farm up north. And it's pretty far up north for what it's worth, and it's pretty awesome, so go see it. Anyone who has the opportunity to do so should go out and check it out. It's pretty cool. Councilmember Dewar, let me come back to you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I had listed 3 things here and you actually hit one of them, which I was going to suggest that with winter coming, that we look at holding a North Valley's water subcommittee meeting so that we can get ahead. It's been incredibly dry, and at Tumwa we've realized that we're looking at potentially a below normal year after what we've just been through. The water year just ended October 1, and we're starting a new one right now. And so it would be good, I think, just to get an update, where the residents can participate, whether it's on Zoom or whatever. I just think it would be timely. I don't think we've had one since maybe December. So it's been like 9 months or something. So just something to think about scheduling, Mr. Manager, and working with our chair, which is Vice Mayor Reese. Number two, I too had an opportunity to do some tours in the last few weeks, and one was the new DMV building, which is being built in Ward 2. I did a couple live videos of that building, but it's pretty amazing. They're planning to, at the end of the month, I think neither DMV are going to be open for about a week or 4 days or so, but they're expecting to transition to the new DMV. It's supposed to be opening like this week for commercial vehicles, and then at the end of the month for regular vehicles. And so it's a brand new experience out there. And the same day, I did a tour of the Northern Nevada Medical Center, which is underway, under construction. And that's going to be a phenomenal facility. And one of the things, and this is for you, Mr. Manager, that Brad Fitch came along with me, and we were both really impressed with, was they had a sanitation sort of structure that you walk through for the construction workers before they go on site. And we were so impressed with it. We asked about the cost. We got information about what it would take to set one up for the city and provide that extra level of security for our employees. And so I just wanted to encourage you to look into it. We thought we could probably set one up on the second floor, and we could also set one up at the front door should we ever reopen the front door. So that the 2 points of entry with the screening. And what it is you just simply walk through. Apparently it's all natural, and it kills bacteria, viruses, everything before you, and decontaminates your clothes, everything before you walk into the building. And I think in order to, in terms of reopening, it'd be fantastic, something we should look into for the city. So, and it's eligible for CARES money usage, and we could get them up and running, I think, certainly in short order. So something to think about and look at.
Happy to take a look.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, are we to stand in recess until our 6 o'clock?
That is correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. We do have a 6 p.m. hearing. An appeal has been filed. I will ask that council is back promptly at 6 p.m. so we can hear the appeal in short order.
Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please consult your directory and call again, or ask your operator.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID. Enter your participant ID. You have entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
I mind more than anything. Hi, Council. Just checking in. We are waiting for a couple more members, and then we will get started shortly.
I think we're all here, Madam Clerk, that are going to get started right now.
Okay. Oh, I
So
see
whenever
that.
you're ready.
I see that as well. Give us just 1 second, and we will call your meeting back to order.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I realized they left out an announcement that is very time sensitive, so.
Okay, no problem. Why don't we let us get back into our quorum and called, and then I'll go directly to you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, we will call your meeting back to order at 6:04. You do have a quorum of the council. And as Councilmember Dewar noted, she left on an announcement, so we'll be returning back to item H1, and then we will be opening our public hearing shortly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, and Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to alert the council members and the public that the city is sponsoring it's called a tree giveaway, but it's not really a giveaway. It is a cost sharing program where residents can buy trees for very, very low cost. I think it's about a $16, $14 copay. And we are doing this in concert with what do I want to say? Oh gosh, I suddenly went out of my mind. Not the Audubon, but the
Urban Forestry.
Well, with Urban Forestry, but with actually National Group. And it's taking place this Saturday. And you had to pre-order the tree. And you could get up to 2 trees. And so a couple hundred people are participating. They'll be picking up their trees this weekend on Saturday at Idlewild Park. And so the opportunity to acquire a tree has gone, but it's still important to recognize that it's happening, and it's really an important and fun activity. And we had so much demand from the last one that there were a number of people on the waiting list. And so the demand was filled almost immediately, sort of like your hot ticket. Within a 24-hour, 48-hour, as soon as it was announced, it was filled. The word I was looking for was the Arbor Day Foundation. Thank you. And thank you. In a conjunction with the Urban Forestry Commission. So we haven't heard much about them for a while. They haven't been meeting during the COVID pandemic, but they're still moving forward with their objectives. So if anyone wants to come out and watch people pick up trees, you are invited this Saturday. I believe it starts at 8. Thanks so much.
Thank you. What an awesome program. I'll come back now, Madam Clerk, and ask you, we're on item I1, and I believe I'll turn to the City Attorney for a reading of the agenda item.
That is correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. Item I1 is an appeal filed. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Mr. Vice Mayor. This is case number LDC 20-00061, Pine Street Townhomes. Appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a tentative map to establish 48-lot single-family attached townhome subdivision The plus or minus 1.5 acre site consists of a series of lots located north of Ryland Street, south of Pine Street, east of Sinclair Street, and west of Riverwalk Street. The site is within the mixed-use downtown Reno Regional Center Overlay California Avenue District zone and has a master plan land use designation of downtown mixed use, Ward 3.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Secretary, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. We received one letter in opposition to the appeal filed by Stu Colton. This has been submitted to council and is part of the record.
Okay, and do any council members have any disclosures to make at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask, do we have any standing issues with regard to this appeal? Mr. Hall?
No, Councilmember Reese, we do not have any standing issues. Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion on the standing issue, please? I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. I'll now invite staff forward, and it looked like I saw Ms. Foose on the call. Ms. Foose, would you give a brief overview of the nature of the appeal, please?
I will. Good evening, council members. For the record, Angela Foose, Acting CD Director. Real quick, a presentation for you. This is a request for a tentative map for 48 units. This is located off of Pine Street in Ryland, as you can see on the map. So the Planning Commission approved the tentative map, and we had one of the neighbors appeal the tentative map decision. I'm going to focus on the merits of the appeal. As you can see by that dashed blue line, there is an existing alleyway that runs through this property. The property to the right of that alleyway that is not highlighted in yellow is the property that is not part of this project and is the property that the appellant owns. It is a multifamily project. I think in our staff report initially to Planning Commission, it was called out as a single-family home, but it is actually an existing multifamily project. So I did want to clarify that for the record. This is the proposed project. So as you can see, there are proposed to be 3 alleyways. And these 3 alleyways that will bisect the property are all proposed to be what we call a private access easement or an alleyway. So these are not to be maintained by the city. They're to be constructed by the private developer and maintained by the homeowners association. And again, the alleyway in question is the one in red. Here are some photos so that you can see what that alleyway looks like now. Some of the challenges with this site is this is an older infill area, and typically an alleyway is a 2-way access, and it's about 20 feet wide. This alleyway is about 13 feet wide, so it is significantly more narrow than our average alleyways. One of the other challenges we have, and there's a picture on the far right, is that there is a detached garage that actually encroaches into that alleyway. So while we only have about 13.5 feet of right-of-way for the alley, that detached garage even encroaches more into that alley, so reducing the alley to, I think, about 8 feet wide. So with this project, the applicant is proposing at some point to come forward with an abandonment. They will abandon this alley right-of-way. They will then improve this and make it a 20-foot wide right-of-way or alleyway. And there's 2 options. So they can either they can improve it and dedicate it back to the city can maintain it, or they can keep it private and the HOA can maintain it. So the way that the application is presented is all of these individual alleys will be private and maintained by the HOA. The concern from that adjacent neighbor is he wants to be sure that he will, in perpetuity, have access to his property. So if this stays a public alleyway, he will have access by their nature of being a public alleyway. If this becomes a private area, and again, if they come forth with their application to abandon the alley and make it a private right-of-way or private access, they will have to provide access to that one parcel, and they can do that through an access easement. So that's something that can be dealt with at the time of the street abandonment. And then we can require that they record whether it's a public or a private access easement for that particular parcel. But that is something that is, again, can be guaranteed that that individual property owner will always have access, regardless of if this alleyway is abandoned or not. So those are the issues that was described in the letter. I do believe the applicant is here as well and is available for his presentation.
Okay, Ms. Foos. Madam Clerk, we'll transfer the appellant over. I think I saw them in the waiting room as an attendee.
That is
they'll
correct.
have, I think, Madam Clerk, 10 minutes.
They are granted 10 minutes. That is correct. The appeal was filed by Robert Burbano. He has been moved over at this time. He will be able to start his video and share his screen if he would so choose for a presentation. You are correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. Mr. and Ms. Burbano, you are limited to 10 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Robert Burbano. My wife, Kristen Burbano. I'm the owner of Soda Canyon.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Angela, and thank you for all your time tonight. So yes, we understand that the alley as it stands right now is narrow. It will be improved, but our biggest concern is that since the tentative map required so heavily on the abandonment of that alleyway, we would like that the Planning Commission tentative map terminology be changed to basically acknowledge that in perpetuity there would be access to the parcel that Soda Canyon owns. So that's what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Burbano and Mr. Burbano. Let me see if the council members have any questions specifically for you, and let me turn to each one and see if any. I don't see any hands raised, but it looks like Madam Councilmember Dewar has a question, so give me 1 second.
Because just to interrupt, sorry, I should maybe say, I don't know if you have the Planning Commission report, because in it, okay, great. There is a condition number 8 that, calls attention to the alleyway, but we've been advised that the terminology there is not clear enough to address the issue of our parcel having access in perpetuity. And we understand that that'll be handled even further as the abandonment process would go forward, but we have been advised that language should at least address our parcel and access in perpetuity.
And Ms. Burbano, may I ask who you've been advised that by, and did they give you proposed language that would be appropriate given the circumstances?
We've been advised by a legal representative, but they have not given us specific information on that. We did reach out to Heather Manzo, and so she was interested too, perhaps in adding some language there.
Okay, we'll come back to that question. Let me just see if Member Dewar has a question that is not that one, and then I'll come back to Ms. Foos. I'd like to see if you have a response to that in a second, but let me go first to my colleague, Councilmember Dewar.
Well, actually, my question was very similar to that question. I was going to ask if the Planning Commission, if you had raised this issue and asked them to address it at the Planning Commission and they declined, or if that issue never got raised at the Planning Commission.
At the Planning Commission meeting, we had no opportunity to present or ask any questions, so we were not able to bring it directly to them at that time.
Okay,
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Foos, can you address the issue that is before us, please? You're on mute. One second, start over.
Sorry about that. We do have a condition that requires they go through an alley abandonment process, and so that is conditioned. They have submitted their application, and they wanted to wait till this appeal was over before they processed it through City Council. So you will be getting an alley abandonment application. At that time, we can condition that the alley abandonment has access by getting rid of this alley as a public right-of-way. We can guarantee through a condition that either private or public access is guaranteed in perpetuity. We can add that as a condition as part of that process. I think if there's also concern that whether they get approved or not, and it's possible that council may say we don't want to get rid of this 13-foot wide access, and in which case, again, we can add a condition to this tentative map that regardless if this is a public or a private access way, we can add a condition that they have an access easement in place to guarantee that they will always have an access.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Mr. and Mrs. Burbano, does that answer the question that you are concerned about?
It seems to, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, and appreciate your thoughtfulness. It is not easy to have to go through this legal process, and I want to make sure that the process is well developed and explained to you. Obviously, you've been thoughtful in appearing here tonight. I just want to make sure that the issue that is very pertinent to you is addressed, and it sounds like Ms. Spruce will ensure that it will be. And I know Councilmember Delgado, who I'm going to turn the floor over to, is also wanting to make certain that the needs that you have are continued to be fulfilled. Mr. Delgado, Councilmember Delgado, could you weigh in here?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had conversations prior to with Mrs. Fuchs regarding some of the concerns, and the language that she has stated is I'm fully supportive of. And so the hopes in terms of the applicant is understanding the conditions that we can apply to number 18 is that there's an access easement in perpetuity to the safeguards of the Burbanos, that they understand that they have that access, private access, and it's going to be really off of our hands and to the benefit of everyone there, that they'll be kept and they'll be taken care of. And that's a condition that I'm fully supportive of. My hope is that the applicant will be supportive of that as well. Yet to hear from them, of course, as we're hearing from the appellant. But strongly urge that that's something that I would like to see happen. And so, however you want to move forward, Vice Mayor, but fully supportive of the language that Mrs. Fuchs is providing for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delgado. And let's go now, and I'll ask Madam Clerk, can I see if the applicant has been moved over? I'm not seeing an additional screen. Can you do that for us now, and we'll turn the floor over to them? Similarly, the applicant would have 10 minutes to respond or answer questions, just as the Burbanos have.
Angela, can I confirm with you, would this be Manhard Consulting will be the panelists moved over? Okay.
Thank you so much. And whoever's here from Manhard, I can't see you yet, and I need you to, you're off mute, so there you go. There we have you. Okay, it looks like, gentlemen, can you hear and see us okay?
We can. Mr. Vice Mayor, thank you for having us this evening. Chris Baker on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined by Louis Carriola and Dan Birchfield, the engineer on the project. We've obviously been following the conversation back and forth. We've had some side conversations with the Burbanos, and we actually issued a letter yesterday, essentially echoing the same language that has been proposed by Councilman Delgado and the city. So we are in complete agreement. Our intent was never to limit access to the adjacent parcels. So yeah, everything that we're hearing tonight, we are in agreement with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you gentlemen. And so I'll to the body and ask if there are any additional questions for either Manhard or for the Burbanos. If not, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if there was any public comment.
There is none, Mr. Vice Mayor, for voicemail or otherwise. Thank you so
much, and thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. and Mrs. Burbano, do you have any closing statements that you'd like to offer? Any thoughts?
I think we're good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm going to come now, and the folks at Manhard, everyone okay on your end?
We are, yeah. We would like to thank the Burbanos for their input, and we're sorry this didn't get incorporated earlier in the application. It wasn't more clear, but no more questions.
Okay, I'll come now to Councilmember Delgado for a motion. Thank you, Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to approve or deny the appeal. And with the addition of adding the language that in condition number 8 reads that prior to recordation of the first final map that the applicant shall enter to provide documentation demonstrating access easement in its place, so to allow the Burbanos to have access to the properties in perpetuity.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Jordan. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm just a little bit confused. So it sounds like we're supporting their appeal and we're making an amendment to what had been approved by the planning commission. So I just wanted to get my terminology right on what.
I'll look at legal. What terminology would you like for me to?
Yeah, I don't know if we're denying or approving or upholding their appeal or what we're doing.
It appears that we're modifying.
Modifying. There you go.
Which
Modifying.
is what I understand. Mr. Shipman, would you like to speak?
Yeah, correct. I mean, I think the motion is there. It's essentially upholding the decision of the planning commission and then modifying the language to make it consistent with what Ms. Bruce and the applicant agreed to.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, is that your understanding of your motion?
I amend my motion to state what Mr. Shipman just presented to us.
Okay. And Councilmember Jordan? Same? Okay, thank you. Any additional questions or concerns by the body at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. and Mrs. Bourbano, thank you. Manhart Consulting, thank you. Wish you well with the project.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, transitioning to our last agenda item, which is item J1. This is general public comment, either not on our agenda today or public comment that was received after 4 p.m. yesterday, the business day before the meeting. We received public comment from Josh Hicks, Tom Stewart, Frank Lemus, Brody Glenn representing Cap Storage, Michael Meinert, Nicole Alberti-Sudi, Frank Lemus, Edwin Lingar, Jim Christoph, Sarah Mahler, and Michael Maynard. These are on various items either received after 4 p.m. for this agenda or general. They have been submitted to council and are part of the record. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, you have no more public comment and you are looking for your favorite motion of the evening.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus for adjournment, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Good evening, all.
See you guys. Be safe.
Thank you.
Congratulations.